Well, good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, March 9th, 2021. The NFL offseason continues. There is news. We will get to the news. We have
exciting.
we have lineups to construct. 2 minutes until lineups lock. You have the early classic. We got the showdown. Jared Goff against his future team. The Galloping Chicken taking on, of course, Christian. It's a lion sim. Right?
Always the Lions sim. It's always Detroit and their awful passing defense. And no matter what I think, the Lions somehow do the opposite. When I think Matthew Stafford is going to have a big day, that's the day he throws 3 interceptions and has 1 fantasy point going into the fourth quarter. If I think, you know what, this Lions secondary is so awful, they're not going to do anything, that's the day that they pitch a shutout or allow 9 total points. So you know what? Here is what I'm saying. Here's what you can fade in the final 15 seconds before our rosters go live. I'm betting hard against that Lions secondary. I am stacking up the Rams offense, and I am doing so by paying way down at captain, throwing Josh Reynolds into my top spot, because Reynolds, every time on these sims, he finds a way to come through. Pending free agent, the Rams don't think they can afford to bring him back. Going to be very interesting to see where he lands, but we'll get into that. We got a lot of free agent talk to go through today, but I got Reynolds in the top spot. Goff, Bobby Trees, Cooper Kupp, Darrell Henderson Jr., who I played because I had an extra cash, although Malcolm Brown, a very tempting cheap punt play today. And my token Lion in this one, TJ Hawkinson, the tight end. Flash, how about you?
So I was tempted to, that's something you gave thought, is that now I'm thinking about the secondary on the other side of the matchup. So maybe I shouldn't have played Golladay because of Jalen Ramsey, but I did.
I was thinking.
I did not play any quarterback because it would go against my soul to believe in Jared Goff, as you folks know. And it would be against my soul, because Matthew Stafford, give me a break. But this is what I did. Put Henderson in the captain spot, Darrell Henderson Jr., Marvin Jones Jr. in the flex with Golladay, Woods, Kupp, and Brown. I got all weapons. All weapons. No quarterbacks. No running backs for Detroit.
Could pay off. Like we said before, we've seen Stafford have some absolute clunkers, and Goff is a guy whose Madden stats eclipse what he can do in the real world. And that's why the Rams were like, we need to get this guy the hell out of here, and we'll package a pair of first-round picks with him if you'll take him off our hands, Lions. And yeah, of course, Matthew Stafford's part of that deal. And of course, I'm very excited to see Matthew Stafford escape the orbit of the stinky planet known as the Detroit Lions. But it's going to be very interesting to see what these Rams do next season. Like we talked about yesterday, that NFC West, an absolute pressure cooker of a division. And if Stafford can't catch on immediately, it could be a long year for that team.
First down pickup for Henderson. We're underway. First of 6 sims, Glash and Christian. We've got producer Madison with us. Jordan is the producer shadow. Jordan's been with us for a long time, going back to the NFL season, joining us in Simland. Tom is on the 1s and 2s, and Frangelico. Sarah's in a meeting, so I had to keep it going. Kind of. So, hey, let's get to the news of the day. A lot is coming in here. We'll start with the big juicy nugget coming out of Tampa land. Chris Godwin is being franchised by the Buccaneers. That from Adam Schefter 38 minutes ago. Thoughts?
I like the move. This is not a team that had a ton of cap space, but having a guy like Chris Godwin, even though Godwin's numbers fell, he's so versatile that he is just an amazing weapon for any quarterback, let alone a guy like Tom Brady, who really does love to punch up his slot receivers. Godwin, more than just a slot guy, a little bit more versatile than some of the guys that Brady was used to throwing to in New England, but he definitely has kind of those Wes Welker, Julian Edelman kind of vibes as a smaller, shiftier guy up the middle of the field, as Darrell Henderson picks up first there, who can really make some things happen. And I like it just because it does insulate this team in the case that Mike Evans misses some time. Maybe he gets hurt again. He didn't miss any games last season, but he did play through a whole bunch of injuries, was a little bit limited. If you had him in season-long fantasy, Mike Evans had those games where he'd have like one catch for 3 yards and a touchdown.
Sure.
Having Godwin insulates you from that. So I really do like the move. It doesn't mean necessarily Godwin is a lock to stay on this roster, and it's
true.
Really difficult for this team to go out and keep a guy like Shaq Barrett. The Buccaneers came into the season glass with negative cap space. Tagging Godwin means that they're going to be about $20 million in the hole. They're going to have to shed some salaries to make this work. By signing Godwin to an extension, they can really massage that 2021 cap hit down, push a lot of that cash to 2022, a non-pandemic cap year. Cap's going to swell instead of shrink like it did this year. So expect the two sides to come to a deal, or there's going to be a trade. I don't think this is going to be a year where Godwin plays under the franchise tag. I don't think it's going to be a one-year deal. We're either going to see Godwin re-up for 4 or 5 years, or we're going to see the Buccaneers trade him away to a team willing to make that commitment to him, rather than him playing out like a Kirk Cousins kind of string where he just gets tagged and tagged and tagged until things become untenable between the two. As Jared Goff takes a brutal sack there, bringing up 3rd and very long, and it could be Sam Sloman time here if the Rams cannot convert on 3rd and 17.
Schefter added, by tagging Godwin, that means Shaq Barrett and Levante David are scheduled to be free agents, though Tampa has discussed deals with both of those players as well. Look, they can't keep everybody. Must Buy is in the chat. He's been telling us this for a while, and he's right. I remember him saying this. He's not going anywhere. Possible. Look, I think for the sake of keeping Brady, if they're going to really give Brady an extension, wouldn't you want to keep all the pieces together as best as possible offensively? Because Chris Godwin, if say they just let him play on the tag, right?
Yep.
And we assume, as Sloman kicks a field goal to put the Rams on top, you assume that Godwin would have another great year. He's just going to get more expensive the following season. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe try and get something done. And he's still pretty young, so maybe you can work something out. 2 more years. He can really pad those stats with Brady if things go well, and then he can go out and get really get paid when Brady's all done.
I'll agree with you there. Getting a deal done this offseason that would behoove the team. He's going to sell for a lesser salary if you sign him in 2021 than if you wait and the cap explodes in 2022, and then all of a sudden the market rate for a top wideout is going to go up over $20 million per year. And again, this is a guy who's coming off a 1,300 receiving yard season, 9 touchdowns, 86 catches in 14 games. The year Tom Brady decided to come down to Tampa. That was a big lure for a guy like Brady. Even though he didn't back up those stats, he was still pretty dang good in that Tampa offense. He only played 12 games, but he's on pace for something like a 1,100-yard season. His catch rate rose to a career-high 77%. It had never been higher than 71% with Jameis Winston. His yards per target went up. His efficiency numbers looked very good. So this is a move that not only keeps Tom Brady happy, but I think it'll keep Chris Godwin happy. It's one of those things where if Brady was showing some signs of decline in 2020, then maybe you'd be a little bit worried about it. But this is a guy who went out and had an unprecedented season for a guy in his mid-40s, 40 touchdown passes, thrown for nearly 290 yards per game, had that 100-plus passer rating. Brady had his moments where he did look like a dude in his mid-40s, but they didn't last. He won the Super Bowl. Run it back as best you can, worry about the consequences later, as Matthew Stafford somehow gets rid of it after doing the dead-end backward zombie shuffle entirely too long. Instead of taking a 13-yard sack, it's going to be 2nd and 10 here for the Lions, trailing 3-0.
Well, Christian, you're right. They're invested at a point now where it's like you might as well go all in. And say it does completely go backwards and Brady does fall off that cliff, at least in this case, for the next quarterback, it's probably Blaine Gabbert as the backup again, but work with me here. I don't know. Say they have to pick up someone off the street who's young because Brady breaks his face or something, which I doubt.
Not his face.
Not bad to have Chris Godwin available for the next quarterback that does come down the pipeline. So,
yeah, and it's going to be. I think Bruce Arians and Jason Licht down there in Tampa, I think they're going to take a long, hard look on those day 2 quarterbacks, the guys who could be the Jimmy Garoppolo or Jacoby Brissett to a guy like Tom Brady. And one of the guys I'm really interested in, and this is kind of getting off topic because we're already breaking into upcoming draft topics, but maybe the Buccaneers take a look at Davis Mills, a guy who was a 5-star prospect in high school, only started a handful of games at Stanford, maybe a dozen games, but he looked good. He looks like a pro quarterback. He's got kind of those underrated bona fides that he's going to rise up the draft stock process here, I think, in workouts, because he looks like a franchise QB. He's like 6'5", 225, got that good arm, got some Josh Allen in him, if without the mobility necessarily. So could be one of the guys that Tampa takes a look at as they prepare for the post-Brady era, whenever that'll be, maybe not until like 2030. As strike to Galladay there keeps this drive alive. Lions onto the happy side of the field.
Kenny Galladay, 3rd highest owned in the free showdown, 52%. Matthew Stafford, the highest owned at 64%. Jared Goff, right in the middle, 53.6%. Robert Woods, 49%. Josh Reynolds, 48.2%. Hello to Joseph Workman. Cheers from Oregon, my dudes. I know, Emerson's forehead. How did they not captain Mostert last night against Noah Moon? I am a coward.
Hoist it on your own petard.
Yep. Maybe Emerson's forehead's onto something.
I laid out the blueprint for you, Glash. I even said it on the stream. I was like, Noah, here's the spoiler. Glash is going to captain Mostert. And what did you do? Just to spite me? Ugh. And now, the good news is I don't have to say anything nice about Noah Moon. I probably will anyway. He seems like a good dude besides all the complaining. But
there he is. He says, where's Galladay, bruh? Hey, Noah. How are you, buddy? Good to see you this morning. Glad to have you with us. How'd you sleep last night, King? Was the moon shining through your window as you closed your eyes and giggled to yourself? That idiot Glasheen thought he could beat me head to head. Hey, he put Kendrick Bourne in his captain spot. Worked out really well. He had a great night. That was a good time. It was a good time. I actually enjoyed it. Jordan Lindenbaum has already popped in. I'm going to go head to head with Lindenbaum tonight, Madden After Dark. Usually I have good things to say to Jordan, but I don't know. It'd be kind of fun. Tom, I don't know what you're talking about. Making this face when I talk about Noah Moon. Noah's a nice guy. Noah takes it. There's a good back and forth. He did disappear. Good. He did disappear a little bit last night. I got a little worried. He went down 18 after the Kittle
twisting.
The Kittle Garoppolo combo put me up like 20. And then all of a sudden, didn't hear from Noah Moon. And then all of a sudden, Kendrick Bourne, he throws in the little eyeball emoji, like, oh, I'm still here. It was well done. It was good.
Well, through one quarter, maybe about to have a tie game here. Matt Prater lining up for a 49-yarder that would make it 3-3. Not a lot of passing yards, not a lot of rushing yards, although Malcolm Brown, who pointed out before, a pretty good punt play at like 2,800, leads all rushers, 1 carry for 20 yards. No one else has more than 8. And poor DeAndre Swift giving you negative points right now, at least in the run game. Neither passer more than 40 yards. So a pretty Rams-Lions start to this one, if we're being honest. Bobby Trees does have some bonus potential. 3 catches, 25 yards. Marvin Jones, 2 for 20. Kenny Galladay, 2 for 18. Cooper Kupp, 1 for 12. And that's it. That's all the numbers we have in this one so far, as a very low-key start to a Color Rush Tuesday.
Skinny is leading the big public free showdown. First place at the moment with 2 defenses in the flex. Galladay, Jones, Stafford, and Robert Woods in the captain spot. 11,329 entries. Excellent stuff. Want to shout out Handmade One on the YouTube chat. Says, what up, DK Sim fam? Glash won the rock, paper, scissors contest last night. First time winner in the free roll. Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
Yes.
Prater ties us up at 3.
Matt Prater, the only good UCF grad.
That's right. Big deal. I feel fresh as lettuce. I guess I'm used to the After Dark voice. Yeah, it's early for me. We don't get Lazio for the next 4 days. He's going to pick up a new puppy. So someone had to slide in. So, it is early.
Taking the G6 down to Florida, getting a dog, one of those fancy dogs you get at the breeder, not one of those free dogs you get at the pound.
Yeah.
Just rubbing our face and all the money he makes. Constantly. Then he has the gall to make you buy him Chick-fil-A.
River Rat 64. Can we go back to 1914, Glash? My friend got hooked on the Sims games, enjoys it. Oh, you mean the 1914 reporter voice? Way back when the Detroit Lions hosting the LA Rams. My name is Skip Parkins. Welcome, and I'm on deadline. I don't know if I want to do that right now.
It's a bit early. There are people on the West Coast that are waking up to this.
Yeah. Gotta ease into the day. However, I will say this. There's a good energy in the sim.
Yeah. I mean, despite a very low-scoring affair thus far, good energy in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And we see it, Twitch. Germ calling out Prater. Yogi. Not you, spam bot. Not you. Heavy Kevy, CJ, Dr. Acula. We see y'all. We are so grateful to have you here with us. And Yogi saying he's West Coast. Thanks for waking up early to hang out with us. I was up around 4 a.m. today.
Oh,
gosh, you know why?
Why?
Yeah, my toddler woke up screaming because she was upset that she wanted to go to bed. The logic, man, made no sense to me. 3-year-old logic. It's wonderful.
I was gonna say, was it a bad dream?
It might have been. She's tough. It's tough articulating these things, but it was like it just came into our room screaming about how she needed to go to bed. And we're like, okay, you can do that.
Well, did she get back to sleep peacefully?
Eventually,
Okay.
She popped back up around 6 and made sure we started watching some Minnie Mouse around breakfast time. Ooh, he's got smoked on second down, setting up third and long. It's Trey Flowers.
Hi, Moody.
Second.
Blood Robot says, good morning from San Diego. Nice. Real Facts Max says, let's go. Ryan Woodstock. Actually, not what that says, but I will not repeat it. Pastor Reynolds, we can read that, just like you need. He's your captain, as Malcolm Brown is going to make the catch. And
that one might not even be a dirty name. That might just be the name of a bird.
A woodcock. Okay. There we go. It's out there. Luke wants the pass to go to Woods. Producer Madison, yeah, Skip Perkins, friend of the program.
Better than Teddy Perkins. Over all three. That's one of the, I mean, I got episodes to go. I'm like, I think I just hit the Teddy Perkins episode of Atlanta because, obviously we got a lot of watching to do while we power through quarantine time. Big gainer there for looked like might have been Kerryon Johnson, but it's coming back. So 10 plus yards wiped off the board there. Hawk, my only Lion, costing his team some negative yards, and came 11 yards downfield. Are you kidding me? Setting up 1st and 9. Terrible. But hey, Kerryon Johnson gets it right back. Moot point.
Let's see. Midwest Heather, what's up? Who's the one person to hit that dislike? Oh, it's up to 2.
Oh, man.
Come on, guys. Hit that like button. We're almost at 100 likes. Good to have you with us. 500 plus watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here on the Dream Stream.
Yeah. Very Rudy all as okay. These jet sweeps gotta go, man. When have we ever seen one go for more than like 7 yards? Half the time they end in negative yardage. This is Madden 20 had the wide receiver screen that went nowhere unless you threw it to Odell Beckham. Madden 21 ditched that, fortunately, and now instead we have these jet sweeps that do absolutely nothing. I hate them so much.
Stafford. Dave says, Glash, have you ever heard Jay Moore do his 1940s radio announcer voice? It's pretty funny. I have not. I think it's funny how you ask people to hit the like button and the dislikes go up. I don't get it.
Pandering.
Seems
we're pandering.
It's a troll job. I kind of respect it. But it hurts my feelings.
Oh, it looked like that might have been Jones down there, outright dropping a big pass on 3rd and long. So what started off as a promising drive for the Lions, thanks to those Johnson runs, they abandoned him, and Stafford still unable to get anything going. This is the B2K sim right now. Baby, turn around and see that sexy body go punt, punt, punt. Now.
Beautifully done.
Yeah. Rams taking over after another touchback here. Sorry, Glash. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, wish Jordan Lindenbaum to feel better. And yes, as Frank White points out, when we play head-to-head later on tonight, if he wins, that maybe we'll make him feel better. CJ71 on Twitch. I will hit the like for you, Glash, but only once today. Oh, that's fair. Can only do it once.
Germ, people are jerks. You're only supposed to hashtag dislike for Ducey. Poor Kenny Ducey. Not only does he have the legend of the bunk beds and whatever else Emerson
Alarm just went off. Holy crap! I gotta go. I have to leave.
Oh man. All right.
Well, this is a thing.
You go evacuate. You're gonna tune back in.
I have to leave. I don't want to burn. Bye, everybody. Hopefully, I don't die.
All right. Stay safe, Glash. All right. Yeah. Fortunately, he did mute his computer on the way out, and unfortunately, if you aren't a fan of my solo soliloquies on the state of football, it's going to be a real rough 5 minutes or however long it'll take for the fire squad to clear Glash's apartment complex. Oh my goodness, so many sacks on 3rd down in this game. We're about to get another punt. So not only have we lost Glash, but we are getting an absolute snoozer of a first half here. Rams 3, Lions 3. And producer Madison, I'm going to try to find someone to hop in real quick, expend that nearly limitless DraftKings sim budget that we don't have to pay right now because Emerson's on vacation. It's a banger of a punt there. That is the top fake punt passer in the game. Johnny Hecker getting it done there. Speaking of free agent punters, Thomas Morstead, an unfortunate cap casualty down in New Orleans, and I don't know if you guys saw it, but as we get a completion there, Galladay getting near the post there. Morstead, not only a trusted veteran punter who can get a lot done, very good leg, very good at pinning guys inside the 10, but tremendous asset to the community in New Orleans, a guy who went out of his way not only to connect with people, but to give so much back to charity. And if you're a Saints fan, you're going to miss that guy more than you would miss most punters. It's a tremendously executed screen pass there, and it is Swift picking up 10 plus on that one, so we might get some points before that. We might get our first touchdown of the game, although that may be wishful thinking. Yeah, we are gonna get a potential 2-minute drill here from this Lions team. Stafford back to pass, another screen pass, and it's gonna work again, although the blocking not quite as crisp downfield. Still gonna go for about 10 yards from DeAndre Swift. Swift, one of those guys who's going to go pretty high in your season-long fantasy drafts next season. But should he? That's going to be a big question because you never know what's going to happen with Lions running backs. They are one of the most cursed position groups in the NFL. Every time someone seems to take hold of that RB1 position in Detroit, it seems to fall apart. not too long ago, we were talking about Kerryon Johnson finally breaking the streak. He was the first 100-plus yard rusher the franchise had had since Reggie Bush. It was like a 5-year span, and he's already been supplanted in the lineup by DeAndre Swift. So some SEC on SEC crime there as Swift replaces Johnson in the pecking order. And, well, all the good things I said about this drive may come crashing down because the Lions facing a key third down situation here. All right, 3rd and 4 coming up, Silly Sally. Thank you for appreciating my ability to point out when Sims suck, because let's face it, there have been a handful of them here, and a lot of them have involved this team. Not you, Rams. You're mild to medium when it comes to must-watch sim games. The Lions, though, a lot of clunkers on that side. Is ball now at the 35 or the first down into Prater field goal range. Oh, and I think we might be getting Glash back on the call-in, like I had to do back when they were fixing my.
Hey!
Oh?
Whoa!
Oh!
You hear me? Sorry if it's
I
loud
would
as
hear
hell.
you.
All right.
Can't see you. Are you watching the game? Do you have it up?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to call in and say that I'm safe.
Oh, good.
I can't see the game.
I don't know why that wasn't my first question after you had to evacuate your
really.
apartment.
How about if I'm okay?
Yeah. Immediately going into, are you rejoining the sim? Not that. How are you doing? How is Sarah doing? How are your possessions? How is Leafy? No, it was straight up. We know what matters here, and it's the sim. And speaking of, we get a touchdown.
Oh, Amendola touchdown!
Woo!
Fire! Use the hose.
As Glash, I have good news for you, buddy.
What do you got?
You can take some time off, get your affairs in order, because we have the one and only Reed T. Fowler joining us shortly.
Oh, nice.
Over for you until you can come back, and I haven't broadcast with Reed in months. I'm excited about this. Oh,
hey,
there
man.
he is. There's that guy.
Hey, Reed.
I'm Glash.
Hey, man.
What's happening, man?
Thanks for the help. Fire alarm went off, so I had to evacuate my building.
Oh, so you called in.
Wanted to let everyone know I made it out safe.
That's good. At least it's only an alarm. Is everything okay?
I mean, for now. I don't know. I haven't looked back. I just kept going forward, Don't want to turn around.
We still have the camera feed from inside your apartment, and everything looks good. Leafy.
Oh, good. That's a good point. Yeah, I left everything up before I left. All right, well, I'll leave you two at it, and maybe rejoin you soon.
All right,
bud. Be safe.
Take care. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Reed, thank you for joining us. You have missed nothing. This has been a very bad, low-key sim, although we did just get a Danny Amendola touchdown to break the scoring drought. A lot of punts.
Yeah, Christian, it's only fitting because I was on a stream. I was supposed to be on a stream with Glash, when was it? A couple days ago, maybe, at this point, and my computer decided to, just stop working. We've all been there.
Yeah.
So it just started to stop working, and it didn't start working for another 2.5 hours. So it was Glash and Kenny. I believe Kenny stepped in for me. So I'm trying to pay it forward here. I got relieved because my computer technology wasn't working. Glash has a fire alarm. We've all been there. If you've lived in an apartment, those fire alarms they happen at the most ill-opportune times. I remember in our studio, we were back in our studio in Boston. This was, a year and a half ago. In the building, there was a fire alarm during one of our live shows. And it was myself, and I believe it was just Jesse who was hosting. Emerson was, whatever he was doing, probably eating a cupcake.
Working on his quads.
Right. And we did the entire show with the fire alarm on. We didn't stop.
In the background.
For whatever reason, we didn't stop. We just said, glaring in the background. So, I've had experience with that. It's not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
Well, the good news is the YouTube likes are rolling in now that you've joined us, Reed T. Fowler.
There we go.
And here at halftime, we don't have much of a sim. It's basically, Glash and I were keeping ourselves occupied with 1914 announcer songs and B2K lyrics. And instead, we did get a touchdown. We do have a passing touchdown, Stafford to Amendola, but 93 yards total offense from the Rams in this one. No one trending towards the bonus on their side of the ball. Danny Amendola, really the only guy you'd want to have rostered besides maybe Matthew Stafford. And kind of a fart of a game thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys talked about it already a little bit, or you talked about it. I mean, well, maybe not. Dak Prescott, right? Did that news come out yesterday?
It came out last night. Yeah, last night.
Okay, so this is the first sim. Yeah, what do you think?
I like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm also delighted in how much extra money Jerry Jones cost himself by not extending Dak Prescott earlier. And it's like one of those things where the risk reward, it kind of makes sense because you look at like how poorly the extensions went for Carson Wentz and for Jared Goff. And it's like, okay, I kind of get why Jerry didn't want to wait in there, but he could have gotten this done after that 2019 season where Prescott hit a different level and both those guys started regressing. Instead, he's like, nah, we're going to franchise tag. If you factor in the franchise tag along with all the guarantees from this new deal, it's like $167 million guaranteed over 5 years for Dak Prescott. That is more than anyone has ever gotten in a 5-year span. That puts Patrick Mahomes' guarantees to shame. And it's all because Jerry Jones was just like, you know what? I want to make sure I got Zeke Elliott down here locked in through 2026. Just the most galaxy-brained nonsense. I am 1,000% here for it. I love the Cowboys schadenfreude, but I'm very happy for Dak because dude deserved to get paid. He is evolving, and I think it's eventually going to work out just fine for Dallas.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, right? All the cards, all the chips were in his favor. If he got franchised this year, I believe it was 37.7, right, that he would get. And then the following year, it would go up to 50, mid-50s, guaranteed. Similar to what Kirk Cousins did, right? He bet on himself, and it worked out for him. Now for Dak, like you're mentioning, and you know what this also signals too, Christian? I saw this on Twitter, so I can't claim it as my own, is that it probably – I know, right? That's what we should do. It tips off the idea that there might be a TV deal of some sort coming because that is a lot of money, right? So even though they're one of the most wealthiest sports organizations in the world, which includes all of the football clubs, right? It includes everything. I believe they're fifth right now in that sense. I mean, it does tip off that more stuff for the Dallas Cowboys is coming. But we all know, right? When you have this much guaranteed and tied up in one player, what's the ripple effect? We already have seen it. You mentioned it with the Rams and Jared Goff and what they did with their free agents and how over-leveraged they were, and it didn't pan out. Right, Dallas didn't make it to the Super Bowl. Dallas hasn't done even remotely close to that over the last handful of years. So, I'm extremely excited for Dak. I'm always player first when it comes to this stuff. All of us on this side of the coin are always probably, I'd say for the most part, are going to be player first. And he deserves it. And he deserves everything. He was completely professional all the way through. He did an amazing job, and you saw the stark difference, the cascading effect, the absolute shelf fall out for the Dallas Cowboys when he went down.
Yeah, and it's 1,000%. They absolutely need him, and they needed it. Like, he put up huge numbers last year because they kind of needed him to because they were in so many shootouts. The question I have is just, man, how are you going to fix your defense when in 2022 you have 8 guys scheduled to have cap hits of at least $11 million. More than 60% of your cap money is tied up in 8 players next year. So you're hoping that obviously we're going to get a cap rebound. It's not going to be, hopefully, knock on wood, and it probably will be now that I've spoken it into existence, but probably not going to be another lean pandemic year where we see the cap either shrink or only inflate slightly. We should have a nice bounce back here. I'm saying that new TV deal will play a huge part in that. But at the same time, man, like, you look at all the guys, those 8 guys who make so much money, the vast majority of them are on that offensive side of the ball. La'el Collins, Zeke, Amari Cooper, Zach Martin, Dak Prescott. How are you going to fix things if you're the Cowboys if you can't stop anyone? Now, granted, this is a league where we saw elite offenses can beat elite defenses throughout the playoffs, and then all of a sudden the Buccaneers will shut all that down by going out there and limiting Patrick Mahomes. I don't know. I struggle to take this version of the Cowboys seriously as a Super Bowl contender, but they're going to be a lot of fun to watch. They're going to be an amazing fantasy team. Let's say that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look at what they were doing last year when Dak was healthy. And they were number one. I mean, Ezekiel Elliott was one of the clear-cut number one every single week in rankings. Amari Cooper was a back-end wide receiver one. Before the tight end got hurt, what was his name? Now I already forget. He tore his ACL in the first game. Blake Jarwin. Yep. He had he was one of the late round tight ends that looked like, and you saw with Dalton Schultz what he did.
Schultz was great,
yeah, that Jarwin probably would have been a middling tight end one, back end tight end one, if Dak stayed healthy. Mm-hmm. So yeah, absolutely. And you kind of look at this as revisionist history and say, okay, what could have Jared done differently? Sure. Right, could have guaranteed him, could have signed him up earlier. It's the whole FOMO effect, right? It's you don't want to do it because you think that maybe I can get a value as a nice run there. For Swift. Like, do you buy it at the bottom, right? Because you think, okay, well, it's going to be cheaper. I don't want to buy it right now when everything is frothing. And then now when you see that the value of himself and then the market for quarterbacks, how quickly everything shores up and goes away. Teams need to have a quarterback. You look at this not just as and this is Dallas in a nutshell, you don't look at this as just a football move. The Cowboys have never just been a football team.
Yeah.
Right? That is a marketing machine. The Cowboys are a marketing machine. The owner has his own radio, TV, whatever deal. He's always talking about the team. What other team in any sport does the owner, maybe you have a few that I'm not thinking of, does the owner come out and talk about the football schematics every week?
Yeah.
That it's a marketing machine. That's what it is.
So here's the part that I realized. So ESPN, so last year, as 1 year ago today, the deal that the Cowboys floated to Prescott was $33 million per season, more than $100 million guaranteed. I really think if last year around this time they'd put $35 million, put that Russell Wilson number in front of them, go like 4 years, maybe even 5 years. Let's say 4 years, $140 million, and like $110 in guarantees. I think Prescott signs there. I think they would have saved a lot of money. And it's one of those things where, he looked good enough that you kind of knew you weren't going to get that Wentz or Goff downfall. Not only was he a little bit more mobile than those guys, but he's also throwing downfield more as, oh my goodness, carry on into the end zone for that one. So we get ourselves a second Lions touchdown, and the Rams really struggling in this one. That up front. That front line, you'd think with Aaron Donald raring to go, they'd be a little bit better at shutting down the often punchless Lions running game. Yet here we are, Reed T. Fowler.
Yeah, 17-3 Detroit. I came into this saying that the Rams were going to be heavy favorites in this one, or be up in this one, and now you see that how the turns have tabled. Yeah, look, this next year is going to be exciting. Obviously, you're going to have a quote-unquote, all things considered right now, a normal preseason OTAs, so on and so forth. Right now, that's the only knowledge that we have right now. So you would think that it's going to be a little bit better. It's going to be a more seamless transition. But, we still got the draft. We still got OTAs. We still got rookie mini camps. There's a lot to go. It's a lot to happen. Russell Wilson is still out there. His name is still being thrown around in trades. He's not going to Dallas anymore. But yeah, you're right. Look, I mean, if Jerry thought that he could have gotten Dak earlier, like Jerry to me doesn't worry about, and I've seen it in the YouTube chat. Shout out YouTube chat. That Jerry's not worried about money. He's not. He's not at all, right? He's not worried about money at all. He's worried, and to an extent, I think this was both near and far-sighted with him, right? Is like he was thinking about the short term, but also has, his sights set on the long term. I don't think any quarterbacks are coming out of the draft in the next 5 years that are going to be worth Dak money right now. And going out for a free agent in the next 2 to 3 years, who's going to be on the block? Maybe you get some quarterbacks that will sign a year or two deal, right? Russell Wilson, maybe he signs a 2-year deal somewhere else. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he extends with the Seattle Seahawks. Right? What other quarterbacks right now are out there who would be available at a price tag less than what he just paid Dak Prescott? And Dak, coming into last year, was one of the best quarterbacks from an efficiency standpoint and best fantasy quarterbacks from 2019, 2020. So all the stars were aligning for Dak to just sit on his hands and wait for this exact moment.
Yeah, and just like one fell swoop, his money he was going to take home in 2021 went from like 40 million to 75. Dude, I can't imagine how good that feels. Like his cash due this year, he's going to look at his bank account, and yeah, taxes are going to take a chunk out of it, but there's going to be $75 million worth of deposits into his account in the calendar year 2021. That is so absurd to me, and obviously very happy for the dude. Loved watching him at Mississippi State. Loved watching him as a coach. His numbers last year, he had to do everything. Their numbers are going to come down, obviously. He was kind of in that Russell Wilson late in the season, like, if I don't overperform, we're going to lose every game by 20. But 60 career highs in completion rate, 68%. In yards per attempt, 8.4. Yards per game at 371 per game. That includes a game where he got injured in the first half. This is a guy who threw that, just the first 4 games of the season, absolutely on fire. And yeah, he was on fire because he needed to be, but like he's just shown that he is a perfect 2020 air raid kind of quarterback who can absolutely zing the ball, and if you need him to run with the ball, you need him to scramble, he can give you 5+ yards per carry.
Easy.
A whole bunch of yards scrambling. And I am a little bit concerned about what that ankle injury will do, because it is a compound fracture. He did need a couple off-season surgeries, but even if he loses a step, he can be a pocket passer that still absolutely lights opposing teams up, dude. Love Dak Prescott. Love him.
I see some questions out on, and to that point, really, to put a ribbon on it. Yeah, the guy's got tree trunks for legs. You need 8. Yeah, if you need 8 yards, if you need it's a 4th and 3 or a 4th and 1, like it's going to be a first down with Dak Prescott as a Rams punt. But I see some questions on the Twitch stream. Shout out Twitch fam. The sign says who? Yeah, Twitch fam. The sign says who scored. By the way, well, the last score was Kerryon Johnson. I don't know who scored the first couple of the first touchdown.
It was Danny Amendola with the pass from Matthew Stafford.
There you go.
Kerryon Johnson. So the 2 punt plays among that skill player lineup in Detroit, getting your scores there. As Reed, we also I think we need some golf tips here. Thank you for championship. Let's segue to that. Let's bring in your area of expertise. Let's let you, the PGA Tour commentator, drop some knowledge, folks.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do, thank you for teeing that up.
I do that.
Pun intended. Is we have a new golf show coming starting today, Christian, starting today at 3 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock Pacific. What is that, 10 o'clock Hawaii time. We're doing a golf show. It's going to be myself and the fantasy grind, Jeffrey Ulrich, talking golf, and we're going to go through. It's going to be very interactive. So we're going to have a Q&A. We're going to go through salaries, maybe some of the storylines with golf with Bryson. You know, as a DraftKings guy himself. Obviously, you saw that on the painter hat. He's a sponsor, or DraftKings is a sponsor of Bryson's. And we're just going to talk about all of that. And you guys need to stay here if you want questions answered. I'm not going to do it right now because what kind of professional would I be if I'm giving away? You guys got to show up at 3 o'clock, and it's going to be all the way up until about 5 or 10 minutes before the 4 p.m. stream starts. And so before the 4 p.m. pregame starts, we're just going to be talking about golf. And this is something that we wanted to bring to you guys on the Dream Stream because a lot of people ask, especially when I'm on, and I'm sure when Jeff is on and a golf tournament is, even when it's on or when it's not, I get a lot of questions about who should I play, who should I fade, what's a good bet. And we're going to be talking about all of that stuff, DFS, betting, and everything. So come with the questions, 3 to about 3:45. This is the first show that we're doing. So more to come on that. We're really excited.
Nice. Dude, that sounds awesome. And producer Madison let us know we have a 2-part Bryson interview coming in later tonight after the 6 and 8 p.m. Sims. And I got to imagine they're just going to be talking about protein shakes and
right. Jesse and Bryson, one thing that they share is a love for dogs and protein shakes. You would think it'd be Emerson, but it's not. It's Jesse and Bryson.
Emerson and Bryson, they share a love of manscaping and waxing, not shaving.
He really does, man. He really does. It's disgusting. But yeah, this is it's going to be fun. It's going to be, just going to be a lot of, and that's the one thing that I really appreciate, especially with YouTube and Twitch, is the fact that when we're doing stuff on TV, right? Obviously, you can't ask, you can't ask the questions, and you can't really talk to the fan. You can talk to the fans, but it's less interactive. And here again, when I get questions on Twitter, DMs about who should I play, what lineups should I construct? A, I'm not going to give you your lineup; it's your lineup, so you have to do it. But B, this is a way to do it where we can talk to all of you guys at once.
Wow.
Well, we are back now in the fourth quarter, and do we have the man himself? Oh my god! So the apartment didn't burn down. That looks good.
No, someone was cooking, and little boo-boo to the ceiling. Hi, Reed. How are you, pal?
Hey, buddy. Good, man. Everything copacetic? Everything good?
Everything's great. I'm looking forward to golf pre-lock coming up this afternoon. That's great stuff.
Yeah, I think this is different than pre-lock, because pre-lock is usually on Wednesday.
Oh.
This is a full-fledged. I guess pre-lock is for that specific sport, but I think we're still going to try and do some pre-lock with golf as well. You know, there's more to come on that. But for right now, it's going to be, and we don't have an official name yet for this segment.
Okay.
For this show. Okay. You know, I've thrown around some. It's it's hit or miss, but we're always up for suggestions. If you guys have a good segment or a good name for the segment, please hit up Brendan Glasheen at brendan.glasheen23@gmail.com.
That was a good guess, but just a bit outside.
I always thought Glash's his email was kenny.ducey@gmail.com. And all your complaints. So when I was telling Christian, Glash, when you were gone, that Kenny had to fill in for me when my computer was on the kaputs.
Yes.
So when I had to, so it was only fitting that I come in and relieve you because of that. Died. But yeah, which that would have been very unfortunate. Let's get that out there. It would have been very unfortunate if you were no longer with us. But we were talking about that. But then I remember tuning in on my phone the same way you did when you were out on the curb there, seeing you and Kenny having a little back and forth, which I appreciated.
Yeah, that happened. See what you caused?
I forget what it was. What was it about? I already forget.
Kenny kept saying there's reason to believe that another team in the AFC East will find a quarterback that will eventually be better than Josh Allen. And I said to him, well, why should I have reasons to believe that?
Wait,
The Jets just had a chance with Sam Darnold. They messed that up. We don't know what the Dolphins are going to do. I mean, yes, of course, that one of those teams could go get Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson. That is possible, but I don't know if I have reasons to believe it. That was the gist of it. So a little back and forth.
I was going to chime in on my first ever YouTube comment on the streams when Kenny was besmirching the good name of Tua Tagovailoa.
I can't believe Kenny would besmirch anything or be angry.
Yeah, weird, right? Weird. Very unlike Kenny Ducey to besmirch anything other than the Ducey brand.
That really should be his nickname, the besmircher. It doesn't really roll off the tongue, but it is.
I don't know. Does it fit? Could it fit in the Twitter handle? Because I know you're very keen on changing the Twitter handle or the Twitter name every now and then.
Yeah, and that might have to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there are enough characters you could throw in, like Kenny Ducey, #1 fantasy besmircher, as not besmirching anything. T.J. Hawkinson, my lone lion, paying off there as the Lions are going to run away with this one. Sean McVay getting his butt handed to him by Matt Patricia, just as we all expected.
Wow. That's his second touchdown, right?
That is one for Hawkinson, one for Amendola, one for Dean Swift.
Okay.
No, carry on.
Carry on Johnson, not Dean.
Yeah. I see some comments in the chat, and I'll leave it with this, because one thing I will say about Tua, it's just like he had half a year.
Yeah.
The same thing happens with everyone. Just roll back the tape with Ducey's takes on Josh Allen at the beginning of the year. He was saying he is not a real quarterback. So and it's not just Kenny, it's all of us. We want things very quickly, and especially in the NFL, it's what have you done for me lately? But the quarterback position, you are a special kind of player and athlete if you can, in year one, perform at a high level, but then also follow it up in year two, right? That year one, we've seen it all the time. Mark Sanchez comes to mind very quickly of quarterbacks who played extremely well in year one, but then fell off a cliff in year two, right? Lamar Jackson, another player in his first year of starting to his second year, we saw that precipitous drop of efficiency. But I'll leave it at this, and I'll leave you guys back to it, because I have to finish my lunch. I was mid-lunch when I had to relieve you here, Clash.
You want to leave?
Yeah, because I'm starving.
Okay. All right.
Is that the one great thing about Kenny Ducey? The one great thing is that his parents are on Twitter.
Yeah, we've been over that. Pretty phenomenal how Ducey's mom came at you.
It was great. She's going to help me. She's going to reach out to Twitter HQ. She's going to get me hashtag verified. I think there was a hashtag going around, verify Reed T.
Yeah.
And I think, with her help, and also let's not mistake that Kenny's father also tweeted at me when Kenny was on SNY for his first time, and I gave the Ducey Ohana a shout out. Mr. Ducey as well gave me a shout out. So look, if Kenny has some cousins out there that want to say hi on Twitter, please, that'd be great. I do bar and bar mitzvahs, so let me know.
Reed, I hope your dreams set sail.
Thanks, why do you like that?
I can't read the top.
No fighting. No, that's right. You got it exactly right. Let your dreams set sail.
Ah, there we go. Very good.
They're like Dr. Rick, that progressive commercials when people have those signs.
Did you create that one yourself, Reed? Is that reclaimed driftwood that you found?
Right. It's like that movie with JTT and Chevy Chase.
All right, go eat your lunch.
Okay.
Which one is it? Yeah.
Thanks,
all right,
Reed.
boys. Yeah, man.
Buddy, it had been a while. I'm glad we got a couple quarters together. It's been like months since I got to hang out with you.
Guy said he had to eat. He's still.
Just eat
Goodbye.
loudly on stream. That's what everyone does.
Well, what a start to the day. Freaking fire alarm goes off. How was that? Did you hang in there?
Wow, we did fine, man.
Good.
Listen, if you need someone to talk for 3 minutes straight without taking a breath, without yelling at you, I am the guy to go to. If you need the yelling, it's Kenny Ducey, obviously. That's poor Kenny catching strays all over this sim. Josh Reynolds gets another catch there. So Reynolds might be approaching double digits now after a nothing first half. Finally starting to get some things working in his favor as the Rams trying to make this respectable. Heard all the Jared Goff slander we were throwing out there in our Dak Prescott talks, and they're doing barely anything to stop it. Let's see if he can't throw himself a touchdown pass. He does indeed. Bobby Trees in the end zone. We got ourselves a 2-possession game. Rams have all 3 timeouts left. They're going to need to recover at least one onside kick here, Glash. But, the win probability went from 99.9% to 99.8% for Los Angeles.
All right. Well, we made it back. Oh, Jeff says you still call the Amendola touchdown. That was in the parking lot. That worked out well. Timing is everything. And there you go, Frank White.
So that's cool.
Yes, like I said, someone was cooking and just wasn't paying attention to what they were doing and set the fire alarm off. Really, that's simple.
Basically, the season 2 amazing episode of The Office called Fire.
Yeah, pretty much. It kind of, and being outside, it's like 55 degrees in Boston today, so it was kind of nice. I'm like, wow, this is cool. Not cool that there was a fire alarm, but pulled, or not pulled, but went off. It kind of felt like middle school when the fire alarm goes off and you're like in the middle of a boring social studies class and you're like, wow, this is so cool. I got a break from school. I got a break from Simland, but I missed it. I felt lost.
I understand. I mean, I get it. You had to go through like 15 minutes without me. There's withdrawal.
That too.
It's tough. It's tough.
I was genuinely concerned. So smash the like button, everybody. We're almost at 150 likes. I know this sim has not been great.
Hit the like button for the first ever 3-man booth here in Simland. Well, not the first ever. You guys have done it much time for the first ever. Reed T. Fowler, Brendan Glashie, and Christian DeAndre 3-man booth.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a throwback to when we had J-Dub on for Super Bowl weekend. Really.
True.
Going the triumvirate there.
James Farrell actually came up with a name for the golf show.
Oh, yeah?
It should be called Slicing Balls with Jeff and Sweet Tea Fowler.
Beautiful. It really rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. That's a good one. I put it at the top of the list for now. Domino Joe captained the Hawk. Jason Ward, what's up, Jason?
Yeah. Sorry. That's going to make it real tough for the Rams. Minute 44, 1 timeout left, so Lions not able to kneel out the clock just yet, but big first down there is going to pretty much shut the door on anything but a Rams Hail Mary towards the end of this one.
Did you and Reed discuss the Kenny Golladay news that came out while the fire alarm happened?
We did not. We hadn't. Dude, there is so much going on today that is it you and me on the next sim? Are we coming right back to it?
No, I'm here to start the day, then I end the day. I'm coming back from Madden After Dark.
Yeah, no. So we did not get on to the Golladay not getting franchise tag news. We didn't get onto the Trent Brown news. There's a lot going on today. It's kind of awesome. No complaints there.
Right. So Jared Goff will not have Kenny Golladay because he's not going to get tagged. He's going to free agency, and so is Hunter Henry. He's going to free agency.
Hunter Henry, I can understand, that does save up room if the Chargers want to go out and get themselves a little Allen Robinson. Maybe they let Mike Williams go as well. You can read all about that in the last post Friday's post route. Will Allen Robinson finally get the quarterback he deserves? My number one destination for him is that Chargers team and Justin Herbert, but we can talk a little bit more about that. Golladay now with Godwin getting snapped up. He and Allen Robinson are going to be the top 2 guys on that wide receiver market, and both of them could be looking at $20 million plus per year. Galladay's a little bit more curious just because he is coming off a season where he only played in 5 games. He was hurt all year. It didn't really have the impact that you hoped he would have, especially if you invested a high-round fantasy pick in him. But coming off that 2019 season, hits the Pro Bowl, averages more than 18 yards per catch, leads the league in touchdown catches, and he gives you that great deep threat, that vertical field stretching presence that so many teams need, especially if you are tuned into a 2021 style air raid adjacent type offense. So there's going to be plenty of suitors out there for a guy like Kenny Golladay, even though he will be 28 next year. He kind of came into the league later, Glash. He toiled away with FCS teams. He wasn't a big recruit. He's a two-star guy who one of his only offers was South Dakota. Wound up at Northern Illinois afterwards, and really took the 5-year route, the victory lap in college. So doesn't have the youth on his side that some other guys have. He's not even that much younger than a guy like Allen Robinson, who's on his 3rd contract this year, but a valuable presence nonetheless. Let's take a look at our final stats here. Matthew Stafford, 246, 2 touchdowns. Jared Goff, 180 and 1 touchdown. The 1 touchdown coming on a strike to Robert Woods in garbage time. Kerryon Johnson leads all rushers, 48 and a touchdown for him. So making good on that relatively low salary. Kerryon Johnson, $2,200 in the flex. So a great punt play if you threw him in there. Malcolm Brown, not quite as good as a punt play. And the guy we were just talking about, Kenny Golladay, leading all wideouts, 6 catches, 78 yards. Sim highs in both there, but Robert Woods 5 for 47 and touchdown. Hawkinson 4 for 54 and a tutty for him as well.
Yeah, who else? Swift had 3 for 54. Marvin Jones 4 for 49. Henderson 1 catch, 5 yards. That's not enough for what I was expecting. Hit that like button on the way out, everybody. Appreciate you.
Give it a little tap-a-roo. And if you get a chance, subscribe. The best free NFL newsletter out there this side of the 33rd team, because they're doing great work over there. But over at the Post Route, we drop NFL knowledge, beer reviews, TV reviews, everything into your inbox thrice weekly. It's completely free. You can subscribe at postroute.substack.com.
There you go. Very good. We had a 4-way tie for first in the $250 free prize pool. Woods captained Stafford, Goff. So Woods captain, yes. Stafford, Goff, Hawkinson, Swift, and Kerryon Johnson. So you had to have both Detroit running backs in our free roll. Congrats to Get That Cheddar. First place by a mile, winning by about 6 points. Woods captained Stafford, Goff, Hawkinson, Swift, and Johnson. So that would have been a top score in the Oh, and Get That Cheddar was actually part of the 4-way tie in the big contest. So nice job, Get That Cheddar.
Getting that cheddar, indeed. I finished a robust 141st out of 168. Glash, where do you clock in?
Oh, and that's Frank White. Very good. Frank White is Get That Cheddar. Very good. Nice job. Where did I come in? I came in really not good. 179 out of 186. It's the Noah Moon hangover for me.
Yeah, you're having a rough go of it, man. This is the time for the DK Sim fam to take advantage of you in any kind of showdown right now.
Frank White. Frank White. I'm the chair. That's good. So, look, guys, Frangelico is making final calculations to the stats. So if you see something that seems off, he will get to it. The contest was also called Nothing But Love from Moon at Noon. So, good stuff. Reynolds, 5 for 63. Thank you, Mike Sunken. That is correct. Jason Ward came at 9th. Nice job, Jason. So coming up at 2, Adam Kaufman slides in for Dolphins Pats with Christian. Trent Brown going back to the Patriots. I'm sure you guys might discuss that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not as sexy as Chris Godwin or Kenny Golladay. From fantasy standpoint.
Have you seen Trent Brown? The dude's like 380 pounds. He is nothing if not big sexy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, you'll have the crew here with you. Tom on the 1s and 2s. Frangelico from Ops. Producer Madison. Jordan, the shadow producer. For now, he'll be his own producer. His own self very soon. Christian, thank you to you and to Reed Fowler for holding down the fort here with the old fire alarm going off. That was something.
Hey, we're glad that you guys are safe, nothing burned down in your neck of the woods, and we get to see you again after dark, which would be the ultimate inopportune time to rouse you out of the apartment with the fire alarm because people will be sleeping. You get to see a lot of your neighbors in their pajamas at least.
True.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Enjoy the next one. Folks, I will see you tonight at 10. Start the day, end the day. Could be miserable, could be fun. Depends on what you think. Thank you all so much. See you later on tonight. Christian and Koff at 2 for Dolphins Pats right here on the Dream Stream.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back to the Dream Stream. Great to have you here with us. That crazy waving guy in the bandana, you know him, Christian DeAndrea, back for the second sim of the day for him. I'm Adam Kaufman. First to two for me. We've just a nice little overlap situation over the course of this day. It's wonderful. I mean, producer Madison, as she is here with us, fittingly for the Mad Matinee, just puzzling this whole thing together. It is it's quite a thing. So as lineups get close to locking here for the Patriots and Dolphins. Been quite a while since I've seen either of these teams in Simland. What do you got there, Christian?
This is one of those ones where it's tough to trust either passing game. Not only do you have Cam Newton and a rookie Tua Tagovailoa, but you also have some of the best cornerbacks in the game showing up in this one. Xavier Howard, Byron Jones, Stephon Gilmore, J.C. Jackson, just stars all over the place. So I actually invested heavily in some ground game type guys, including my captain Cam Newton, because I think he's going to rack up like 50 rushing yards and a touchdown. I got Sony Michel in there. I got Tua in there too because I had a lot of money left over, and I was like, sure, he'll probably get me like 15 points. But also Devin Asiasi, N'Keal Harry, and Jakeem Grant was my punt play today. Koff, how about you? How does your team look?
So we have some overlap, especially right there at the captain spot. Also have Cam Newton, as about 17% of people do in our smaller, more modest Mad Matinee. You want a Boston Focus Sim? I'll give you a Boston Focus Sim free roll, the two of us New Englanders. Also have Tua Tagovailoa. I have Matt Breida, Julian Edelman, Demir Bird, and a very popular punt play, although not necessarily as popular as I would have expected, Jakeem Grant, who you mentioned. He's getting about 8-9 points a sim, only $2,600, but he's only in about 28% of lineups. I would have thought more.
Yeah, it's kind of wild because he's right next to Preston Williams, who we never see in these sims. Right. He's only like 1K more, and he actually plays. So going to be interesting to see if he shows up. Granted, he didn't have any points in his last sim, and the last time we saw him against New England, however, 3 for 68. I mean, guys got some chops.
So we'll see what happens. And we're thrilled to be here with you. A busy day in the NFL. Yesterday, obviously, the start with the Dak Prescott contract, which continues to be a talking point today, as it should be. And I actually only moments ago finished catching up with Nick Eatman, who covers the team and has for the last couple decades for the Dallas Cowboys website. So that is an interview that will be available to you, if not later today, definitely this week on the Dream Stream. So you have that to look forward to. A lot of insights on the Dak deal. And spoiler, no surprise from him that the thing got done. And now today, as teams being forced to decide, do we tag this guy? Do we tag that guy? A lot of guys being told that, no, you're not being tagged. You're going to free agency. Names like Kenny Golladay, Hunter Henry, among others. So we are going to see, it's not just the quarterback position, Christian. We're going to see a lot of turnover in general in the NFL, it feels, this offseason among notable names.
But one guy we're not going to see, and it happened between sims, per Adam Schefter, Bears have franchise tagged Allen Robinson, which is always going to be up in the air. This is not a Bears team with a lot of cap space to work with. They're already about $7 million in a hole. Tagging Robinson takes him over and puts him close to $25 million in cuts they're going to have to make. Obviously, Jimmy Graham, he can go. Bobby Massey can go. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in Chicago, and they don't have a quarterback for 2021. So a kind of imposing task ahead of general manager Ryan Pace up there. And Pace hasn't made the best decisions. He is the guy who, after all, traded for Nick Foles in that big contract. Foles, not the kind of guy you can move on from right now. His dead money is basically the same as regular money. Moving on from him doesn't save you anything. Keep him around as a high-value backup, sure. But this team needs to figure out what's going to happen with Mitch Trubisky, what's going to happen at their quarterback position. And the good news is having Allen Robinson is that's a lure. That is something that brings a little smile to the face of any free agent quarterbacks who might be looking at Chicago. It's not going to be Anthony Miller or Darnell Mooney. It's going to be Allen Robinson there. The bad news is poor Allen Robinson remains marooned in terrible quarterback land for like the 11th straight year of his football career. Just it's very sad that he won't get the chance to go to LA and play with Justin Herbert or to go catch passes when reuniting with the Jaguars and getting to upgrade Trevor Lawrence's rookie game. This very sad that he won't get an above-average quarterback for the first time in his NFL career.
Some comments in the DraftKings conference room as we are scoreless. Couple minutes gone by opening quarter. Killa here says, Koff, what's up, my DK Sim family? Let's have a good high-scoring game today. Ryan says he put Edelman in instead of Devontae Parker. Herb Dog put New England defense in the captain spot, hoping Tua struggles. Clyde says, it's a layered day. I can sense it.
Ooh.
Clyde, I wish, but the Madden 20 days of our layered and savior are unfortunately behind us. And it's appeared in like 2 sims in all of Madden 21. It ain't happening today. LT says X factors will be Albert Wilson, Jakeem Grant. Shane says these guys never talk about the sims. Well, what do you think of that? I just did, just a little bit, but you're right. I am going to circle back to Allen Robinson because it is big news today. And interestingly, though maybe not surprising, Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, says no surprise at all that he's going to be back, Robinson in Chicago, because they were never letting him go. So, whether you want to be surprised about the franchise tag versus a long-term deal getting worked out, it appears, some of us, we've had the conversation in the past, Christian, will they, won't they, in terms of paying this guy. Rapp says that he was never going anywhere. This was an inevitability that, pen and paper were going to hit between Robinson and the Bears.
I mean, that might be what the Bears want, but Robinson obviously still has his say in things. He can decline to sign it. He can sit out if he wants to Le'Veon Bell his way through it, or he can just sign it and just do a one-year thing down there. As Tua gets it down the road. This could be Jordan Howard vulture time after we got a very nice Matt Breida third down screen pass for 20-plus to play before. Robinson, it's going to be very interesting to see that contract extension talks between him and the Bears really broke down, went nowhere in 2020. Now they're going to go back to the drawing board on that. And if Robinson doesn't want to languish, it's, oh my goodness, too easy. Tua, touchdown. Dolphins take an early lead here in Foxborough.
Jakeem Grant with the first points of this game, courtesy of Tua, as you mentioned. So, Herb, well, let's hope that New England DST does some work for you, because there's still some to be done, clearly. Halfway through the opening quarter, it is now 7-0 in favor of Miami. New England will get the ball for the first time. So for those who were excited about Jakeem Grant making some noise, the wide receiver 3 in this one, there you go. River Rat says, Koff, can you do a fire alarm impression? Glashes was amazing. Yeah, so I wasn't around for the first sim, but as alluded to by I think it was Retease Did You Know on Twitch, and you were obviously on this sim. It was really an exercise of futility that happened a couple hours ago.
Yeah, you know what? We got Reed T. Fowler in here, so it was a net benefit to the sim family out there. But we had Glash abandoning his apartment while absolutely nothing burned in the background. He had a kind of a Ryan Howard making a cheesy pita and leaving it in the toaster oven too long, Scranton office kind of deal going on. But, Glash only missed like 2 quarters, and I only had to fly solo for like 3 minutes, so it was not that bad in the long run.
You're capable of doing that when someone's sitting right here with you.
Exactly, yeah. If you didn't hear the fire alarm and see Glash leave, you never would have known.
Cam drops back. Plenty of time and space, and an easy completion out to the 40, now the 50. Demir Bird, good start.
Yeah, I know a few you called up Demir as your captain, and that's a nice start for him right there, as Newton getting it done with his arm. Something he didn't do a ton for New England in the real world last year. He is going to be a very intriguing free agent. Rumblings about him maybe coming back to New England. Maybe they want to keep him around. There are a few places where he could fit as a high leverage backup, and then maybe the Patriots run him back and try to get him a better receiving core.
Look at that, Devin Asiasi with the zigzag run down to the 8. 7-0. The Pats threatening for a quick score.
Now Asiasi kind of inadvertently drew a headline today because the Patriots going out bringing Trent Brown to the fold, back to the fold rather. And much in the same way Bill Belichick did the first time he acquired Trent Brown, a 1-year deal with Trent Brown. Brown left New England, signed that 4-year, $66 million contract, and the Patriots got a third-round compensatory pick in exchange for losing Trent Brown. They turned that third-round pick into more picks, and the picks were kicker Justin Rohrwasser, who didn't make the active roster last year, and the man we just saw right there, Devin Asiasi. So the first time Brown left, Asiasi was the guy. Looks like he gets the touchdown catch there. I don't think it's going to stand, though. Last penalty was a roughing call. This one could be a hold. No, it's roughing on back-to-back plays. This Dolphins defense just hates Cam Newton, just trying to absolutely destroy the poor guy. As Asiasi's touchdown will stand, Newton responds with a touchdown drive to open this game.
7-all, 2.5 to go, opening quarter. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. We have got Mads, our producer, undercover boss Tom, making sure we all stay in line. Jordan, I can't even remember the last time we did a sim together, so great to see him here, part of the crew. And Frangelico in Game Ops getting the job done.
So, it took us like 3 quarters to play to get to 2 touchdowns in the eye-opener sim at noon. So already off to a much better start. Neither offense struggling to open this one up, despite the presence of 2 very good defenses here in the Maddenverse.
Jeff, formerly of Game Ops, hanging out in the chat with us, says, getting chippy out here. Getting chippy. CEH, bingo, bango. Man, look at all these thumbs down, these 15 dislikes. Is this just because of the fire alarm fiasco of the nooner? I mean, what's this all about?
We made the mistake of calling out the 1 thumbs down earlier in the sim, and then they just cascaded in. We went from like 1 to 7 in the span of about 15 seconds. Gotta imagine calling out the 15 means we're only going to get more. So
nope.
Next work on that cough.
Nope. I want all of you to turn those frowns upside down, or I guess those, that makes sense in this general context. Flip the thumbs, folks. Let's see it. Let's switch those around and push toward 200 likes with the roughly 500 watching along with us. Appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out here with us. It is a Tuesday.
So Breida right now feeling it. I had that big catch on the first drive. Runs for almost 10 there. Big third down coming up. The Dolphins want to keep their momentum going. And short yard situation could be time for a little Jordan Howard. I believe that is him in the single back there. Heavy on the line. 7 guys up front. Plenty of space. Oh, too easy. It was Breida again. My apologies.
Nick says, how can you dislike the Sim family? I don't get it. And you're right. Here they come. There's a handful
22.
What's up? What's up? Good. I'm glad. What's up with you people? That's not on me. It's on all of you out there who are deciding to, use your thumbs unfavorably. Unkind. We are just here trying to bring you some entertainment on a Tuesday. 1st and 10 from the 27. A minute left, opening quarter, and Breida. Short gain, 2nd and 6. Cole says he's stacking kickers in this one.
Ooh, maybe. There's time, and these are 2 pretty good kickers in the real world. I know Madden doesn't have the same respect for Nick Folk as the real NFL did. As Folk was a bit of a revelation after an uneven 2019 was more or less rock solid for the Patriots in last year's last season. This has been a very Matt Breida drive, just getting the keys, and 3rd and short coming up again. Will he get the call here once more? Will Brian Flores decide to take the quarter break to think about it? First quarter winding down. We are going to get one last play. We'll figure out if the Patriots are going to get the ball back to start the 2nd quarter or if the Dolphins will keep driving. Yeah, Dolphins going to keep this one alive. A quick shot over the middle. And that will do it for the 1st quarter. Patriots 7, Dolphins 7. So far, both offenses looking superb as Cam Newton 77 touchdown. Tua 58 and a touchdown. No incompletions yet in this game. Dolphins are driving near midfield. Koff, what do you think so far?
Well, I think I like Joseph because he says, you convinced me to change my thumbs down to a thumbs up. Well, that's what we like to see. Making that push to 200. GFS Queenie called me out saying, you know better than to tell people to take their dislikes away. You're just asking. You're just asking for more, like you said. Perfection out of the quarterback so far, looking really, really good. Breida, 29 on the ground to Tua's 14. You'll notice the Patriots do not have a single rushing yard as of yet. They did have the quick score. Devin Asiasi with a touchdown, 2 for 43. Jakeem Grant, 2 for 7, a touchdown. Albert Wilson, 2 for 15. Everyone else singular catches, but Bird does have 27, Breida 21.
Yeah, and I want to call out DFS Queenie for throwing in the classic 80s insult butthead to describe all of you who have hit the thumbs down button. But like you don't hear butthead enough. Just
you would think that. I hear it 50 times a day, and here's why. Here's why. I don't know if it was said at school once or what happened. It's because it's not, like you said, that's a throwback. That's not one that gets uttered around here by an adult. But, one of my kids came home with it and said it like the once or twice before I was like, let's dial it back. Unfortunately, the 2-year-old picked right up on it to where he calls everyone butthead at all times. Good night, butthead. Love you, butthead. See you, butthead. What's up, butthead? What are you doing, all the time? Butthead. Constantly. He's incorporating it into nursery rhymes. He sang me Old MacDonald earlier, and it was a butthead there, a butthead there.
All right, so your 2-year-old is amazing, is what I'm hearing here. Just destined for stardom, and possibly a sociopath. But we'll give it.
Oh, it's over the top, man. It is over the top. Garrett says, I'm going home and I'm liking from the iPad. I'm going to double like this thing. Yeah, you are.
Oof. Devontae Parker staying up and getting the yak on that one. Looks like he was going to get pulled down after a modest game. Instead, turns it into about 20 as Devontae 2 for 42 from him. This game is clicking right along. A lot of passing yards in this one.
7-all, about a minute into this second quarter.
It looks like a lovely sunny day in Foxborough. Clough, do you have the lovely sunny day where you are in the Boston area?
Today's nice. Yeah, it's supposed to really warm up over the course of the week too, get into the 50s and 60s. I'm not sure exactly what it is today, but I can tell you just from being out very briefly, it's a lot warmer than the 20s and 30s that we had been dealing with. So we're on our way, man. Snow's melting. Starting to see some grass around here again. Spring is coming, baby.
It hit 61 yesterday up here.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
57 right now. Gonna have some lunch, maybe go out, push the kid around in the stroller, go for a run.
I'm glad you said on the stroller.
Push the kid around in general. She needs to know who the boss is here.
I mean, that's pretty much what I do when I take the kids out in the snow. Just shove them around here and there.
I do, especially if you get the good piles and you just launch them through the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh, another
launching. Albert Wilson on the receiver. That missile at short distance from Tua Tagovailoa. About to be 14-7 Miami.
Look at that. 3 drives, 3 passing touchdowns. A good day to stack up the quarterbacks and a good day to pay down for guys like Wilson and Jakeem Grant, as the Dolphins not fazed by the post-boogeyman defense here in New England. Six minutes to go here in the second quarter. And so we touched on it a little bit, Koff. Trent Brown coming back to New England. What do you think? Do you think this indicates anything for Bill Belichick's offseason team building plans? I mean, I know it came.
I'll tell you what, you start reading the articles that are coming out. This is the beginning of a ton of huge moves. Now you got your protection. Now you got to lock up David Andrews long term and see what you're going to do about Joe Thuney. And here comes the quarterback. I mean, there's all sorts of hype this morning in New England about this Trent Brown acquisition.
Oh, and the nice thing too is they got Brown to restructure his contract, which is good. And B, we haven't really heard the details yet. Even if it is all going on this upcoming season's cap, it's only 11 of a possible 66 plus million. So there's still a lot of spending room. Also, if they incentivize his contract, it does seem like that's the way they're going to do it. All those incentives won't kick in on the team cap until 2022, or the cap's going to be a lot higher. So, I mean, this could be a massive payoff for New England that costs them very little cap space in 2021. It does very little to handcuff them in terms of what they do this offseason. So I'm very excited to see where this leads. We knew kind of from the get-go they weren't going to franchise tag Tooney again. They weren't going to pay $17 million for 1 year of an interior guard, regardless of how good and how important those interior linemen have been. But right now, I mean, dude, I'm just excited. We don't have to deal with a Jermaine Illuminor kind of year at tackle anymore. You don't have to worry about going out and signing a guy off the street to play tackle for you in a clutch situation now that you have Trent Brown in town. I mean, clearly, dude had his best season as a pro in New England, made himself a ton of money, convinced John Gruden to do very John Gruden things. And that's the flip side of this move, Koff. Have you looked back at all those amazing John Gruden signings, all the big ticket items he brought in, and how few of them have actually worked out for him? This is why you don't give a head coach team building control and a 10-year, $100 million contract, because he's going to sign guys for big money.
Ask Texans fans.
Oh, just look at the guys he signed. That first real year when he was really buying in, like the first year was, okay, I'm going to establish things here. We're going to lay low. We're going to trade off Khalil Mack. We're going to rebuild. And then year 2, I'm going to strike. And I'm going to bring in Trenton Brown and Tyrell Williams and LaMarcus Joyner and Vontaze Burfict. And none of them, oh my God, the worst possible signings, all of them terrible. The year after that,
Tyrell could play. He couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah.
I'll at least give him that one. But yeah, I mean, look, there were obviously like you said, the Khalil Mack trade. There were just so many errors in judgment so far on the part of Gruden, and all the while have managed to keep them somewhat competitive too. So you imagine if any of those had actually worked out. I'm glad that circling back to the Patriots here, who have the ball down a touchdown halfway through the second. I'm just glad that we can actually talk extensively about the Patriots here and not just be called Boston homers, because it is a Patriot sim, so we can do this. And the Trent Brown trade, it's a good one. And, bring the guy back to where he became a star. He's huge. He provides protection of, quarterback to be named later. But it's always important to have a competitive offensive line, and when you can, to improve the offensive line and put star power there. Absolutely justifiable. And like you said, from a cap standpoint, it made a whole world of sense. Yeah. But this team still needs help at receiver. This team still needs help at tight end. This team still need, I mean, every day, at least around here, not so much nationally, I'm sure, but here, the fixation is, what are they going to do at quarterback? Adam Schefter was on WEEI in Boston this morning being asked about Jimmy Garoppolo, and every day a new story related to Jimmy Garoppolo. And Schefter finally said, and I'm paraphrasing, well, just keep in mind, would the Pats like a reunion with Garoppolo? Sure. I mean, sounds dandy. But keep in mind the Niners, if they're moving off of Jimmy G, they're going to need to upgrade in their minds at that position. Now, who's that going to be? Are they going to make a deal for a Kirk Cousins? Are they going to make a move for a Sam Darnold? A guy like that. And will that even be considered an upgrade in their minds? I think they like Garoppolo. They like that he wins more often than he loses, but obviously he's made some mistakes. Throws a lot of interceptions. He's been right up there with the league leaders when he's been available, which is another huge part of it. The guy's been accused of being made of glass because he's missed basically 50% of the games since he became a starter there in San Fran, and as we know, faltered in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl a couple years back. That being said, I would absolutely just, maybe it's faith in Bill Belichick and the relationship that those two had, from his previous time in New England. I have faith in that. I would absorb that contract. I would bring in Garoppolo. I'm not going to sit here and get excited about Cam Newton coming back. I'm just not. It's not in me. You want to bring him back to compete with someone for the starting job, fine, I guess, but that still signals to me we don't know who our quarterback is.
Yeah.
So I don't want to see a replay of last year, even a healthy, more established, more comfortable Cam without all of the effects of the pandemic immediately, and obviously a personal bout with COVID, in the immediate rearview mirror or in progress. But I'm not going to get excited about Jarrett Stidham either. Like, get me a quarterback. Bring me a quarterback here that I can at least comfortably say is one of the top 20 in the league. Is that so much to ask? And I know Patriots, haters out there will say, well, you had Tom Brady for 2 decades, so yeah, it is. You're due for misery. And that's fine, I get that too. But give me a quarterback who can at least be competitive. That's what I want, Christian. I like the Trent Brown deal, but give me a quarterback.
Yeah, and I still think that Garoppolo is going to be high on that wish list. Or there's even a chance that maybe they decide to bring Jacoby Brissett back to where it all started. He's going to be a free agent. Like you mentioned, with Garoppolo, the high interception rate, despite the short-range passes, he doesn't throw downfield a ton. A lot of those interceptions are on straight-up misses on shorter routes. As we get to see a really weird Patriots drive there, not only Ozzie unable to extend the ball to the line of game, but Newton out of, coming behind center in a situation where Tom Brady absolutely would have just fallen forward and picked up a yard because there was no one over center. Hands off, and Michelle gets stopped, what looked like after getting the line to gain, but a turnover on downs for the Patriots there, and their defense going to have to come up with a big stop here. The thing about Garoppolo, it's not just that the Niners need an upgrade. They need an upgrade without – that isn't going to take up the same amount of cap space Garoppolo did. They need someone who's cheaper. So I think they're willing to sacrifice a dip in quality for a decrease in pay, which is why a guy like Darnold would make a lot of sense for them. He's cheap this year. Obviously, the 5th year of his rookie contract is his pay would go way up, but that's only guaranteed in case of injury. They can get away from that without owing him any money in 2022, if that's the case. And bringing a guy like Darnold would save them up enough space to go out there, bring back Trent Williams. They have a lot of free agents they need to address this offseason. They're losing a lot of players, or they stand to lose a lot of players, rather. So Garoppolo, they would like to keep him around, I'm sure. And John Lynch is saying all the right things. And he's saying, we don't need a new quarterback. We need a backup quarterback. I don't think you're going to find a guy within that tight window of worse than Jimmy Garoppolo and better than Nick Mullins for cheap. And I think if you're looking at that sliding scale of good but inexpensive, and the value of that versus good but moderately well paid where Jimmy is right now, I think they will downgrade a bit at quarterback in order to pump up their team elsewhere. As the Patriots getting a chance to maybe strike back here. Minute left to play, 3rd and 7 coming up. So if they don't pick up 3rd down here, they're going to pump the ball right back to the Dolphins, who have 3 timeouts. Ozzie, 4 catches, 50-plus yards and a touchdown. So he's having himself a pretty good day thus far.
I see a little bit of a debate in the chat between, just on the subject of Cam Newton, and Jared, our guy, says, and I'm just going to take his word for it. I haven't pulled up his stats. He says Cam's completion percentage last year was the 2nd highest of his career. Fine. Jared, I mean, as a Patriots fan, you watch the games. Cam was terrible last year, and I'm not putting that singularly on Cam Newton. I mean, a lot of it is,
the 3rd time in this half.
He can't, dude can't throw the ball anymore, it looks like. Obviously, he ran for double-digit touchdowns, but, you want to say, as he did during that recent podcast with, some of his NFL peers there, Brandon Marshall's podcast, the I Am Athlete, talking about the confidence he would have going into another year with New England, with an offseason, with a mini camp, a training camp, with a preseason, a traditional offseason that he didn't experience last year, and no bout with COVID. Sure, I absolutely think he would be better. I'll subscribe to that. I still don't think he's good enough to be an answer, to be a guy that is going to get you into the postseason, especially in a very improved AFC East. I mean, that's a reality, folks. Like, the Jets could have Deshaun Watson. I'm not a believer that's going to happen, but it's absolutely still in play. And, Tua. I mean, Deshaun could go to Miami. Either, it depends how you feel about Tua, obviously, and whether you're a believer in him. But either way, Miami is on the rise. We know what Josh Allen and the Bills obviously are capable of. This is the Patriots need to get a guy in there. The quarterback is, regardless of what Kenny Ducey will tell you, the quarterback is the most important position in the NFL. The Patriots need to get a guy in there who you can actually feel comfortable with, and as well-liked and as hard worker and as a great leader and role model and all of these things that Cam Newton is, all true, he just doesn't seem to be very good at football anymore.
I would like to see him with an upgraded receiving core, see what he can do. But yeah, he was a problem last year. I don't think there's any way around that. I don't think if you were watching the games, you were like, oh man, Cam Newton is doing it here. He's proven us wrong. No, he just wasn't the explosive kind of guy the Patriots needed him to be. He wasn't, his completion rate was up because he wasn't taking those deep shots downfield that he took all the time with the Panthers. You could deal with Cam only completing 58% of his passes in Carolina because so many of them were so dang explosive. He led the league in yards per catch in a season in which he only completed 57% of his passes because he was airing the ball out, taking those risks. And I think that's what the Patriots hoped they were getting, but they just didn't have the personnel to make that come to life. The best deep threat they had on that team was Demir Byrd. And I think you can unlock a better version of Cam Newton. And maybe there were things that affected him more than we really were able to see as Patriots going to set up a 38-yard Nick Folk field goal here with about 2 seconds to play. I would like to see Cam get another chance somewhere. I don't know if it'll be New England. I think if he's looking for places to sign and he's only going to get the minimum no matter where he goes, I think he might be best served off New Orleans. Saints
really
to swap him in and out with Taysom Hill as necessary. They have a very similar kind of skill set. I think that just makes a lot of sense, especially if he wants to keep checking down like he did last year in New England, doesn't want to throw deep as much. That's what the Saints are built around. And he's going to have a pretty good opportunity. If you don't think Taysom Hill is the guy in New Orleans, I don't think he is, he's going to get the opportunity to show out there, get more chances to take snaps, start games in New Orleans with the Saints than almost anywhere else, although we've got to see how this quarterback carousel really does shake out.
So Cam, 135 passing. He is your leading quarterback at the moment, barely. Breida, 8 for 29. So that your leading rusher, unimpressive rushing numbers to this point, both sides. Sony Michel has 18 on his own. You've got in this 4-point lead here for Miami, 14-10 through 2 quarters. We will look at the receiving numbers as well, as we had Dean say, I love listening to Koff have a whole conversation by himself. LOL. Diggs here is looking for me to shut up, I think, if I read that right in the chat. Ossie, 5 for 65, a touchdown. Wilson, 3 for 22, a score. 3 for 46 for Parker. Grant, 3 for 19. That value play, he's got a touchdown, more than paying off his salary. And, we're pacing anyway toward a nice offensive output in this sim. I like where we're at right now for the most part.
Yeah, a couple stallouts there in the second quarter. The Patriots botching things on 4th and short. The Dolphins having to punt it right back to them and giving up a field goal. The classic clock management that we've come to expect. A whole bunch of guys not really showing up the way that we'd hoped in this one. Mike Gesicki, 1 catch, 8 yards. James White, who normally can give you some PPR value, despite the fact he doesn't get many carries, only 1 for 7. And Koff, last night I had to watch it because it was on. I was like flipping through the channels, and James White showcase, because he's going to be it was NFL Network replaying Super Bowl 51, Patriots, Falcons. The James White, how did he not win?
I was just about to say, like, is it weird that it still bothers me because it's such a meaningless thing for a fan, for a player, sure, but for a fan, who cares? But it still bugs me that James White wasn't the MVP of that game.
They scored 4 touchdowns that game. White had 3 of them, including the game winner and the one that tied up the game.
Yeah, the huge 2-point conversion.
Oh my God, he was so good. Yeah, dude came alive he scored 20 points on his own. And like I get it. Like I get why you would give it to Brady because he set all sorts of passing records that game. But Brady was also kind of the reason why they were down 23. So I don't know.
He was so good. He was just so good in that game. That really was, as you put it, that was the showcase. That was the career game that you're showing your grandkids and future generations if you're James White.
I love it so much. It's so wonderful.
Taking a quick look with the stats updated at our Madden Matinee, the You Want a Boston Focus Sim? I'll give you a Boston Focus Sim free roll. I'm sitting 59th. Not great out of the 183, but I guess not horrid. You got BB Craig in front by about 1.5 points over Lillian's dad 08. Nice username. I like that. The leading lineup has Grant in the captain spot, Newton, Tua, Breida, Parker, and Asiasi. Where are you at, Train Island?
You know what? I was doing pretty well earlier. I'm in 12th place right now with Cam Newton in the captain spot, Tua, Asiasi, and Jakeem Grant making up for the very little I'm getting from Sony Michel and N'Keal Harry.
Appreciate all you folks hanging out here with us. Anything that you would like to touch on, NFL or otherwise, we're here for you.
Drop it in,
Got
man.
you for a full half to go. Lisa says Newton needs to quit worrying about the show and start playing football. You know, I get it, Lisa, and I mean a lot of people get consumed in you know the outfits and what's he going to wear to the podium and entering the stadium and all that stuff. All the fashion and the image of Cam. But look, if there's one thing, and maybe I was guilty of that at one point in time too when he was in Carolina, but watching him closely in New England last year really was a lesson in like this guy's legit when it comes to he's a hard worker. First one in, last one out kind of guy. He busts his arse. There's no I really don't think fashion and image and all that stuff are more important to Cam Newton than football. I really don't. I believe the guy wants to win. He tries his damnedest to do so. I just don't think there's really anything left in the tank. And to Christian's point,
there's that
touchdown here by Gesicki.
So after the interception, right as we are talking trash about him, Tua, they don't waste the opportunity, and Gesicki rumbles into the end zone from 44 yards out.
Yeah, all I was going to say to finish that point is and Christian said it earlier, I don't think Cam had part of that failure last year was certainly on Cam and maybe the way the coaching staff used him, but he also had very little around him.
Absolutely, yeah. That was part of why Tom Brady was okay with leaving. It was a bad scene in New England. There was just not a lot of help, not a lot of talent, and obviously the opt-outs didn't help things. Not having a guy like Marcus Cannon in the lineup is a problem. Even losing out on Marquise Lee, as stupid as that sounds, that was like one of the few moves the Patriots made to upgrade that receiving core, and he didn't play.
Our guy Eric Winalda showing up in the chat. Been a while since he's been hanging out. Obviously just finished binging Ted Lasso and has decided to come up for air. 21-10 Miami, minute gone by, third quarter after that latest touchdown. Tater Hater says tough to defend a guy as he throws an interception. I know.
Just tremendous timing on that part. Just outplayed thoroughly by Tua on that exchange. But hey, it happens. Yeah. So Gesicki, clearly one of the more liked guys here because that one touchdown pass just knocked me way the hell out of the running in the free roll, down from 12th to 31st.
I moved down to 90th. So you got a better chance at redemption here in the second half. Mike says, what's up, Koff? Christian got a day off from work and both kids are napping, so bet a couple bucks and winning 25 right now.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Keep it up.
We love hearing about you guys winning money in this and winning money anywhere. Big fan.
Bring us those success stories. We're in.
Let us know if you get to go to Sizzler based on one of these sims. That's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Or Ponderosa Steakhouse. Remember Ponderosa Steakhouse? turned into like a salad bar place, but like they had really good wings. They all you could eat. Like, yeah, you get the steam tray of wings, but they were nice and peppery. Like, they weren't buffalo wings; they were just really well seasoned. They're solid.
See, I don't know what's on the horizon for dinner in a few hours, but now I want wings.
Yeah.
I pretty much always want wings, but you've now reminded me.
That's one of the things Wisconsin doesn't do that well. Like, not a lot of really good wing places out here in Madison, but there's one spot I haven't been to in like a year due to the shutdown and due to the fact that they run a super clean kitchen. It's a wonderful, like, local bar, but also has a lot of people who aren't great about mask mandates. So I haven't been there in like a year, but like as soon as I get the double jabs, I'm gonna make sure I go. The best, like, plain seasoned wings, like not buffalo, not dipped in anything.
Yeah.
Just straight up crispy breading, pepper, little Cajun to them. Oh my God. It's like $5 for 8 wings. Perfect. And they're
Megan
all.
says my older brother was in a Ponderosa commercial when he was like 8 years old.
Sounds like that. Yeah. We called it Ponderosa. Never eaten there.
I like this from Tater Hater. You get every day off work when you're fun employed. Suppose that is true.
Every day is just a different adventure.
A like from 200 here on the Dream Stream on the YouTube, and some fun new stuff coming your way.
Yeah.
After this sim as well, that if you haven't heard, happy to tell you. We will have our new PGA Tour pre-walk show with Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. It's a lot like the NBA pre-lock that you've come to know and love that has been featured later on in the day on the Dream Stream. It's going to be golf pre-lock, getting you set for the Players' Championship, which of course begins on Thursday. So that'll be fun. That'll be between sims coming up after this one before the early bird special. So it's live. Get your questions in. Start to brainstorm. You've got some time. You've been forewarned. And enjoy the show.
Cam responding after that interception, hits N'Keal Harry there to set up 1st and goal from the 10. So got the maximum distance possible to reach the end zone in a 1st and goal situation, but does give him a little more space. And, Ozzy very nearly made it a 2-tutty game. Instead, stopped just shy. Could be Sony Michel time right up the gut, although that failed spectacularly on 4th and inches in the second quarter.
2nd and goal from the 2 on the way. 3 minutes left here, 3rd quarter.
Although it could be a vulture time. It is Dalton Keene. Oh no, Matt Lacoste.
Just as absurd.
Now that is a vulture. 1K, the cheapest guy you could have rostered. He has one sim in which he scored points, and it just like this, a touchdown catch. Patriots going to go for 2, see if they can't turn this back into a 3-point beating. A hold. I wonder if that will... That's not going to be possible. Yeah, Tooney.
All right, try again.
Again, this time from the 12 instead of just kicking from the 43-yard extra point. Okay, this is going
to pass it this time. The aforementioned James White and only gets to about the 5. Awesome. Probably should have just taken the kick at that point, huh?
Stupid. That's what you get when you get Kirkland brand Bill Belichick on the sideline.
If I'm not mistaken, and I say this through my own kids playing Madden and starting one of them anyway, a Patriots franchise, I believe that not Bill Belichick, as we've come to call him here in these sims, is actually named it's like Gord Murphy, something like that.
Gord Murphy?
Yeah, I believe that's his name, is Gord Murphy.
He is playing CFL rules because that is the most Canadian name you could have come up with. Instead, I guess you could have made it like Gord Lafleur. Gord Poutine. Gord Moosen. I don't know. At any rate, that is an extremely Canadian-sounding name, which makes me feel like old Gord Murphy is playing on a 110-yard field.
Jim says, Illini for life, Matt Lacoste. Dougie says, vultures happening so often these days, you love to see it. A couple people writing the caw after the vulture. Silly Sally wants to play, says, Christian, you're making me laugh because I'm on a diet. My lunch consisted of 2 celery sticks.
Oh, Silly Sally, man.
Griffin Murphy. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, it's great. It's not Gord. I was close. Griffin Murphy.
I like Gord Murphy so much better.
Yeah, let's just call him that.
Griffin Murphy is a hipster name. Let's make him Canadian instead of hipster.
Guy LaFleur, says Boston Joe. Griffin Murphy. There you go, Jeff.
Griffin Murphy is a guy who tries to sell you a vape pen out of the back of his car. He's got mutton chops. He's wearing flannel and suspenders. Griffin Murphy is not to be trusted. Gord Murphy, however, will never let you down. He'll drive you to the airport in the middle of a snowstorm. Gord Murphy knows exactly how much gravy to put on his poutine.
Hop in, eh? I'll get you there in no time. That snow, don't worry about that. I just put the chains on the wheels.
Yeah, oh my God. You wouldn't believe how bad it's coming down out there, but old Gord Murphy, he'll get you there. Get you out to Saskatoon, no problem. Ooh, Patriots defense again.
Mads points out, speaking of Canada, remember, Moose is coming along next, along with Sweet Tea.
That's right.
The only place where Canada and Hawaii intersect. PGA Golf Live. Jeff Ulrich and Reed T.
Mike Sunken, nothing more Canadian than a Donair. Yeah, dude, I missed. Oh man, like there are some cultures that do their drunk foods right. Like over in Europe, and you can get good doner kebab, like always outstanding after a few beers. Donair in Canada and poutine, like anything just rich and hearty and filling and cheap. Oh, perfect.
Boston Joe, I probably said Guy LaFleur. Guy LaFleur. Thank you, Boston Joe. First and 10 from the 2. Safety range here. Not that I'm ever rooting for the Patriots to fall victim to a safety, but I do like the safety dance. Not going to matter here. 8-yard pickup by Sony Michel.
Well, hold on. 10 yards, not quite out of safety range yet, although Cam Newton does have the awareness not to do the zombie shuffle backward into his own end zone, at least in theory. That's much more of a Jared Goff, Mitch Trubisky, Matthew Stafford kind of thing.
Robbie Noble says, hey, Madison. Again, producer Mads, undercover boss Tom, Jordan, Frangelico. Robbie Mads says hi. And just like that, I was transported back to middle school. Third and inches.
Down coming here. Again, Newton could have just crashed forward and picked up the first instead. This time we get Dalton.
Guy Dalton Keene.
So now all 3 Patriot tight ends on the board for at least 2+ points. So a great day if you stacked up all 3 New England tight ends like a lunatic would.
I swear, I'm like waiting for the comment to come through on the chat from Robbie. Coff, you think Mads wants to hang out? I don't know, man. I'll ask her. First and 10 from 5. Yeah, Matt says, circle yes or no.
All right, once we get down, the play clock down to 25 seconds. The clock will run despite the out-of-bounds play there. And that should take us through the end of the third quarter. Patriots down 5, but maybe planting the seeds of a drive. Are they going to get the playoff here? Are we going to get a? Yes.
Got it. Final play.
And Cam was not intending to hit Ozzy, but instead doinked one right off his face thanks to the double crossing routes. What a impressively stupid play there from Gord Murphy, offensive genius. Cam Newton, 194, 2 touchdowns, but he does have an interception. Tua, nearly perfect when it comes to passer rating, 146.8, about 10 points off the perfect passer rating. On the ground, Michelle, 49 yards, Breida, 31, James White, 3 carries, 20 yards, and that's about it. So no one trending towards the bonus on the ground. Through the air, we might have a few candidates here, though. We've seen some very good passing in the middle of some very stupid plays, Koff.
Receiver numbers, Ossie is at least in the vicinity, 6 for 73. Got to get him to that bonus. 27 yards away. 50 for Parker, 39 for Harry, 55 for Gesicki. Touchdowns for Asiasi, Wilson, Gesicki, and Granton. Have you heard about postroute.substack.com, where you can read about a whole bunch? It's not just football. This is a budding empire that you have on your hands here with Christian DeAndrea among some of his former SB Nation colleagues, bringing you a newsletter. I'm gonna need to incorporate a read, I think, into these sims when I'm advertising this.
Yeah, I can write it out for you. Make sure you call us all brilliant and me handsome.
Naturally.
But yeah, no, tomorrow we're going to have a little rundown on Dak Prescott. On Friday, I'm going to bring you a breakdown of some seltzer taste tests. If you are so inclined, if you perhaps feel like there are no laws while you're drinking claws, that could be the newsletter for you. And you can sign up for free at postroute.substack.com. We hit you with three free newsletters per week.
I did like Jerma pointing out that originally it was upside down.
Oh, of course. I do that a lot, man. It's endearing.
Jason says, glad I could read upside down.
Yeah.
Taterheader says he misses the old billboard.
Oh, it still exists. It's still around, man. It is.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Where you think it's going to get moved off that desk? You think that desk ever gets cleaned? This is the workstation right here.
Exactly. You don't just get rid of a Hall of Fame level tchotchke like the original Post Route billboard.
Tater Hater says Post Route sold out. Patriots down by 5 and with the ball. Start of the fourth quarter here. It's 4th and 13 though, so after a white catch, I think they'll probably be getting rid of it. I respect this username. It's subscribe at postroute.substack.com, aka Cena472.
Our guy.
Love that.
Yeah.
Bunts away, Miami gets it back. Not much of a return.
You know, one of the Sim fan members I can count on, not only to plug the Post Route, to be completely underwhelmed by the finish to the last AEW pay-per-view, which just tremendous unintentional comedy at the end of that show. I don't know if you heard about it or you saw us talking about it, but the exploding ring barbed wire death match finished off with like $7 of roadside sparklers going off while two men cuddled in the middle of the ring. When it was supposed to be a heroic act of sacrifice, turned out to be
it was anything but.
It was just one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of this short existence of AEW. And I love AEW, but this was absolutely hilarious in the worst possible way for me.
We get ourselves to 250 likes. We're up over 200. We've got the fourth quarter, much of it still to go. So smash that like button. More than 500 people watching along here just on YouTube. Appreciate you. Again, with Mads and Tom and Jordan, Frangelico, everybody. Of course, he's Christian. I'm Adam. And you have got a lot coming up over the course of the stream day. Continues after this with a first look at the Players Championship, a live PGA show with Reed and Jeff. You'll be able to get your questions in between stims. They can help you set those lineups nice and early. And then after this, it'll be Eagles-Broncos coming up, 4 o'clock Eastern, a little more than an hour from now. The early bird special. I'll be with Zach Thompson for that. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey together for Seahawks Saints at 6. Can only imagine how much Kenny's mom is going to continue to come up during these sims. Kenny will be around with Brandon Kristoff, the Panthers and Jets at 8 prime time, and then BK stays with BG. Brendan and Brandon, Bucks and Raiders, Madden After Dark.
Ooh, 2-0 big on third. Oh, wow.
Inside the 10 to the 7.
So 3rd and long, and there it is, Devontae Parker, wide receiver 1, doing wide receiver 1 things. 1st and goal coming up now for the Dolphins. A chance to kind of sort of put this one away with about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Here's the handoff, run up the middle. Matt Breida, does he get there? He does. Touchdown, Miami.
The only bad thing about that drive is it maybe took a little bit too little time off the clock. because now the Patriots going to get about 6 minutes to overcome what's about to be a 12-point lead. See if they can put anything together here in the final 5:44.
First touchdown of the day from Matt Breida, who was owned about 70% of lineups. So a lot of people, including me, banking on that. 12-point lead now after the Jason Sanders extra point. Patriots will get the ball back. So amazingly, even after that touchdown, I managed to drop from 80th to 93rd. BB Craig hanging out in front here by 1 point in our small 183 entry free roll.
I had been doing so well, but that Breida touchdown knocked me down to 33rd. But you know what? Still top 6th of all the lineups out there. And I got all sorts of Patriots stacked up. I feel like I can crack top 25 in this one, Call.
All right, rooting for you. Who else do we have? Any of our production crew and others that may be part of this contest? That's the thing that's fun to see, is a lot of the time members of our commentator and production and game ops community will jump in and create lineups even when they are not themselves working on a given sim. Always fun to see. But let's see, this one looks like it maybe a little thin. We got Tate, our guy Cobra K is 111th. Frangelico 119. He'd probably prefer I didn't bring attention to that. 25th for Tom, undercover boss Tom, hanging out top 25.
Very nice.
Lindenbaum down in 175. I just felt like highlighting that. I can't imagine why.
Frangelico with the frowny face emoji in the chat.
It's okay. 5.5 to go, folks. We've all got time to rebound just a little bit. Reeties, did you know, says, all of a sudden Breida's the thing. Germain, good for classic, terrible for showdown. That ball's caught out to the 43. So Cam up over 200 passing, and
good news for Asiasi.
Asiasi, 91.
Yeah, one more catch this drive should just about do it. He's had a pretty healthy day, and he can make things a little bit better. He can carry Cam Newton over the finish line and maybe get the Patriots back in this one.
CEH screaming what so many fans did in real life last year. Cam, do something.
Do we get more Asiasi there? No, Dalton Keene back on the board. So again, a great day for that three-headed Patriots tight end stack somehow.
It's a weird thing.
It really is.
Jeffrey says, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. 2nd and 5 from midfield. Quick release there for Cam. Should be good enough for a first. Close to it anyway. Yep, he got it. 1st and 10 from the 47.
So Harry not having a bad day, not quite into double digits yet, but that gets him up around 9.5, which is kind of what we've expected from him lately, averaging 10-4 coming into this one, and might get a few more targets here as the Patriots try to will their way back into this one. Oh boy, Cam, do something, buddy. Oh. Ooh, looks like he could have run for about 6 or 7. Instead, tries to hit an open Harry downfield and just could not put that one on target. So a frustrating play there if you have Newton and Harry stacked up. But hey, still plenty of time in this one for the Patriots to load up on garbage points for your lineup.
2nd and 10 into traffic and at the ground.
Yeah, never. I mean, it was a good thing that pass was poorly thrown, because that might have been an interception the way the coverage looked on that one.
Jeffrey says, need some Edelman. Yeah, he has not really been a thing today. 2 for 11 so far. Newton, 3rd and 10, like a statue in the pocket. Now passes to the right, completed. Out to
so
the
Harry,
3, and good for a first.
Yeah.
Nikhil Harry?
It was indeed, I believe it was. So he is up 6 catches for him now. as he continues to plug away. Not a great day, but a good one for him. And Patriots into field goal range. Not that it matters. They are down by 12, and there are no 9-point touchdowns. Not a rouge to be scored either.
What do you think this is, MTV Rockin' Jock?
And, well, you never know what Gord Murphy's thinking on the sideline. Sometimes you got to explain the rules of American football to the guy.
Gord, there's like 4 feet of snow out here. Oh, that's all?
Yeah, that's fine.
Up with the car, I'll get you there in a hurry, eh?
Yeah, I got a nice warm toque. Shouldn't be a problem.
1st and 10 from the 23. Patriots down a dozen, but we're looking for garbage points here, folks.
Speaking
that ball completed to the 11. More momentum for Harry.
Yeah, exactly. It's been him and Dalton Keene on this drive, just like we all expected. So Devin Asiasi got up to 91 receiving yards and now has fallen off the wish list. Maybe the Dolphins are paying a little bit more attention to him, but he's been supplanted in the receiving tree by Dalton Keene. Let's see if that one stands up or well, it takes a bad sack there. It's likely going to take us the 2-minute warning. But hey, good news if you got that Patriots stack, because that just means you got like 8 more yards to gain on this drive.
Lillian's dad 08 in front by about 2 points in our small free roll.
Lillian's going to be excited.
Yeah. You're never going to believe this. Tater Hater appreciates the Rock and Jock reference. Those were the days, Tater Hater.
Yeah, they were.
Remember those games?
Rock and Jock. Softball, basketball, football.
I don't think they ever had a football, or if they did, I just don't.
They did. Like, I remember Deion Sanders catching a pass in the stands at one point. They're like, sure, count it. Rock and Jock.
I definitely remember the softball and basketball. Those were epic, man. With just such, I mean, now, like, D- list celebrities. But at the time, I mean, solid B's and C's out there.
Yeah. We got to see a young Prince Fielder, 10 years old.
In the world.
Meanwhile, Cam absolutely blanks someone back in the end zone. Might have been Bird. At any rate, 4th and 8 coming up for the Patriots. Gord Murphy not happy. Not happy that he can't find a proper ketchup-flavored crisp down here in the States. Everything he calls bacon is some kind of crispy red thing instead of a circular slice of ham. He's pissed about that. And Cam pissed about not getting another touchdown throw.
Well, so now I don't only want wings, I want bacon. Not together, that would be weird, but I want it.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
Might not be awful.
All right, Breida going to get the call a bunch here. Patriots going to expend those timeouts, see if they can't get one more garbage time drive here. Minute 25 to go. New England down by a dozen. They are not going to win this game, but could continue a decent game for Cam Newton. I mean, he's had 266 passing yards. If he can get 300 and another touchdown out of this, he'll have himself a solid performance. Otherwise, it'll be a rough one as the Patriots seemingly baffled by the Dolphins' decision to run the ball, not stacking the box, and paying for it. 3rd and short coming up. Dolphins can run it here, can make the Patriots burn that last time out, or they can decide to pass it, and the way 2 has been clicking might not be a terrible idea.
3rd and 3 from the 16 coming, about 80 seconds left. Patriots trying to at least make this look respectable.
Big gap up the front. It's a 1st down. That'll do it for this game. Should get kneel down, handoff, kneel down if past results are any indication. Minute 18 left. Patriots cannot stop the clock. A 1st down for the Dolphins, who are going to win this one 28-16.
Reed Tease, did you know? Bird used to be the word. The bird. Bird was the word.
Going to cost all his owners out there -0.1 and -0.1 again. This is the play here, Koff. We see it all the time. Kneel down, run up the middle for whatever reason, kneel down. So if you are hoping for a we're going to get a second kneel down in a row? I guess it's because this can be the last play of the game. Okay, I get it. they won't have to snap it again here. So that will do it for this one in New England. The fans in Foxborough will not be happily singing along to any outfield songs. They'll be returning to their cars, walking through Patriot Place, going to the former Toby Keith's I Love This Bar. I don't even know what it is now. It wasn't great when it was Toby Keith's I Love This Bar, which turned out to be a big pyramid scheme anyway. They all went bankrupt. It was all poorly managed. Imagine Toby Keith not being able to understand the ins and outs of the restaurant business. Shocking, I know. But
you really brought that home in a very localized fashion between the outfield and Patriot Place. And I respect it. That was good.
I feel like the people out there were not getting the true Homer vibe that we can really bring to a Gillette Stadium. So we brought it back home. 232, 3 passing touchdowns for him. Cam Newton, 266 and 2 for him. He also had an interception. He also played terrible football down the stretch there when he could have given you the garbage points you needed to crash into the top 10, or for me to crash in the top 10 at least. Currently sitting 15th in our 183-person free roll, and that makes me a sad panda. On the ground, Breida did come alive towards the end, 60 and a touchdown for him. Sony Michel, 49, and he did have he had 1 catch for 12 yards. So not a great performance from a guy who does a lot better here in Simland than he does in the real world. Through the air, we had a few decent performances. Devin Asiasi stopped short of the bonus at 91 receiving yards. N'Keal Harry, 8 for 81, turned out to be a solid day from him. And Devontae Parker did hit the bonus. The only bonus of the day goes to the wide receiver 1 for Miami. Parker, 5 for 107, including that huge deep ball grab on 3rd and 11. So not a bad day at all for him. And not a bad day to be stacked up. Dalton Keene, almost 6 points. Great punt play there. Matt Lacoste, 7.2. at 1K salary because he showed up out of nowhere in that big jumbo package, tight end 3 getting in the end zone, and having a much better day than, let's say, Damiere Byrd, 1 catch for 27 yards. James White, 3 catches, 4 yards. Oh, weird day.
So where are you going to go for your Krusty Koff player of the game here in this one?
You know what? Let's give it to Devontae Parker. You know, he hit the bonus. He had those big receiving yards. He didn't have a touchdown, but a pretty solid day from him.
Maybe sort of really not my kid award?
I'm trying to think. I mean, there weren't a lot of guys who really didn't show up. Even Gesicki after that nothing first half did wind up getting there.
Bird was pretty bad.
I think Damiere is going to have to be the guy. I think the Bird is, in fact, the word. I got to steal one from Reed T's Did You Know over on the Twitch stream. So, let's give it to Damiere. And if he showed up, maybe we get a little bit better game, a little bit more competitive game instead. We get a 12-point win for the Dolphins in New England. And what was an okay but not great.
Well, there's much more to come on this Dream Stream Day. As mentioned, you will have another 4 sims coming at you. Starting a little less than an hour from now, I will be with Zach Thompson for the Eagles and Broncos, the early bird special at 4 Eastern. Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey for Seahawks Saints at 6. That is, of course, the happy hour sim. Primetime, Kenny and Brandon Cristal together for the Panthers and Jets. And then Madden After Dark at 10, Bucks and Raiders, Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. That's Brendan and Brandon together again. Should be a fun time. Christian will be back for the first 2 tomorrow with Glash. So same spot for him. I will be around for the 4 and 6 with Jeff Ulrich. And speaking of Moose, you know, just a newness of this particular Dream Stream that we have to tell you about here. The angst, the rush, the desire to march on in for the PGA Tour pre-lock show that is coming your way here in the Dream Stream, a live program with Jeff Ulrich and Reed T. Fowler to answer your questions, getting you ready for the Players' Championship. They come on in, they turn on their cameras, make everything all tech wonky and make us look like we're a couple of Wilsons from Home Improvement. Nevertheless, they are excited to jump on in and provide you any and all insight that they can. And as Jeff tells you in the chat, smash the like. You should do it. So with that, Christian, it's been a pleasure, my friend.
Always fine to be with you on a lovely afternoon. I'll see you later in the week, I'm sure. And I'll see everyone else
bright and early tomorrow.
Remember, guys, postroute.substack.com. Make sure you find my man there. I'll be back in a little while. We are going to step aside and let the guys take over with a little golf talk. Again, it's the PGA Tour Pre-Lock Live show coming your way right here on the Dream Stream. Get your questions in.
Well, I guess we're just going right into it, huh, Jeff?
All right, we're live. Yeah, I mean, I was just hoping that Kaufman was done talking. He did say one thing correctly, Reed. Smash the like, not for Kaufman. You can smash it for Christian, but for Reed and I, because we're here now, and we're gonna be talking golf, folks. So bring the players' questions and all that jazz, and I'm excited, Reed. This is good.
So look, this is our first show, Jeff. So there are going to be some kinks that we have to iron out.
No, there won't.
Right now, look, if you go over to the Twitch stream, the cameras are a little off right now, but we'll get them back up and running. And look, for this show, what we really wanted to do, right, is to bring it to you, bring it to the fans, especially to answer questions. Usually you see Q&As out there right now. Mail does one. Our friend Rick Gaiman does one, Rick Run Good, on Wednesdays. But here we wanted to bring it to you just maybe a day earlier so you guys can ask those questions before lineups and before the tournament starts on Thursday. What I wanted to do first, while you guys load up all those questions, whether it's on DraftKings, the Twitch channel, whether it's on YouTube, which I'm seeing all the questions coming through right now, is I want to run through a couple of things that we usually don't hear, Jeff, on a lot of the content out there. You and I and Mayo and everyone who works in this industry has a course preview that usually comes out on Monday, where a lot of us cover, I would say, the same stuff, right? The course layout, the grass type, the yardage, the key statistics, so on and so forth. But what I want to do with you right now is figure out one thing that you think is important that no one is talking about. So, for instance, right, not about key statistics, not about any of that nature, but one thing that someone isn't talking about, and the thing that I noticed, and I'll start right to kind of get the juices flowing here. One thing that I noticed, and I'll get to the grass type in a little bit because I had a back and forth on Twitter yesterday with someone. I know, like I'll get to that in a little bit. But one thing that I noticed is, and some people are talking about it, but maybe not as much, is that course experience here is extremely important, right? Course history, not so much, meaning, and there's a big difference in my opinion. Course history, doing well at a certain course, right? Maybe a certain type of, on the West Coast, East Coast, whether it be Bermuda, like a Sanjay Dunn in Florida, John Rahm, in San Diego, Xander Schauffele, so on POA. But one thing here that we see is guys who tend to play this tournament a lot, even if they missed the cut the year previous, or 2 years previous, or 3 in a row, they tend to play well here. You look at Roy McIlroy, Webb Simpson. There's a handful of guys, Martin Keimer, Jason Day, Ricky Fowler. A lot of these guys had maybe 6 or 7 or 10 tournaments under their belt with a few missed cuts already under their belt, and then they end up winning. So I think that's really important, that I'm not worried about how well guys played. And there's exceptions to the rule, right? With guys like Siwoo and Adam Scott, I think, won in his third event here. Hal Sutton, Craig Perks, guys who won in their debut.
Sure.
But I think experience plays a big deal here.
It's a weird tournament because there's a lot of variability. Like I was talking about this earlier in the week. When guys play bad here, they don't just finish T30 like the top players. They miss the cut, right? So a lot of the top players have missed cuts and stuff on their record. And you're right. Like a couple of missed cuts shouldn't put you off a guy here. I think you're right, though, in saying you do want the experience. And a guy like Paul Casey is a great example. He's got some terrible results here, but he's also got 2 top 25s, a top 10. I'm not going to count Paul Casey's 2 missed cuts in a row against them here because the players, TPC Sawgrass, it's a shorter course, lots of water. It just brings that variability. It brings a ton. It brings all the different styles into play here. We still guys like Webb Simpson win. It's not a bomber central course. I think any style player can win here on the right week. So I agree 100%. I think course experience over history. I think that's a really good point. My point would be, more of a pricing thing when you're making your DraftKings lineups because of that volatility. I think a lot of people are just going to pay down this week. It's a little bit softer pricing. The top players are a lot cheaper. And I think because of that, you're going to see the lower ownership actually for once go on the really expensive players, Rory, Dustin, John Rahm. I don't think any of those guys are going to be uber chalk this week. It's just more of a how lineups are going to get constructed. You got to kind of think of it. Most people are just going to be looking at, well, it's TPC Sawgrass. There's a lot of variabilities. Let's go with a balanced approach. These guys are all really close in skill level anyways. And I think you'll get lower ownership on guys like Dustin, Rahm, and Rory. And we can talk about who I like the best out of those guys later. But that's kind of my big takeaway for the week, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think that's really important. I think Paul Casey is right there. He was someone that I wrote up in my article as well on the DraftKings on DK Nation. Speaking of which, check out Jeff's cheat sheet over there at DK Nation. My course preview mail stuff is out there as well. Let's throw up the odds right now because I want to see what you think about what we're looking at for this week's Players Championship at TPC Sawgrass. We know you mentioned Dustin Johnson, right? Dustin Johnson is coming in at 12-1. John Rahm 15-1. Morikawa finally getting some respect in the betting markets at 20 or at plus 2,000. Bryson is also there. Rory McIlroy is plus 1,600. And Xander Schauffele, probably where, I still think he's always overpriced, but probably better that guys like Morikawa are now equal with a guy like Xander. When looking here, and I think Bryson, maybe more on the DraftKings side because Bryson came out early, and Bryson, I believe, $10,000. From this right here, right, because our defending champion from 2019, because 2020 was canceled after round one, is Rory McIlroy. Where are you leaning at the top? Because a lot of questions are coming in too about at the top here, who do we play?
Yeah. And guys, we will get to the questions. So just keep throwing them out. Like I said, we're just going to do like a basic run through of a couple things, but we'll do lots of questions. There's lots of time for it. So if we miss it, throw it up again. I'm keeping track of it. Reed's keeping track of it.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Like Bryson to me, 9,700 on DK, but second in the odds. It's a big discrepancy, right? All these guys above him in price. It's going to lead to, I think people are going to play Bryson. You could definitely make the argument if there's ever an argument like, well, this is a finicky kind of course. If Bryson starts to get a little wayward, too aggressive with his driver, like an 8 could come into play. I just don't think people really care at that DraftKings price for betting markets. Yeah, I'm not going to bet Bryson a plus 1,500. He is playing well. The irons were actually really good last week. I'm a big believer in Bryson. I drafted him over Dustin in a season-long contest this year. So I'm a believer in what he's doing. I think he is changing the game, but this course, man, it brings so many different styles into play, like I said. And I don't think it's necessarily the time to pay up for guys in the odds. I'm looking more at the top of the list of a guy like Justin Thomas, who was at Bryson's price, and now he's drifted down to plus 2,000 again. We've seen Justin Thomas, when he gets in this range, it's a really good value. The guy, it's just fantastic. Like, you should just bet Justin Thomas when he's plus 2,000 or better. He's a high-level winner. He wins at a great rate. He's got the irons for a game like TPC Sawgrass. He's got experience here. He's got lots of experience, and he's got a top 5 finish. So, to me, that's kind of where I started. I do like Cantley just as much underneath him, but Thomas, to me, of the top guys, he's the best value. Like, it's hard to argue against that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm right on board. Whenever you buy the dip on JT, right? Like, he was bad in round one at concession. He still was second in strokes gained approach to Colin Morikawa, who was the eventual winner, right? And so when you take a look at what he's able to do in that short amount of time, and clearly he had 4 rounds, so it's a little bit better. That's something that you need to keep in mind. JT at plus 2,000. He's the number 3 ranked golfer in the world. Like that is something that you have to focus on. We talk about Bryson. He has 2 tournaments here, two starts here. In 2018, he was 37th. He gained 4.1 strokes tee to green. And in 2019, he was 20th, where he gained 2.2 strokes tee to green. That's what you kind of see of Bryson, right? Is that kind of that trend where he does better at a course. The last couple of tournaments, very different for him than how he's playing tournaments now. So every place is brand new to him.
Yeah.
And so that's something to keep in mind. I'll go to the questions here. We see them in the YouTube chat, like Jeff was mentioning. Smash the like, hit subscribe, do all those things so you guys can get notified of this type of show. We're going to be bringing this show every single week on Tuesday. This is from Tater Hater. It's a 2-part question. Number 1, Jeff, does this course allow for a potential run from Zach Johnson. He kind of showed up last week a little bit at Bay Hill, kind of faltered off towards the end.
Yep.
And number two, and this is probably in your earlier years, would you ever date a girl who eats tater tots, or is that too big of a turnoff?
Oh, right. Yeah. Tater hater. I mean, I'm on record that tater tots are like the least offensive food, in the history of food.
Yeah.
I mean, you just put a little ketchup on them. They're fantastic. So, I mean, me and Tater Hater definitely at odds in that regard. The 6,800 range, though, getting back to the golf, Zach Johnson, of course, this is a course where Zach Johnson can compete. I mean, Matt Kuchar's won here, Webb Simpson. I mean, Zach Johnson is the same type of player. Wedges, try and hit a lot of fairways and get the putter and the short game rolling. That's Zach Johnson's game. He's had a couple close calls here as well. I don't know if at this stage I'd be picking Zach Johnson to win, but like for DFS, yeah, I'd probably describe him a little bit more as a cash game play. The irons weren't that great last week. Actually, I think they were terrible. He was kind of saved by his putter. So that's a little worrisome. As an upside play, probably Gary Woodland has a little bit more appeal to me. Maybe even Charlie Hoffman, although Hoffman's got a terrible record at this event. But Hoffman's playing really well. His irons are in good form. I think ZJ might be like the safer play down here. He's certainly in play. I will say this. Do you have? I don't know if you have a favorite in this range. My favorite in the 68 and below is Emiliano Grillo. I'll take him over all those guys I just threw off this week. He's playing pretty good. The irons picked up in his last start, and he's got a really solid record at TPC Sawgrass. So.
Yeah, Grillo's always, whenever there's ball striking involved, whenever it's Pete's eye, we see him do well. Courses like RBC, right? These short Bermuda courses, that's Emiliano Grillo. That is his cup of tea. One guy who's right, it's the same price as EJ, is someone that I really like, is Ryan Moore.
He's interesting.
14th start, I believe, here. And he's got a mixed bag. His last two, 30th in 2018, 20th in 2019. Look, before his 26th place at Pebble Beach, which was his last tournament, that's a little alarming that he hasn't played since.
Yeah.
But he missed 4 straight cuts. So that's not great. But if you dig a little deep into the numbers, those tournaments, he gained strokes ball striking in every single tournament. His around the green and his short game was terrible.
Yeah.
But the ball striking was there.
That's been the story with Ryan Moore for a while. But I do like him from the perspective of, again, Zach Johnson might get you a made cut here, but I don't really think he's playing well enough to kind of challenge for like a top 10 or a top 20. Reed's right. Like Ryan Moore's ball striking is probably at the rate where he could challenge for a top 20 and really pay off for you in this range. Is he completely combustible because of his around the green game being so terrible? Yeah, but he makes that cut, and that the conditions are supposed to be okay, so maybe he won't miss as many greens. I admit, I mean, I'm trying not to fall into there, but we're talking pure GPP plays. Again, I think Grillo is a superior play over most of these guys, but Ryan Moore, if you ask me, if I'm making like one milli maker lineup, I'm taking Ryan Moore over Zach Johnson for sure. Yeah.
And look, Doug Gim is he's like $6,200, right? Like Doug Gim he's been playing extremely well. Ball striking is there. I think if you get Gim at like 5% roster percentage, then that's a little too much. But like $6,200, right? If you want to,
birdies too.
He makes a ton of birdies. And look, one thing on Ryan Moore, and then we'll stop talking about Ryan Moore because that's too much, is that in the last two tournaments here, we see his around the green game and a short game be absolutely terrible of recent, but here it's actually been pretty good. And so when you take a look at that, and again, right, it's apples to like, Fuji apples. It's not the same exact, it's in the realm. Is that, what was he doing coming into that tournament? Well, he was playing more golf before than he has been this year. So that is something to keep in mind. Number 2 here, Jeff, was from right hand, left hand. Thoughts? Man, this one's tough. Thoughts on Ricky Fowler this week?
My thoughts on Ricky Fowler are, I have no thoughts because I'm not even considering him. So
God, he looks bad, man.
He just looks lost. It's a tough venue for him to get going at. Now, I mean, he's obviously had success here, but Corey Connors, Russell Henley right in between them, even Kevin Na going down there. You can get up to Sergio, who like legitimately has not missed a cut here in 16 starts. I'm not going to do it. Like it's nice. It's nice. 1%, 2% owned Ricky Fowler, super cheap. I get it, but I mean, I'll let other people go down that route. I just think there's too much there's too much good value down here, like just good players because of the soft pricing that I think like Ricky, realistically, he would have to be under 7K for me to get interested this week. And he's not. So it sounds crazy, but I think he's still too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, you never like to correlate things together because so many different factors come into play, but it's the same with Jordan Spieth. And I would argue Jordan Spieth is a better player all around than Ricky Fowler is right now, or when Ricky Fowler was at their peaks, at their ceilings. Jordan Spieth is far superior to Ricky Fowler, right? And when he's playing at his absolute ceiling. But at the same time, Ricky is at the bottom right now. This is not the same as buying the dip on JT as buying the dip on Ricky. Like to Jeff's point, $7,400 for Ricky just seems like too much. Russell Henley is the same price, right? We talk about guys who are ball strikers. There's a guy right there. Ryan Palmer is like $100 cheaper. Granted, right? Like when you look at talent, Ricky Fowler is a guy who has been priced up in the 9Ks, and so is Palmer in some tournaments. But I think Ricky needs to find something right now because upstairs, what he's thinking about when he's missing those putts too by a further distance than we're ever used to seeing Ricky Fowler miss, then something is up with him. And that he needs to get some things figured out. This is an interesting question because I've seen it come up a few times, Jeff.
Yep.
Cameron Davis, like someone that I believe disappointed a lot of people last week.
Yeah.
He was someone that I faded completely because of that. Then again, I played Jason Day, another Australian. He played well for the first 3 rounds, or kind of well. And then on Sunday, absolutely ejected and said, screw this, I'm out. Shot like 9 over par, whatever it was. But
there's a Buzz Lightyear exhibit for Jason.
No kidding. No kidding. Cameron Davis. And yes, I saw a comment on YouTube. Are we talking about the tournament that starts on Thursday? Yes, we are.
Certainly are.
We certainly are. Is there another tournament? I think the question was more so like, it was more so, are we talking about the tournament this early? Yeah, we are. But what do you think about Cameron Davis?
So Cameron Davis is a fantastic DraftKings play most weeks. He makes a ton of birdies. He's got a really high birdie rate. He gets it out there. He can go off with his putter at certain events. I don't know if this is the venue you want to be taking Cameron Davis at because he is so wild with his driver, and when he misses with his irons, like it ain't like missing the green like on the fringe. It's like gone by like a yard, like 10 yards right or something off the green. So I faded him around Bay Hill last week as well, and for that reason. And I'm just not sure that I want to get back on him here. It doesn't mean he can't come and really like just strike it pure and make you a ton of birdies. I guess the best way to talk about Cameron Davis is he is the ultimate boomer bust play. Because if he gets over that weekend and he gets a little confidence and he starts getting some lines like in the driver's straight, he's going to make you a lot of birdies. But man, like there is a huge ejection possibilities with Cameron Davis around this course, in my opinion. I'll take the more veteran approach here. A guy like Chris Kirk playing really well around the greens. Again, around the greens at TPC Sawgrass, there's small greens, tricky little bunkers you got to get in and out of, especially on the par 5s. Hard to hold greens. Like most people aren't going to like smash the greens in 2. I think around the green is important. Kirk's doing everything right now. Even a guy like I think I'd almost rather take a shot with a guy like Noren or Grace than Davis this week. So I guess my answer is I mostly would just be out on Davis, but I do recognize like his upside again. It's fantastic in DFS. I just don't know if it's going to shine through here because again, we saw what happened last week, and I'm kind of expecting a repeat, to be honest.
Got it. And when you're talking about guys that do well around here, I want to talk about one. I know we started at the top, right? We're talking about those guys with Bryson and Xander. But I want to go back to Rory McIlroy really quick.
Yeah, let's talk about the top a bit. That's good because people got questions about Cantlay too, and
exactly. And we'll get to Cantlay in a little bit, but I want to talk about Rory. And I personally think he's a solid player. Like he's a solid play everywhere. Like Rory McIlroy is a good play everywhere. Does he combust on Sunday? Absolutely. We've seen that time and time again. Where Rory on Sunday right now just can't put it all together. But what do you think of Rory? I think he's up at the top here when you look at DJ, Rahm, Xander, Brooks. Well, Brooks is out, and JT. Does Rory go a little bit unnoticed here?
I mean, I don't think he's, again, and it's the thing I talked about off the top. Like, I think a lot of people are just going to play the more balanced approach this week. You know, you've got Bryson, Cantlay, Thomas, all under 10K, Webb, Morikawa. I think all these guys over 10K are kind of going to go overlooked, all of them. Even Xander, who was just, who's just the chalk darling every week. So it's interesting. I think I would rather go up to John Rahm. It's really close between those two. I want to play one of them, and it's probably going to be Rahm for me. Before concession, he was firing with his irons pretty well. But look, the last time Rahm was here, he was in the Sunday final group. He just made one of the worst course management decisions you'll ever see when he tried to hook a 200-yard shot out of the bunker over water for some godforsaken reason. So this is a guy who's got course experience. He's actually played well here, put himself in position. I'll take Rahm over Rory again, but Rory is probably the better cash game play. I mean, if you do have the salary move up here, I think Rory's a good way to start your cash game plays. I'm just not expecting him to win this year because I just don't think, like you said, mentally, whatever. Again, there's so much speculation you could make about Rory, and maybe he's just not there. Maybe his game just is slightly off, I think is the best way to put it. So I would rather pay up for Rahm. I think he's a little bit closer. DJ, you're going to get low ownership on him, man. We're probably going to be sitting there Friday afternoon and Dustin Johnson's 10 under par and tied for the lead. And we're going to be like, wow, 9% of people played Dustin Johnson. Really? So I think, again, the top three guys, I would probably rank them in terms of who I want to play, Rahm, DJ, Rory, but all three of them I think are going to be a little bit overlooked more than usual here, and you're going to get fantastic ownership on them in the big GPPs.
Yeah, I agree. I would switch Rahm and Rory, but DJ right up there, like you mentioned. Wasn't it here where, or maybe it was Augusta, I forget, where Rahm was talking with his caddy, and he was trying to do this hero shot. Well, I think it was here.
That was here in 2019. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to do that hero shot.
Hole, the par 5.
Yeah,
or maybe 15,
absolutely combusted. But yeah, the thing with Rory, if you take a look at Pete Dye courses, he obliterates Pete Dye courses. He's number one,
and that's why
across the board.
I think he's a good cash game play, right?
Right, exactly.
But DJ, I don't see. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say DJ, when he's under a certain roster percentage, right? When he's under 15, whatever that is for you, whatever line of demarcate, whatever I'm going to fade DJ. I'm going to play him. For me right now, that's around 10, 11%. If he's below 10%, no matter the price, I'm playing DJ.
Yeah. And
right?
Again,
and that's kind of where he's coming in at right now.
Exactly. Right. So I think, again, you just got to look at the salaries here and how it's kind of grading out and how people are going to be building this week. Again, Bryson, second in odds, but what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7th in salary? There's a big discrepancy there. People are going to notice it. So
yeah, and who knows? Talking about the grass type, right? I know, it's not Bermuda, Jeff. It is not Bermuda, I guess.
It's Bermuda. It's just dormant Bermuda.
Whatever.
Sprouted out yet, right? Who knows?
Whatever that means. But maybe the distance, and that's kind of what Roy mentioned in 2019, right? The most recent course, I guess, data that we have from the move from May to March, where Rory mentioned. Because of that, right, the distance is the balls aren't rolling out as much in the fairway. It's going to be maybe a difference of, for the top guys, 10 to 15 yards between them, right, if they all hit it out there. So I don't think it plays a huge difference. But having said that, you talked about Patrick Cantlay, because we've got questions about Patrick Cantlay. He's at $9,200 on DraftKings, $2,200 to one of DK Sportsbook. We have a graphic here of a few guys that you and I like, that I've seen in terms of roster percentage being and coming in pretty popular. So when you take a look at this, Patrick Cantlay at $1,900, Paul Casey at 84, JT, we talked about him at 99, so you don't have to spend too much time on him, and Abraham Answer at 7,500. Of these guys, who are you playing no matter what roster percentage it is, and who maybe are you fading if it gets too high?
Okay, so just say the names quickly again, because again,
Patrick Cantlay, Paul Casey, which I think I know the answer to that, JT, so maybe it is between Paul Casey and JT, and Abraham Answer.
Right. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I like all these guys. So, I mean, I know you made this graphic up and, you didn't make it up, but you chose the players for
right
it.
Here.
And,
I made it up.
Paul Casey's a guy I featured this week. I think Casey is actually again, I think people are just giving a little bit too much credit or discredit to what he's done here the last couple of years, a couple missed cuts. And I think they're kind of like missing the boat there on a guy who's having had one of his best off seasons ever. He started the season with a win. So I love Paul Casey this week, 8,400. He's not going to be chalky at all, really, in that range. Got to love that. Tyrell Hatton and Jordan Spieth going to soak up a ton of ownership. Cantlay, I absolutely love right now. I'm not sure if it's going to happen for him here at the Masters, but just the way he started as well, playing so good, in every facet of the game. He's cleaned up his around the green game. He's done really well at die courses, man, like RBC Heritage, the Amex at TPC Stadium, which is basically like a replica of TPC Sawgrass, for being honest. So, or similar in a lot of respects. I really like Cantlay this week. Those are guys I would all start with. JT, I think, has a little bit more risk just from he's a little bit more expensive. He did gain 9 strokes with his irons the last time out. I mean, that's huge. If those irons are back, he can just start firing. At the same time, he lost like 5 strokes off the tee, right? So I think it could go either way for JT this week, but I'm pretty confident you'll see him play well. And again, we're getting him at under 10K. I'm definitely going to have a piece.
Yeah. Of those guys, I think Patrick Cantlay is my favorite. Like Abe Answer, I like him, I think, a little bit more in the betting market, right, than DraftKings, even though he's $7,500, I believe. And he's like 30, like high 30s in world ranking. Yeah, that's something that I like to do, right? Is, look at the price and look at the ranking. Is there a discrepancy? Then that's probably a good leverage play. But I would probably go with a guy like Patrick Cantlay, no matter what the roster percentage is, like you mentioned, tee to green. Mm-hmm. Look, if you look at strokes gained total on die courses over like the last 50 rounds, he's second to only DJ in strokes gained total, which is crazy, right? Which is crazy for him. But yeah, he's going to be my favorite. I would probably, even though I like Answer, I would say he has a 12th place here. That's his only start. Maybe that, he's been playing better. The irons are coming around.
I mean, here's a good question from the chat, because a lot of people are bringing up both names. Connors or Answer for you? Corey Connors or Abraham Answer, or someone else in this range?
Yeah, I think I would have to go with Connors, to be honest. Yeah, I like I said, I like Answer. I wrote him up in my article. He's someone that I like, but just based on those two guys, Connors is someone that is playing extremely well. And you saw that putter. Like, it came around. Look, it can leave as quickly as it comes around for Connors. But if he's putting it to 5 feet, 8 feet, which is vintage Connors, more times than not, that's going to come around where the putter is going to fall. And so give me Connors between the two.
It's interesting. I mean, Answer definitely seems to have the edge, like in the short game, probably just a better long-term putter as well.
Yeah.
You wonder, though, with the move to March and the course playing a little bit softer, if it's going to benefit guys like Corey Connors a little bit more long-term. Maybe the greens are easier to hold. I'd almost just split them and say I'd play Henley over both, because I think you could throw Henley in with those 3 guys. And I mean, those are 3 of the top guys I'd like to target in there. Sergio's in there too, though. Sergio never misses the cut here. I might throw Henley in top of both. Henley's just been so good over the last 6 months. He's cleaned up. He's got a better short game than Connors at this point. His putter can come and go too, though. So I think it's really tight in that range. There's not much separating these guys. I would personally take the all-around game and experience of Henley over Connors, and maybe put Abe third there, because he hasn't shown the most. But God damn, like you could use all 3 and you'd be fine, in my opinion. Like
exactly. And before I forget, Jeff, what I wanted to mention is the PGA Tour $2.5 million contest that we have on DraftKings. If we have the graphic, that'd be great, because we can show it and it's a beautiful graphic. But it's in terms of prizes, first place, it's a Millie Maker, right? Total is $2.5 million, prizes, entry $20. First place is $1 million. So when you talk about the purse at the Players, which is extremely high, if you look at the breakdown of prices, the winner gets a ton of money. I forget what the exact breakdown, but I think second and third place might get over $1 million. I know second place does. I'm not sure, probably not third place, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
And to mirror that, this is a Millie Maker on DraftKings.
Yeah, no,
Right.
absolutely, man. Great contest on DraftKings this week. There's like a $200 single entry. There's a $5 entry to drive the green with big contests. So it's a great week. Lots of great contests. And like you said, this is why the players like the Players Championship, Reed, because it's got the money.
Baby.
I mean, it's like you said, it's like a double millionaire maker week for the actual golfers. So
top
lots
five
at
Tony
stake here. Lots at stake.
Top five Tony can take his family on more than one
totally,
Disney vacation. If he comes in second
Top
yet again.
Tony, I like that.
Yeah. Well, a question that we're getting from Ryan W. How about Cameron Tringali or Corey Connors?
Yeah.
We've already talked about Corey Connors, and so you guys kind of know what we think about Jeff's favorite Canadian. What about Cameron Tringali? All this guy has done this entire year is be like number one in approach every single tournament.
He is playing really well.
Like when will it end? When is it jig up for Tringali? Maybe it's not. Maybe he's just good.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess I view him more as just a cash game play again. It's just such a deep field. I mean, if you're playing him in all your lineups or you're just taking him in a GPP, you're playing him over guys, Ian Poulter, you could go down to Bezaden, who was really good last week and outperformed him at the Arnold Palmer, like really talented players. Kisner as well, who's almost won this event, right? So
yeah,
I like Tringali. To me, he's playing really well, but again, do you really want to buy him when he's up there? Or like, to me, if he was 6,800, I'd be way more all over it. Maybe it'd be a bit more popular, but that's where I'd rather pay for him. So I don't want to say like I'm totally against playing Tringali, but yeah, I'll probably play guys like Palmer over him. Like I would probably play Palmer over him. Again, my guy in this range is going to be more Chris Kirk or trying to get up to like a Henley or an Abraham Answer in that range.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see the value in Tringali just because, especially when you're emphasizing recent form, which most of us are, you can't really argue with how he's playing right now. He's so consistent, and around a course like TPC Sawgrass, he's got that all-around game, which you kind of value, right? So I definitely play him over Matt Kuchar right now.
Yeah, Matt Kuchar. That's something like I'm glad you bring that up because Mike Drumma, and we'll get to your question, Erwin, between Matsuyama or Spieth, but I like this segue from Mike here. He says, "Who would you select from?" Yeah, who would you select from these three? So I guess the way they say it is captain, flex, and fade. Captain top 10, flex won't miss the cut, and fade someone you're going to stay away from. Who is your favorite to make the top 10? And I'm going to add it a little bit because clearly you and I can say Dustin Johnson. Guys that are 10K and below. Flex, who's your cash game play? And then fade. So I'll start here. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Patrick Cantlay is right there. Like if it's not him, I honestly think Bryson is going to be in for a good week. He does not strike me as a guy who gets fatigue after winning. He may be riding high and all. He talks about endorphins and all of the levers and the engaged thrusters and whatever it is that he talks about. I don't think he's someone that suffers a lot from fatigue. He did though mention, remember at Augusta, where he did kind of feel a little wonky between the ears, a little cloudy, but that doesn't seem like someone who would, after a win, riding high, be someone that I think is going to suffer from fatigue. I actually like Bryson quite a bit this week. A guy who, I guess, won't miss the cut, like we talked about. And this one is interesting because guys, even in the 9K range, we've seen miss the cut quite a bit.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of missed cuts from the big boys this week. Yeah.
I think Joaquin Niemann is interesting. $7,700. He's not someone that has a ton of experience here, obviously. But a guy who's been playing extremely well at the beginning of the year. We just haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. We haven't seen him play. And so people potentially are forgetting about him. I don't think they are. He's kind of getting in that 13 to 15% roster percentage right now. And someone I'm staying away from is Matt Kuchar.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, Matt Kuchar tempting with the course history, I guess, and he's pretty cheap, but he's like Ricky Fowler. I don't think he's cheap enough. You want to take a shot on a guy playing that volatile right now or not good. You really want him to be really cheap. So my top 10 guy would be Patrick Cantlay for sure. I think he's too cheap in the DraftKings salary. I think just tee to green, he's playing perfectly for how TPC Sawgrass sets up. To make the cut, like someone you really want to rely on this week, I probably just go with Sungjae. Plays so good in Florida. Ball striking's there, putts better on greens like this. And again, I don't know if they're Bermuda or what, but regardless, he has putted better too. I think I'd probably throw Sungjae, kind of similar to Niemann, a good young player. pretty cheap in price. And then a guy I am staying away from. That is an interesting one.
And why is it Louis who stays in?
No, it's definitely not Louis. I'm
definitely not Louis.
Exposure, of course.
Of course. For the brand.
I might say, I don't want to go too easy here. I don't want to say like Bubba, who's just, would never play here.
Yeah.
going to stay away from Victor Hovland. And this kind of meshes well because someone was bringing up Hovland in the chat.
Yeah.
You look at where he's at. I mean, I'm playing Morikawa over Hovland just with the way Morikawa is hitting his irons. I think this course too, again, a little bit more emphasis on short game play. That's where Hovland's weakness is. I'm not saying he can't get it done here or he won't, but you have to pick and choose here. If I like Cantlay and I kind of like Morikawa, I can't play Hovland too, or I can't be overweight on all these guys, right? So I'm going to say this maybe is the spot where just a little bit trickier for Hovland. Again, it is so close between like him and Morikawa right now, but you got to give the edge to Morikawa. His irons are a little bit better. He's been the more upside player. Doesn't have those hiccups around the green like Hovland still can. So for me, I think Cantlay and Morikawa I'd take over Hovland. So I guess I'd say I'd fade Victor just because of that.
Yeah, that's interesting because you look at Victor and man, tee to green on the weekend at Concession. What did he gain? Like 12 strokes.
He's really
like
good.
He was unbelievable, except for quad here and a triple there. He was
similar last week. He looked so good the first two rounds.
So good.
Oh 77, 78. So
yeah, so that's an interesting one. Matthew Wolf is just standing outside right now, waiting to get invited to the party while it's raining. He'll get there. I'm not too worried. Like Tony Finau, $9,100. This entire range is juicy. What I would temper. As we got 5 more minutes here, we're going to be ending 10 to the hour to make sure that, the guys get ready for the pregame for the 4 p.m. sim.
Let's do a little lightning round at the end because there's a few questions we haven't gone to. So we'll do that. If you got a few questions, fire them out. We'll just do a lightning round at the end. So
I got to give a shout out to Tony Finau, though. He's at $9,100. That's too cheap for my boy. I'm definitely going to be playing him or putting him in rosters this week. When you take a look, let me see here. Mr. Hawk says, Ulrich, are you taking Dustin and Bryson or the field?
Oh, the field, 100% here. This is, again, it's Sawgrass. This isn't like the U.S. Open. If it was the U.S. Open, I'd probably say Dustin and Bryson. But, this is TPC Sawgrass, man. This is, Craig Perks wins here. I mean, it just brings all the different players in. It quite frankly, it makes it a more even playing field. So, it hasn't ever really been a great spot for Dustin. He's done okay. He's figured it out a little bit for sure. And he's playing so good now. I won't be shocked if he wins or competes, but I'd be taking the field for sure.
Yeah, Webb Simpson mentioned it. This course really caters to every type of golfer. We've seen all type of golfers win, so I'll take the field as well. Going back to that Spieth Matsuyama call, who are you taking between the two?
Actually, this is an interesting one. I'm gonna side with Matsuyama. He improved last week. Like his ball striking was there. I really liked the way he played the weekend too. Like, I think he was 1 under par for the weekend, which is a good score. I mean, like it played tough last week. Actually, no, he was 3 under par for the weekend. So yeah, I'd look out for Matsuyama this week. I hate it. I stayed it off him for a couple weeks. He burned me. He quite frankly, just wasn't really good on the West Coast. It does look like he's found a little form the last couple of events. The putter has looked a little bit more consistent. It's always going to be the story with Hideki, but I will take him over Jordan Spieth this week. I will. I think Spieth is definitely getting closer. I don't think he's quite there though. Like I don't necessarily want to buy into Spieth chalk week yet. Again, this has been a course. He just, outside of the first time he played here where he was I think he was actually in the final group on Sunday.
Yeah,
he has not figured this course out. And it seems very unlikely to me that he's just going to come in here and blow the doors off everyone. Could happen, but I think Hideki is actually the better play here this week. So I'm gonna side with Hideki. And
let's not forget Hideki last year in the first round tied the course record. He went 9 under.
Exactly.
And it was like, Hideki's going to win this. He's playing extremely well.
Got to be a little bit of good vibes coming from that, right?
Yes. Spieth, right. Last 5 years, 4 missed cuts and a 41st place in 2018. So not great. Scary Flying on YouTube says, which pair do you guys like for this week? Rahm / Burns or Thomas Casey? I'm going Thomas Casey.
The Ron Burns, I do like both those pairs. I mean, I think if you're making like two lineups, you could just insert those, but I'm going Thomas Casey as well for sure. Two of the guys I'll be heavier on for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Looking over at Twitch, I think Dougie30 is just throwing out some names. Homa, Burns, Steele, or Tringali. Brendan Steele is interesting. Like he's someone
to play better.
Starting to play better. He's sneaky long. Again, not a course that you need distance at, but it could help someone like a guy like Brendan Steele. Destroys par fives, right? Destroys them, and that's kind of what you need here. These par fours are tricky, and what Pete Dye does, and something I should have mentioned at the top, is he makes sure every shot that you have and every hole is completely different. So if off the tee, it calls for a right to left, the approach would be left to right. Par threes follow par fours, follow par fives. So that's something to keep in mind with Pete Dye courses. And what you need to do is you need to score in the par fives. And a guy like Steele does. So I think Steele is someone that I really like. And Max Homa is on a heater. Like this guy has been playing out of his mind. I'm not too sure if I'd go to him this week, but I love to see a guy like him play well because he's easy to root for.
Yeah, Max Homa is definitely playing really well. And when he's in this form, you should almost just keep playing him until he misses a cut. But it is he's priced up a little bit. Like Zalatoris, you could even make he's more expensive than some of the guys we talked about. Sergio, Answer down there. So Hanley and Connors and stuff like that. So I kind of get the argument of fading him here, but he is playing, like you said, he's on a heater. He's just a kind of an underrated player too. I know he kind of came out of nowhere, wasn't playing that good, but a couple quick questions. I know someone was asking me about Ostraka, James Hahn, or Patton Kazire. I'll take Patton Kazire just because he can get hot fire with that putter.
Yeah. Patton Kazire. God, those are three names that you don't want to be choosing from.
How cheap are those guys? They got to be.
Yeah, I'll go James Hahn just because we saw James Hahn play well at a similar course, right? If you go TPC Scottsdale.
I will take Rowensky over both those guys this week. I'll just say that.
I agree. Dougie, great advice. Thanks, guys. And that'll be it. It's 10 to the hour, so we need to wrap this up. Thank you, guys. Look, this is the first time, so I know it started off a little slow. Kaufman obviously hung us out to dry with a weird transition, but I wouldn't expect anything less from Kaufman. Any last words, Jeff, before I run out the next few sims that we got today?
No, guys. I mean, obviously, thanks a lot for sticking around, asking the questions. Like Reed said, we will be here every Tuesday afternoon now. So, mark it down in between the whatever Eastern time it is. What is it? 4 Eastern, 6 Eastern sims. Smash that like button on the way out, guys. We'd really appreciate it. Hit subscribe if you already haven't. And good luck in the players this week.
Yeah. So 4 p.m. is going to be Eagles Broncos. That's Kaufman and ZT. 6 p.m. Seahawks at Saints, Rossi and Kenny. I know Kenny has a distinct opinion about Tua Tagovailoa. So if you guys want, ask him about that. He's really excited to talk about it. And then Kenny and BK will be on that 8 p.m. sim. Panthers at Jets, Bucks and Raiders. Last but not least, Glash and BK for Madden After Dark. Jeff, this was great. Like I think you mentioned it, 3 p.m. between the 2 and the 4 is going to be when this happens. And once that 2 p.m. sim ends, we're going to be doing this. So if it ends early, we get more time. If it ends late, we get less time. So we will figure it out as we go.
Every week will be an adventure. One week we'll get on here for like 5 minutes because it'll be a quad.
Right. So. And I appreciate a lot of people looking at the sweater here. Got this last year, right before the shutdown. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Have fun for the rest of the day and good luck.
How fired up were you to get a text message from Tiger Woods?
It was incredible. I didn't expect it. I was just, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. I was just about ready to go out to the golf course. And all of a sudden I get this text. I'm like,
great job.
It just says, go get him. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. And his state and the state that he's in right now, for him to think about me, in that moment it was special. It motivated me. And we had a couple of texts back and forth, and he really inspired me to play well. And, I played for him that day and for Mr. Palmer that day as well. And, when your back's up against the wall, you punch through and you keep moving forward. And that's what I was able to do. And that's what Tiger did. That's what Arnie did. And it was pretty cool to be able to do that and to accomplish that feat and win the tournament for them. And, do it in a manner that they would have appreciated.
Yeah. So he texted you beforehand, and then Did he text you after you won, after you went out and did it?
Oh yeah, there were some explicitives, but yeah, for sure. He you know, he's a really cool dude. He means the world to me, and I care about him a lot. And you know, my heart's heavy for him, obviously, and I want him to recover in the quickest way possible. And so, you know, definitely afterwards we had a few texts back and forth, and it's a pretty special moment for sure. One that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
How fired up were you to get a text message from Tiger Woods?
It was incredible. I didn't expect it. I was, you know, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. I was just about ready to go out to the golf course, and all of a sudden I get this text. I'm like, what the heck? You know, it just says, go get him. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. In his state, in the state that he's in right now, for him to think about me, you know, in that moment was special. It motivated me. We had a couple texts back and forth, and he really inspired me to play well. You know, I played for him that day and for Mr. Palmer that day as well. And you know, when your back's up against the wall, you punch through and you keep moving forward. That's what I was able to do. That's what Tiger did. That's what Arnie did. And it was pretty cool to be able to do that, to accomplish that feat, win the tournament for them, and you know, do it in a manner that they would have appreciated.
Yeah, so he texted you beforehand, and then did he text you after you won, after you went out and did it?
Oh yeah, there were some explicitives, but yeah, for sure. He you know, he's a really cool dude. He means the world to me, and I care about him a lot. And, you know, my heart's heavy for him, obviously, and I want him to recover in the quickest way possible. And so.
Well, I can welcome you on back to the Simland at least, but the Dream Stream, I don't feel like I need to welcome you back because I can't imagine you had the nerve to leave, not while you had the PGA Tour Pre-Lock live show that went on with Reed T and Jeff. Hopefully you tuned in for it. A lot of great knowledge, and if you missed it or any percentage, any chunk of it, you can go on back and review, replay, relive all that magic on YouTube. But now we look ahead to the early bird special, and lineups have locked in Simland for this next one involving the Eagles and the Broncos. He is Professor Z, Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. Zach, how are you, bud?
I'm doing very well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I put this lineup together in a haste, though, so I don't know how to feel about it.
Cool. Who you got?
Well, all right, let me tell you. Let's dive right into the madness, the madness, as you if you will. So I'm just pulling it up here. There was a lot of shuffling because I had money left over. So I went with Carson Wentz in the captain spot, Miles Sanders, Zach Ertz, Deshaun Jackson, and then a couple of value guys, Melvin Gordon, who to no surprise popularly owned about 38%. And this guy was too cheap to ignore. Especially for his return on value, Marquise Goodwin. I've got in there, and a lot of people were thinking the same thing. About 46% owned, $5,400, and considerable performances. About 13 points a sim.
Yeah, he's very boomer bust. Lots of speed out of the slot for Philadelphia. I do not have him in my lineup. I decided to differentiate and fade Goodwin. I went with Miles Sanders in my captain spot. Destroyed the Broncos in their earlier meeting. 38.1. fantasy points in their previous meeting when these two teams played in the Madden 21 Sims. It only played one time, and it was an Eagles win 28-3. 2 touchdowns on the ground for Sanders in that one, as well as one through the air. So that's where I went for my captain. Not a, shocking pick there, but definitely one that's got a lot of upside. So that's where I went. I do have Carson Wentz in my flex spot, along with Zach Ertz, tight end there for Philly. From the Denver side, I did go with Melvin Gordon. I think he was too cheap to ignore, under 3K. Had a couple touchdowns in his last few sims. Is the goal line specialist kind of for them and does usually get involved. So I do have Melvin Gordo. And then also went with Noah Fant and Jerry Jeudy. I really liked his matchup here against the Eagles and feel like he was a little underpriced, under 7K. So those are my 6 for this contest. Who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Bronco? Free roll.
And who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Bronco? That is what we need to know. And we want to hear from you in the chat, all of you. And not just that, our production crew, Game Ops as well. I'm talking Frangelico, along with Mads, undercover boss Tom Jordan. Who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Bronco? Because, look, I think you can make compelling cases on either side. Who do you have, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, it would be close. I could see it like you from both sides, but I am going to take the Bronco. If you've ever been to the Denver airport and you leave the airport and you've got that Bronco there, it's pretty scary. Bronco there with the glowing red eyes. There's a lot of lore there behind that Bronco. But that one right there, that's the image in my mind of the Bronco, and I think it would be able to take down the Eagle. I do think, the Eagle obviously can fly away,
which is a big
but
part
actually
of the equation.
defeat the Bronco. I don't see an Eagle being able to defeat the Bronco. It might be able to fly away and escape, but it wouldn't be able to actually get away.
See, I see it from the perspective, as Tom writes, depends, Lord of the Rings, Eagles can take any horse.
That's true.
Consider that mythology, if you will. Lisa's taken the Eagle. I just, I think I fall in line with Chip. Chip writes the Eagle would pick him apart like a woodpecker. That's what I was thinking originally, is that, 1, the Eagle can fly. 2, it's got the talons, it's got the claws, man. Can come on, like swoop in, claw at you, fly away. Swoop, it's like a bob and weave, but for an Eagle. It can peck, and get, now it would take a long
power,
time.
Though.
It would take a long time.
If that horse catches you on just one of those peck, you're done. Like if that horse turns and grabs you on just one of those, if you're the Eagle, the end.
You got to think it's got a blind spot though, right? The Bronco's pretty big.
Maybe, but what if you miss that blind spot one time? How many times you got to come in and peck? And if you miss that blind spot one time, I think it's curtains for the Eagle.
Says,
so that's
how
why
big an Eagle are we talking about? I guess to interpretation. Herb says, Zach giving us the proper breakdown. Here's what I think. I think we should spend the next 3 quarters on this, and then maybe in the 4th quarter we'll get to another topic. But I think we could really break down all things Eagle versus Bronco.
Or we could talk about the franchise tag.
Yeah, I guess there is that. And some big news, by the way, that came from Ian Rappaport. I don't think
lots of it today.
Yeah, there's a lot of it, but this came down in just the last few minutes. The Packers did not franchise tag Aaron Jones, so it is a top running back who has hit the market seeking a big payday.
Yeah, Chris Carson also not tagged. Tagging running backs definitely seems to be not the thing to do, just because they do come at such an expensive tag. Obviously, the franchise tag is nice. First down conversion there. Wentz to, is that Alshon Jeffrey, who has been released by the Eagles. But obviously, they are position specific. So if you franchise tag a player, you do pay them based on the top paid players at that position. So running back, kind of a market correction going on right now at the running back position, where running backs are cheaper than some of those top contracts overall. So that's why I think you saw both Jones and Carson not get the tag. Touchdown here for
early one. For a collection. A collection of receivers. All of them just hanging out together.
Yep.
Sandwich just one.
Jackson, I believe, with the reception there.
Look like it. I'm just checking out the YouTube.
Good one
here, because there were a few sort of right in the same spot. Let's see. It was. Yep. Deshaun Jackson.
It was a flock of Eagles.
A flock of Eagles. It was. You are correct. Nathan says, got my roommate watching The Sims all day with me today. He's just getting into these Sims. Going to get him to be part of the fam. Well, Nathan, I'd say if your roomie is hanging out here with us right now,
welcome to the fam. He's in.
Well on his way. Well on his way. And who would win, Nathan's roommate, an Eagle or a Bronco? Because Merc Cuban says on Twitch, well, since an Eagle can fly away and then swoop back in and attack the E, I got to go with the Eagle for sure, unless the Bronco knocks the Eagle down. So he basically played both sides of
unless basically one would win unless the other one wins.
Jordan, doing his research here, because these are the important things, says a bald eagle can fly up to 100 miles an hour, apparently. Well, good luck, Bronco, even seeing that thing coming then. You're done. And think about the momentum that he could come at him with.
Well, Eagles up early here with the touchdown. So I guess so far, holding to form. Cortland Sutton with the catch there for the first down. Let's see if the Eagles defense can slow down these Broncos. I will say, I get the speed, right? And I get I just the raw power of a Bronco, I think might be, again, if it just catches that Eagle one time, I think it's the end. So that's why I would go with the Bronco.
Especially if it's a Ford Bronco with a whole lot of horsepower.
There you go.
And I mean,
great for slow chases.
We've seen those be part of chases before. Those things can move, man.
This is true. This is true. There's Melvin Gordon
here, about halfway through the first quarter.
Up the middle on his first carry of the day for the first down.
So obviously, like you said, some key running backs who have,
interesting. It's just interesting to
tight
see
ends as well.
Yeah, some tight ends, not cool to tag them this year, but safety seems to be a very popular position to tag players at. Saw a couple safeties get the tag. Justin Simmons of these Broncos being one of them, and then wide receiver is another position that several teams use the tag. Allen Robinson and Chris Godwin both getting the tag, kind of as expected there, but Kenny Golladay not getting the tag. So just some interesting news as we see those other guys becoming free agents. A lot of those franchise tags, hoping that they'll be able to get a long-term deal done. But at least for now, they'll have that franchise tag and not enter unrestricted free agency. Excuse me. Hunter Henry, unrestricted free agent. That's an interesting one to watch. Lots of tight ends, I think, going to be on the move this offseason. Lots of players in general. And already we're starting to see some of those cuts come in as well. Kind of throughout the day, we've seen some cuts coming through.
So Field Yates, thank you, Jordan, for this tweet with a lot of information. Some franchise tagged players.
Yep.
Chris Godwin, Justin Simmons, Allen Robinson, Cam Robinson, Leonard
Jaguars.
Williams, Marcus May, Brandon Scherf, Taylor Motton. You've got Marcus Williams, Dak Prescott, just a placeholder until obviously they put that long-term deal on paper. Some free agents, among others, Shaq Barrett, Kenny Golladay, Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry, those tight ends we alluded to, and Aaron Jones. I mean, to your point, we've spent so much time in recent weeks talking about, quarterback movement, and there has been a lot. There will be more, but no question, you're going to have some other big names find new homes.
For sure. And that doesn't include Chris Carson, who's another running back that's expected to be on the move after the Seahawks don't franchise tag him. So there'll be a lot of movement at, I think, all the skill positions this offseason. So make sure you stay tuned here to the Dream Stream. We'll be breaking down what to expect as these pieces move around, kind of what to plan for fantasy football wise, as well as obviously for DFS. And then we'll get to see them all when we get the new version of Madden, and we get to update all the rosters and get to see the sneak preview of those guys in their new spots. Which is always fun. I remember last year when we got the new game, it was fun to see some of those guys in new places. Who are you most excited to see? I mean, was it Brady with the Bucs? Was that the biggest reveal?
Excited.
Excited is probably not the right word. Fair enough.
But obviously from a perspective of the Madden Sims and just seeing a guy in a new spot, no question. I mean, Brady was at the top of the list. I wanted to see what he looked like in Tampa with all those weapons, and we found out in the Sims, just okay. In real life, very effective.
Yes.
When obviously won a Super Bowl. But I would say, barring, obviously plenty of time to change my opinion between now and August, but, because we're not even officially at the start of the new year, there's going to there's going to be a lot of changes coming as we reach the end of one. But as things stand right now, man.
Okay. You think about that, and I'll come back to you. Let me give you some numbers on the first quarter. Carson Wentz
went I'll just tell you, I'm tempted. Okay. It's like Wentz to the Colts came to mind. I'm tempted to say Stafford to the Rams, just because I want to see what that does to knowing that Woods and Kupp are so boom or bust in these Sims. I wonder if with a better quarterback in terms of how they're rated with Stafford versus Goff, if they're going to be more elite in the next game. So that's my answer.
All right. Yeah, I would go with Wentz, actually, because he has very good ratings. And I think the improvement from Rivers to Wentz, especially with the Colts wide receivers, are a pretty highly rated group, but they've produced kind of low because Phillip Rivers throws to Nyheim Hines and Trey Burton. And that's like all he does in these Sims, which is somewhat accurate to real life. I'm not saying, that's what he does. Throw to the tight end, throw to the running back. If you've got Carson Wentz, bigger arm, uses those wide receivers more, as we've seen already with a touchdown here in the first quarter, I think he can make those Colts receivers really, really effective. I mean, Paris Campbell, T.Y. Hilton, I think those guys are in for a pretty big jump if and when we get to see Wentz with his ratings. And I know they'll be adjusted. The other player I'm really excited to see, as we see a nice run up the middle there by Gordon, right to the doorstep. He's on the one. See if he gets a chance to finish it off, or if Philip Lindsay comes in and gets the score, or if they throw it. But I think the other player that's going to get a huge boost is Kyler Murray. Not that he's changing teams, but just his ratings have been adjusted over the season, and he has greatly improved. I think that'll help DeAndre Hopkins, and I think it'll make Arizona a much improved team when we do get the roster update.
Gordon stonewalled at the one again. Well, if we're talking about guys not changing teams and just looking forward to seeing what they're doing in the next game, I'll give you another one that I'm definitely interested in seeing, and that is an enhanced, not only in terms of depth, but ratings, is finally able to get in that time. Melvin Gordon.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, owned in about a third of lineups, including mine.
And mine.
Celebrating that. There we go. About to be 7-7. Justin Jefferson is the guy that I'm very much looking forward to seeing in Madden 22 when that's released in August. Seeing, going from the whatever he is, wide receiver 3 or 4 in our simulations, and a very inconsistent, guy gets, I don't know, 7-8 points a sim. But I want to see him potentially blowing up on the regular in our next.
But do you think so? We don't know. We haven't seen the ratings. We haven't seen the way the gameplay is. I don't think he's going to necessarily still do that, because remember, the Vikings last game had Stephon Diggs and Adam Thielen, and they still were very inconsistent because Kirk Cousins is rated so lowly. So I wonder if, unless they make a change at quarterback or Cousins gets a boost in rating, I think Jefferson will help Thielen.
I was going to go to that latter point. Do you think that, Cousins is coming off a kind of under talked about but very good year?
Yeah.
Especially so do you think maybe he does get a reasonable enough boost to where Jefferson and even maybe Thielen, who we poo-poo all the time here in these sims, these guys will be more regularly respectable, and it's not just like Dalvin Cook and Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah, we'll have to see when the ratings come out. I could see that happening. I think, Thielen was money in the Madden 2020 game. They went to him all the time. He was very involved. He was a wide receiver too, but out of the slot, he was very good. Stephon Diggs was very boomer bust. But now that Thielen is the wide receiver 1 and there's really not any other wide receiver weapons there, he has really struggled in Madden 21. So, yes, CEH did mention and ask the question, T.Y. Hilton a free agent, and he is a free agent, or will be, I guess, when free agency officially begins. So yeah, we'll have to see where he lands to see how where he works. I think if he does go back to Indy, then it'll be very interesting to see how he does grow with Carson Wentz.
I'm sitting top 5 in our free roll here among 190 entries. The early bird special, the who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Bronco free roll. I bring that up simply because it probably won't last forever, so I want to make sure I call attention.
There you go.
While it's there. Top 5. Just
there you are.
In case you guys didn't hear me the first time, top 5 is where my lineup sits right now. Where is Professor Z sitting at the moment?
79th right now. I had the second touchdown with Melvin Gordon, but I did not have Godwin on that first touchdown. And as you mentioned, pretty highly owned. It was Jackson. Sorry. I'm still off on that because there were so many receivers all right there together. Right. Deshaun Jackson is with the touchdown. I did not have either one of those two guys. So as a result, I've only got one of the 2 touchdowns, and I'm sitting about halfway back in the pack as a result. But still plenty of time here, and we'll see how things play out. Broncos with their second possession now after answering that initial score with one of their own. Melvin Gordon with the touchdown for the Broncos. Deshaun Jackson again with the touchdown for the Eagles. Deshaun Jackson, also a free agent, was let go by the Eagles. They cut him. So he'll be another receiver that's out there available if he's got anything left in the tank.
Mike here says, I'm still behind him. LOL. Yeah, 4-way tie for first in our smaller, more modest free roll. 7-7 game, about 3 minutes into the second quarter. Gordon, another rush. 3rd and inches.
Heavy workload for Gordon. Yeah, we don't usually see him get this much work, but definitely monopolizing the backfield pretty much right now. I don't think we've called Philip Lindsay's name except to wonder if he was going to get involved.
So obviously we spent some time in the first quarter on one dumb question, which is the name of the free roll, the Bronco versus an Eagle. Let me ask you another kind of silly, dumb question. And this is for everybody, the production crew especially, because I mean, you guys can quickly, readily respond, ops as well, for Angelico, but a question for those in the chat, naturally. Is there a quirk about yourself that you were never really aware of that was then pointed out to you and it was like, oh yeah, I do that? So not something like, oh, like Cock doesn't eat pizza. Like that's not a quirk. That's a flaw. That's a personality flaw, but it's not a quirk. I'm talking a quirk. Something that you maybe like just subconsciously do that you, I'll give you an example. Here's one about me that I only just noticed. Or had pointed out to me that I had never previously noticed. I think, I don't know if I do it all the time, but I do it a lot of the time. I eat cookies, or at least chocolate chip cookies, upside down. It's like, I don't know why.
Chocolate cookie, okay. Like with the flat side up.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like there's no right way, I suppose, to eat a cookie. but it's tastes no different, but it's a little
interesting.
Yeah, right. That exactly. I mean, it's not. That's generous.
So I can't think of one. And does that mean you're now going to point one out to me? But
no, I don't have one.
If I'm being
no. I'm not setting you up.
You always say.
And Tom, you're next. And Jordan, here's yours. And Mads, you better buckle up.
Interception, by the way, for the Eagles defense there. Almost like a punt, though. They threw the deep pass there. Eagles do pick it off at the 6-yard line. I thought I was being set up there for a moment.
Nope. No. Obi-Wan says I'm like prying into people's lives. Is this prying?
I can't think of one.
This doesn't really feel like prying. Neville Cleanup Hitter says, yeah, Cough, you show people up with your facial expressions. Is that a thing? I feel like my facial expressions generally don't change all that much. I smile. I'm just happy to be here.
Hey, it's a good place to be. It's nice to hang out.
Base Pops. I like to play DK Sims in hopes of winning a dime.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, if we're doing that, I write about Madden every day, but it's not really a quirk. It's just
no, it's not. That's part of your job.
I know an insane amount right now about history at TPC Sawgrass. Spent a lot
like Fantasy
of time
Hawk
putting
gives
together.
Fantasy Hawk gives us a good one. Says, when I eat soup, I drink the liquid first, and then I eat the content.
Okay.
That would definitely qualify. Unrelated to this, but I want to read it before I forget. Luke says, hey, ZT, you haven't been on a lot lately, but I just want to tell you we don't give you enough credit on these sims for all the hard work that you do and contribute. So thank you, bud. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you, Luke. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy these Madden Sims, and they're a lot of fun to jump into and kind of break down from a statistical side of things. I do get to write every day over on playbook.draftkings.com about the Madden Sims, so go check those out. You can actually watch the stream right there as you read the article that is helping you out with lineup advice for the main featured classic slate each day. And I'm glad to be able to do that. It is a lot of fun, and we do keep up with everything over there on the stream as far as the Madden Stream info page with the schedule and what the weather's going to be on Wild Weather Wednesday, all that. And also got to do some cool stats and stuff for Madden holiday season. I'm excited about the upcoming things we have coming for Madden. I know we've got some exciting things coming, and look forward to helping with all those as well. Carson Wentz kind of picking the Broncos secondary apart here. 9 for 9 up to 97 yards. We've got some interesting ones in the chat here, like Little Debbie Swiss rolls in the freezer to freeze them from Country Boy. That sounds like a good plan to me. Not a good plan, melting your ice cream in the microwave. Neville,
for how, I guess the question would be this: for how long? Like, I mean, are you melting it, like turning it into a liquid or close to it, or are you putting it in for like, 5 seconds to kind of soften it a little bit so you don't have to work as hard to scoop it? Now, I wouldn't do either one, but I do feel like there's a difference
on both. Yeah, okay, I understand that. Neville, give us more information there, but I don't know. I'm not thinking I would enjoy that. Maybe there's more method there that we will be enlightened on.
Or like maybe he's got, really, like you can have hot, cold, sensitive teeth. Maybe his teeth are really sensitive to super cold, so he doesn't want like right out of the freezer ice cream. I don't know. I mean, now I guess Obi-Wan, we are prying. Now we're really getting into Neville's story.
It's true, right? It's true. And Steven is correct. I do put cookies in the air fryer before eating them, but that's because that's how I'm cooking them usually.
DeMacline says, Cough, my friends tell me I have a laugh that indicates when I'm annoyed by something.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I know. I've known people like that. Like when they laugh, you're like, oh yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah, or like a nervous laughter, like as in the old Bare Naked Ladies 1 week. Like I'm the kind of guy that laughs at a funeral. That kind of thing.
Yep. I had a student when I taught, which is where I get the professor nickname. And there's another touchdown from the Eagles. We'll come back to that story in just a minute.
Sanders.
That is Miles Sanders, my captain, so that'll help me a little bit there. Sanders very involved as a receiver on that drive, including capping it with the touchdown just before half. we'll look at all his numbers here at halftime, but that'll definitely boost him. Did have a receiving touchdown in addition to 2 rushing touchdowns in the last meeting between these two teams. The Broncos didn't even have a touchdown in that other one. So
getting some really good ones here, by the way. Mike says, when I eat Lucky Charms, I save the marshmallows for the end. Try not to eat one until the end.
Yep, I do the same.
When I eat my Smarties, I eat the red ones last. Neville, confirming for us, says, I don't like cold-ish. I don't like ice in my water. Room temperature water is the GOAT. Now, give me the coldest water, the coldest you can possibly find. But I feel where he's coming from, and now the ice cream thing is making a little more sense.
Yeah.
Our own undercover boss Tom says, whenever I eat Skittles, I combine green, red, and purple Skittles with yellow because yellow is garbage.
Okay. All right.
I don't have any issue with the yellow Skittle, but to each their own. Everybody's palate's different.
My only issue with them is that I like them maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, I like them too much.
Exactly. I used to, and every once in a while I still will, separate them all by color. Like you get a bag, you just dump them all out, separate them all by color, and just eat one color at a time. I have done that. I will also say that I am a big fan of all the variations and different kinds of Skittles or M&Ms or jelly beans at this time of year. You start to see all the weird different blends, or the tropical kind or the red kind only jelly beans, or those. I like trying all the different variations, different kinds.
Well, but aren't M&Ms all the same flavor, just different candy shell colors?
Yes, but what I'm talking about, there's a hazelnut spread, there's a peanut butter, there's a caramel, there's all the different kinds.
So you're it's not so much the color, it's milk chocolate versus the other options.
Correct.
Skittles and all that. Once you start to get into the we're tropical and you just said, no, just give me the original. I don't need to.
Have you had the sour ones?
Not very adventurous.
Ones are pretty good. Sour ones are good. They had a bright side and a dark side one. Those were both pretty good. The berry version is pretty good. I think the sour are probably my favorite.
Irwin says, when ordering nachos, I ask for the toppings to be separated from the chips. Jordan says, candy bars need them frozen or at least refrigerated.
They are good that way. I don't know that I need them that way. But sack here to end the first half from Fletcher Cox.
Still
bringing down Drew
Cox when he walks. Now that's difficult. You gotta really focus in order to achieve that. I think
it's a high level of dedication.
Tom says he only eats left Twix, to which Mads straight up judged him. I won't even tell you what she said, but it came in hot.
But then he said he's just messing around.
Yeah,
that's good, because that'd be weird to throw away half your Twix. Look at Carson Wentz, 13 of 13, 148 yards, 2 touchdowns. He is destroying this Broncos secondary, including franchise taggee Justin Simmons. Melvin Gordon getting all the work on the ground for the Broncos, 11 carries, 62 yards, and a touchdown for him. Miles Sanders, just 24 yards on the ground, but he has been very involved as a receiver, 4 catches, 42 yards, and a touchdown. Deshaun Jackson has the other receiving touchdown for the Eagles. And then, as we mentioned, Melvin Gordon is the one who has scored for the Broncos. Other receiving numbers kind of note, Cortland Sutton only with 1 catch for the Broncos. He's their wide receiver 1. Alshon Jeffrey, just 1 catch for the Eagles. He's their wide receiver 1. But some decent production. Marquise Goodwin, who you said you liked a lot at his price, 2 catches for 32 yards. Zach Ertz, 2 catches for 22 yards. Another tight end expected to be on the move this offseason.
14-7 game through 2. We will take a look here at our leaderboard. I have moved up to second, Zach. I just want to share that.
There you go.
As we know,
congratulations.
Things can certainly change. Miguel, not to be confused with Miguel. Miguel, 84 is in front of me by point and change. New York Lions right behind me by a couple of points, but the leading lineup.
I have moved up to 30th, but still a ways to go to catch you.
So the leading lineup, the only difference between this lineup and my lineup, we have the exact same group. It's just a captain difference. They have captain Sanders as compared to Wentz, which is the move that I made there. So despite Carson
and they're both
Wentz's
right around the
solid
same
performance,
production at this point.
a couple of touchdowns, but yeah, it's that PPR noise for Sanders that has lifted him in front.
Yeah, and Melvin Gordon, the other big differentiator at this point with 12.2 there in the flex spot, and only owned in under 40% of our smaller showdown. So big producer there. Kind of a lot of those top lineups look like Melvin Gordon is kind of the key that has differentiated them into that top section.
Someone mentioned as we were giving these out, I lost it in terms of who it was, but someone mentioned in the chat, I like the way they came at themselves. They said, I say honestly before I give my own opinion, and it annoys the hell out of me.
See, I was expecting something like that. Like, when you were setting me up, like, do you realize you always say this before you?
I guarantee you have vocal.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Crutches. I know I do. I think everybody does, especially when you speak enough, talk enough, like in this format.
Yeah, for sure.
I say the word obviously too much. I know I do.
Okay.
That's a word that comes up a lot. Probably say I think that's that's one that people say a lot, just because people get uncomfortable with pauses of any length, and so
right. You got to fill the space. Yep. Yep.
Frangelico says, I have a tendency to start a lot of my sentences with adverbs with ly suffixes. I mean, that's as descriptive as we could possibly have hoped for.
Wow. That's impressive.
It is.
Impressive.
You really need to have quite an awareness of yourself.
That's Noah Fant's third catch of the day. He's in my lineup. Been fairly solid from that tight end spot. As far as lineups for these Madden sims, I definitely have a tendency to rely on receiving backs. As I look back at my lineups, I hit the receiving back, and on cue, thank you, Philip Lindsay, for a lot of my lineups. I end up with a third down back from one or both teams in Showdown, and almost all the time in my classic lineups, I end up with a receiving third down back, like in a timeshare, and then that's where I go to get my value.
First and 10. This one.
You play a lot of NBA. Is there like a player that you go to a lot that isn't necessarily one of your favorite players? It just always seems like they end up in your lineup.
There's definitely one in the NHL when I'm playing NHL DFS. Richard Rackle.
Okay.
And he gets like 10 points a sim. He's a good player, but for some reason, the way
it's a game. It's a game. It's not a sim. It's a game. Those are real games. You said per sim.
Oh, did I say sim?
Yeah, you
10
did.
points. It's 10 points a game. A real game. 10 points a game.
Yeah.
I'm so used to saying sims at this point.
I know.
He, I don't know if it's just the way he's priced. It seems like he's in my lineup every day that he is playing. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you anything about him. Like, he's far from a favorite player of mine. It doesn't make any lick of sense. He's always there. He's always there. Mantha from Detroit, too, is another one who is always, like, these two guys. It's not like, McDavid and Matthews or Dryside.
Right.
McKinnon, guys like the, upper tier, like, yeah, of course. No, like Rackle or if I'm even saying that right, and Mantha are always in my lineups.
There you go.
I don't know that I necessarily have that guy in NBA.
Okay.
I mean,
obviously, guys like LeBron, he's in my lineup a lot. Damian Lillard, he's in my lineup a lot.
Joker and Sabonis
a lot.
are in my lineups a lot.
Yep.
Even if it's not necessarily a great spot for them, they do tend to be in my lineup.
I have a few value guys that I go to, and that's what I write about, but that's also, I tend to go more stars and scrubs with my lineups. And there's a few value guys I've hit a lot this year. Damian Lee is one that I've hit a lot. Whenever the Warriors are short on players, he ends up being a really cheap play. Batum, I played a lot early on, not so much recently, but early on. Nerlens Noel was in my lineup when he first took over. He was underpriced, so I had him a bunch. Is there a team that you tend to lean towards or away from kind of unconsciously, either in any sport? And for me, like when I play DFS baseball, I always have more Red Sox than I should. Always. And they're my favorite team, so I don't mind it. I'm aware of it. But I always end up with more of them and fewer Yankees probably than I should.
So, hockey,
I just don't like cheering for them.
Hockey, I mean, without actually going back and truly researching this, but just off the top of my head, I do believe, to go back to the Mantle thing, I do believe that I just tend to play a lot of Red Wings. I don't really know why, but maybe because they tend to be in good value spots. I feel like they are in my lineup a lot. Basketball, Thunder. I think just with the way this year has gone.
Yeah, value.
Yeah, so there's so much value because they're always ruling guys out and down to close to their minimum.
And we know
number.
how much you love Isaiah Roby.
I love Roby. Gotta have Roby. I love Paul George and Roby. They're together for me now, linked forever. So that might be a good example.
Yep.
Just value guys whenever one of their studs is down.
Yeah, for sure. Bruce Brown. I've had a lot of Pistons too, as they've kind of shuffled their lineup around. Jeremy Grant's been somebody I've used a lot.
Sure.
Again, just partly because he's been good, right? Like,
yeah.
Is there anybody who has burned you and you're like, I will never, I mean, Roby is actually what brought this to mind, but like, I will never use, and you just keep going back, aside from Roby?
Michael Porter Jr.
Oh, yes. Same here.
I can't tell you how many times I've been burned by Michael Porter Jr. and yet it's like, tonight's the night if he's in a good spot.
Look at this matchup. How could he not?
Right out
Look
of
at the ceiling.
Mountain. I can't quit you.
There you go.
That's Michael Porter Jr.
Fantasy kryptonite.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. And there's a few guys like that, and he's an example of one for me, but it's like I talk myself into him all the time, and I always get it wrong, right? I'll fade him when I should have played him, and I'll play him when I should have faded him.
Yeah, there are a few guys like that for me, without question.
Anthony Davis was that way.
Paul George only burned me the once, and that was, I take more fault on that than I've come around. I'm not going to put that solely on Paul.
Anthony Davis was that way for me last NBA season. I haven't played him much this season because he's been hurt, but last season, both before the bubble, more than actually in the bubble, I would play him, and then he'd leave early, and then I'd be like, all right, I'm not doing that again, and then he'd go off for a monster game. Did that a lot with the Pelicans too, where he'd leave the game early on the one night I decided to build around him.
I don't have any baseball examples because I really haven't done MLB DFS.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's interesting. That'll change this year.
I'll give it a go this year, get more involved, and
cool.
We'll be able to reassess in a couple months on that conversation.
Fair enough. Tim the Man, who scored the second Philly TD? That would be Miles Sanders.
Correct.
On a pass from Carson Wentz, who has thrown both of them, one to Jackson, one to Sanders. Dumps it off to Sanders here for another big gain. First down on 3rd and 4. Took a big hit, but got the ball to Sanders out of the backfield.
Tell you a phrase I used a lot. Smash that like button.
Hey,
we're
there
getting
you
real
go.
Close to at 500 plus watching the Dream Stream here on the YouTube. Thousands more across all our other platforms, including, of course, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Appreciate you being here with us on a Tuesday. Not early anymore. We're coming up on the midpoint of your Dream Stream day. 3 more sims after this one, obviously, and do us a solid. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page so you can be notified when great things like these sims go live. Not to mention a collection of other videos that we have for you. If you've never hung out and visited
a
the
pre-lock
DK YouTube page,
PGA,
so go to the videos. A lot there.
Yeah. Maybe you should check out the pre-lock PGA segment that just was on in between the last sim and this one. Looking forward to the players.
With a couple of players.
Oh, there you go.
No, I'm just kidding. They're both very happy in their relationships. But nevertheless, you should go back and check out what they had to say, because that information's still good for a few days, couple days anyway, before Thursday's Players Championship comes along.
That is true. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. They did make a change. I don't know if I'm not sure if the guys talked about this. I didn't hear them, but they did. I didn't hear them talk about this. They made a change in the rules to Bryson proof the 18th hole. He talked about how he was going to drive over the lake the other direction and use the fairway for another hole on 18, or that he was thinking about doing this, and they said that was now out of bounds.
Can't do that, huh?
Can't do it. Nope. He was going to drive over the lake, basically shortcut the opposite.
Oh, no!
Fumble!
Fumble right there at the goal line.
At the goal line.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, I thought he was in for the score, but instead the ball comes out. Miles Sanders, and there will be no review.
Man.
Didn't look like he was anywhere close to being down anyway.
Needed that from Miles. Wouldn't have vaulted me into first, but I would have continued to hang on to second. That would have been huge. Huge.
Yeah, he's my captain, so would have helped me considerably as well. But instead, it's a turnover, forced fumble, and recovered fumble there for the Broncos DST. And as far as the scoreboard, keeps it a one-possession game. Broncos now with a chance to drive down and take the lead with a touchdown. It is 14-10 as we come to the end of the third quarter.
I'll give you another one. This is a visual one as we get ready to review the stats. My wife can't stand this. I'll sit a lot of the time like this, like one arm up on the chair,
one arm back.
Yeah, she thinks this is my.
Can I even do that? Like this kind of thing?
This is my cool guy pose.
Oh, I see.
She thinks I look like a donkey.
It's
I just
not very comfortable. Sorry, nope.
That's why I'm doing it.
I believe you.
I'm not doing it because I think it looks good. I find it to be kind of comfy.
You're just trying to be cool. I get it.
All right, I'll reset. Okay.
All right, we good? Let's
bonus.
Look at Melvin Gordon, man. 79 yards. He's normally not this involved. 14 carries for him, just one for Phillip Lindsay, who has been involved as a receiver. Miles Sanders has just 30 yards on the ground along with that fumble, but he has been picking it up over on the receiver side of things. 5 catches, 54 yards, and the touchdown through the air. Still not much production out of those wide receiver ones. Alshon Jeffrey, pretty quiet overall. That Melvin Gordon play that both of us were on, very unpopular actually in the free showdown. Only 24% on Gordon, 1.3% in the captain spot. So a nice differentiator. So cheap, under $3K.
The party.
I mean, it's a Melvin Gordo party.
That's what I'm saying. We're both actively rooting for him to get to the bonus. Let's get
That'd be awesome. Let's do it. Jerry Jeudy, only 1 catch for 7 yards. Cortland Sutton, 1 catch for 13 yards. So low production from the top 2 Broncos receivers. However, they're down 4. They've got the ball, and they've got 89 yards to go for a touchdown. We could see either one or both of them put together a big fourth quarter. I kind of am feeling that, to be honest. I think we've got a Broncos comeback here. I think they score and take the lead. But I don't know if the Eagles answer back in time. That's my crystal ball is cloudy.
More offense. Let's get there.
All right,
Stats
sounds
updated.
good.
Thank you, Frangelico, by the way. And everyone, not for us. Hit that like for Frangelico, for the production crew. They're the ones doing the hard work. We just get to hang out. David says, I'm right behind you, Adam, in 5th. Stupid Cash Zay says, can we get some intense play-by-play commentary? Intense? Okay, I like the sound of that. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 from the 24. Broncos with the ball down by 4, about 30 seconds into this fourth quarter. With Zach Thompson, I'm Adam Kaufman. Drew Lock has some time, has some space, about the 15, connects left side, completes that pass, and out to about the 27. So he's
gotta love the way they get Phillip Lindsay involved there out of the backfield. Gotta love the way they get him involved on 3rd down. He's the 3rd down back. Helps give Melvin Gordon the break he needs, and then Melvin Gordon comes back in. It's a great tandem there in the backfield. We've got Phillip Lindsay back there now.
Gordon, again, about 20 yards away from the bonus, if he can get there. 2nd and 8 from the 27. Lock all the time he had.
Almost
Unfortunately, just couldn't deliver it there into his hands. What a shame.
Couldn't tell. I think that looked like Cortland Sutton on the outside. He is their wide receiver one. Only one catch in this game. Had, of course, the knee injury in week 2 this year, out for the season. Definitely looking forward to having him back this year. We've got 4 wides. Lindsey next to Drew Lock in the shotgun.
3rd and 8 from the 27. Lock alone in the backfield. Throws it right at the ground.
Another incomplete pass. Drew Lock struggling to connect with his receivers. Does bring up 4th down. Going to get a punt here from the Broncos. Still too much time left in this 4-point game for them to go for it at this point.
What you need to do here, Zach, is obviously after this punt, Eagles get the ball. If you're the Broncos defense, you got to hold them to a field goal. Keep this a 1-score game. You allow a touchdown right here, it's going to be a real uphill battle.
Fumble!
Oh, my goodness, a fumble, but Eagles look like they're going to be able to
No, I don't think so.
Wow.
The Broncos recover.
Looks like that punt instead turned into a huge gain out to the 32, but they're going to review it. Which way do you think this is going to go?
Review it. I think we're going to get this overturned.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sure
Looked
enough.
to me like he was down, and he was. So the Eagles will take over. And we're going to see Miles Sanders. I think we're going to get a heavy dose of Sanders here, try and run this clock down. But the Broncos have been pretty good against the run so far. We'll see if they can continue that, force Carson Wentz to beat him through the air.
6 and change left here in regulation. 4-point game.
Alshon Jeffrey wide to the top of the screen with Deshaun Jackson. Wentz going to throw. Got the first down.
Matt, it's like, maybe we could move on from this then. This is fun and all. Freak of nature says so intense that I feel like I'm at the game.
Well, we do what we can.
Crystal ball.
I was gonna scream. I was ready to go, man.
I hope Zach screams at week. I mean, the almost fumble was a pretty big deal.
Alshon Jeffrey with another catch there. Yeah, I was going to go nuts.
David says, okay, Wentz, let's make a Mertz.
The best is when the play-by-play for the home team, the color guy just loses it, right? He's just like, yeah, and there's like no word. You don't even need words to describe. You just yell. I was ready, but nothing.
Where's the beef?
Exciting.
Matt said you sounded like a Wookiee. Mads, I don't know if you know this, but he did it all for the Wookiee. The Wookiee.
There you go.
2nd and 10 from the 31.
The other thing color guys do all the time, which makes me laugh anytime they do it, is they fall into the we, right? Like they're so identified with the team that it's just like, yeah, we can get this one if we just do this and this. And it's like, well, actually, you're the announcer, but okay.
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me. Like it's just
it depends. Some are worse than others.
Yes. Yes, and I mean, as a Celtics fan, we know Tommy is the best.
May he rest in peace.
Yes, he was the best at that.
Yeah.
It was always a we. It was always we need this and we're gonna get this and Yep. Madison says she does that as a spectator, but then I think it's okay because I mean you're the fan. I think. As an announcer, there's supposed to be some level of objectivity, and I know that can kind of change now as that line kind of blurs as well between fan and commentator.
I never do the we thing as a fan.
No,
maybe it just comes from the years of working in sports that it's sort of trained out of you.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I don't have a problem with it I'm not one of those. If you were to say it, so you what number are you, Zach? You play for the. I mean, I don't care when people. I get it as a fan. I certainly. We needed that.
We needed that.
Yes. You and me. Miles Sanders, not we, the Sim Eagles. No. I could care less what they need. or couldn't care less, I guess. Either way, I'm
Either way.
hanging tight in second, still behind Miguel by about. Oh no, I just dropped. I dropped a 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say that touchdown because you have him in your lineup, but not your captain spot. That'll probably drop you.
Yeah, he
a
was
little
in the
bit.
captain
I do
spot,
have
switched it.
Yeah, I have him in my captain spot, so I think I will jump up a little bit here once the scores are updated. Sitting right around 30th at this point. I don't know where
Son
you
of a
are.
gun.
21-10. And that should pretty much ice this game from a who wins perspective. The Eagles now with a commanding 11-point lead, 2 possessions. Guess you could still get a quick score here, and then they do have all their timeouts. So, I mean, maybe not totally put away yet, but would need an onside kick or a very quick score, which doesn't happen very often in these sims, especially for the Broncos in this game, whose only touchdown came in the very early stages of the game on their very first possession, Melvin Gordon touchdown. It also does not set up well right now for our Melvin Gordon bonus.
David says, I have all the TDs and hanging by a thread. Brandon,
There's a nice
off your
completion.
7th, I'm 8th.
Fant. Do you have Noah Fant?
I don't. I very rarely play Noah Fant.
I play him sometimes. I'm not always in on Fant, not always out on Fant, but I do have him for today. He's boomer bust. He had that one massive game. I don't know if you were on it, but he had a massive game at the beginning of the Madden holiday season where he was at the top of our stats for the entire holiday season because he had 8 catches for 167 yards and a touchdown. 33 fantasy points against the Raiders in one of the first games.
He thinks about this box score when he falls asleep at night. This one hung with you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I that was when I was entering all the scores manually, so I do remember.
It's true. Here's a real if you know, you know from Robbie Noble says it's Hamler time.
Oh.
And that includes turn this mother out. Which, for those that don't know,
Can't Touch This
is an MC Hammer song, not unlike Can't Touch This.
You remember the Super Bowl commercial he was in? I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, was it
Cheetos or something, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember. It was it was fun.
Made me laugh.
I mean, I'm look, more Hammer in our lives, the better. I'm in.
It's true. It's true. I'm up to 19th, so closing in.
Am I playing?
Don't know if I'll
I'm still in
catch you.
Still in 9th.
4 points behind you. I need more Fant. More Judy, too, would help me. Because you don't have Judy, right?
I do not.
So those are the guys I need. 4th down. Gonna air it out. Yeah, that's kind of the way the Broncos game has gone overall.
Herb, please, Hamler, don't hurt him. That's another one.
There you go.
There you go. I mean, are we going to scream, you can't touch this, every time Hamler scores a touchdown from here on out? Probably should.
Yeah, but he's the wide receiver 4, so we should be okay.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll happen very often.
Won't happen often.
I think we'll be safe. Up to 13th. I'm closing in on you, Cough. Just 2 points back.
Uh-oh. Matt says, I hope not. Just kidding. Or am I?
Hamler to that like button. Ryan, that was my best Cough impersonation.
2nd and 3 after the 2-minute warning. Sanders.
More Miles Sanders. That helps me.
Got himself
creeping up.
In a timeout.
Creeping up on you. I know you've got him, but he's not your captain, so.
He's not my captain. I'm still in 9th.
Yep.
About 5 points off the lead. I don't think I'm going to get there.
13th right now for me. I'm 2 points or so behind you based on current scoring, but obviously there's still manual updates to that coming your way. Sanders, a couple more yards there.
David says the sim will be decided on the last play, and I'm assuming he means the lineups because obviously it's dog race right there on our leaderboard, not so much the sim itself.
No, I think who wins this sim is pretty much decided But as far as who wins the contest, whether that's the free roll or the early classic, yeah, still plenty up for grabs there. And don't forget, late classic locks at the beginning of the next game, so you've still got time to build your lineups for that as well as for all of tonight's contests. If you need some lineup advice for your classic team, go over to playbook.draftkings.com. You will find my write-up there. Trying to think, the picture for tonight, I want to say it's Alvin Kamara. So just look for him in his cool Saints hoodie because, you know, who doesn't like a good Saints hoodie?
3rd and 4.
I do think Kamara's a good play. Oh, Sanders dropped in the backfield. And that'll bring out the field goal unit.
PhD shouting, defense. Defense.
So just obviously still a lot up for grabs, but just to give you an idea how packed the leaderboard is, I am less than a point behind you now. You're still sitting in 9th. I'm down at 13th. But very, very crowded leaderboard right now. Everybody kind of bunched together, but Miguel, 84, as you have called out a few times, still in that top spot.
Well,
Mr. Cheesehead.
1 through 4 is separated by less than a point.
Right. Yeah, everybody's packed together.
1 through 5, I guess, really, you'd say. Yeah, pretty wild.
The contest that we're talking about is the who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Bronco free roll created by Mr. Adam Kaufman in our DK Sim Fam Friends League. Your free roll.
I don't think we reached a consensus on that.
No. Nope. I don't think we did.
I think there were some compelling arguments made on both sides of the table.
As predicted, actually, we said that we kind of thought it would be pretty split decision either way.
So we got less than a minute left.
All right, let's see what the Broncos can do.
The ball, they're looking for points. No timeouts, no ability to stop the clock, short of getting out of bounds. Locke with pressure coming his way. Hit as he throws it. Pinballs around, hits the ground.
Wow. Yeah, I think he spiked the ball off his offensive lineman there inadvertently because he was being sacked as he was trying to unload.
Which is really not a polite thing to do.
No, if you are the offensive lineman, that is not what you are looking for your quarterback to do, throw the ball off your back.
Do not appreciate that very much.
No, not at all.
2nd and 10 from the 25.
Oh, don't appreciate that either. Touchdown, defensive touchdown by the Eagles.
Eagles.
Well, I mean, not between you and me, but between everybody else. Yeah, that changes a lot. If you've got that Eagles DST.
I mean, is that going to do enough for anyone to, you know,
boom,
jump into a win or anything? Probably not. But
I don't know. The Eagles DST probably fairly low ownership.
Well, someone down in 57th here with 90 points has the Eagles DST in the captain spot.
Oh, that'll help then.
That's going to make some noise.
For sure. If you've got Drew Lock, you also just lost a point, although I know neither one of us had him for the fumble. And that one's not coming back. That play will stand.
13. No, that person jumped all the way up to 13 from whatever I just said it was. And,
okay.
They actually just moved ahead of me.
Yep, and me as well.
About 5 points off the lead.
Yeah, Boston Joe, I agree. Whether he's the Not My Kid award or not, Drew Lock has been awful in this series. He has not been good at all. The fumble there, he's just thrown a lot of wayward, incomplete passes, missed open receivers. He hasn't really been a huge fantasy disappointment just because I don't think we expected much from Lock. And the Not My Kid award, I actually think I will end up going with one of the receivers who didn't really deliver. But yeah, Lock has really held this Broncos offense back and also just gave 7 points to the Eagles by putting the ball on the deck.
Noah Moon Happy to see you're happy. I understand
Sup,
that you and
Noah
Flash have
Moon?
had your battles.
I got no issue with him.
Nope, Noah and I, we're good. Flash will be along later, though. The two of you can continue to hash it out.
Fair enough. That may. Yep. Noah Fant. You know what that means. Should be enough to put me ahead of you. It'll be close, though. Let's see.
Hanging in
No
second.
huddle.
So long. So long.
Nice awareness there, getting out of bounds. I like that.
Yeah.
Good work from Cortland Sutton.
Play.
It's almost like it was a smart decision. Sometimes these receivers specifically and their clock awareness leave much to be desired. But there, Cortland Sutton gets out of bounds nicely. And that Noah Fant catch did vault me past you.
Let's see
if
does
this
in the trap.
scrambles some
Oh,
things.
incomplete. Man, Zach at the 11th hour.
I was behind you the entire sim. Like from Jump Street, I was behind you. And caught you by 2 points thanks to Noah Fant making a meaningless catch on the last possession of the game. See as Frangelico finishes up this manual scoring. That would have been brutal.
That would
have been
burn
brutal.
That burns you.
Look at Drew Lock. Yuck. 15 of 27 for 140. No touchdowns. He threw an interception. He fumbled it away for a touchdown. That is ugly. Carson Wentz had a much better game. 271 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, 1 to Miles Sanders, who also scored on the ground, and 1 to Deshaun Jackson. Melvin Gordon did run for the score for the Broncos since Drew Lock wasn't getting it done. Melvin Gordon, 14 carries, 79 yards, did not get a carry in the fourth quarter there. We were hoping he would hit the bonus, but didn't have the chance to do that. Did have the 1 touchdown early, though. Miles Sanders had 1 receiving score, 6 catches for 62 yards. Fant, 6 for 79. That 6th catch, the most important to me personally because it put me ahead of Adam. And then Deshaun Jackson, 4 catches for 31 yards to go with his score. Player of the game got to be Miles Sanders with the 2 touchdowns.
It's got to be Noah Fant for putting me
Yeah, right. For giving me the win. No, it's got to be Miles Sanders for the 2 touchdowns. He was my captain, and he had the 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. The Not My Kid award, I'm going to go with Locke. It was just ugly from him. I mean, just not any production, even though he wasn't a fantasy player that a lot of people were counting on. He really held the whole team back, and not really any Broncos were any good because Drew Lock couldn't throw the ball to them, with the one exception of Melvin Gordon, who did have the touchdown. But 2 turnovers, just 140 passing yards right now, and scores still being finalized. Drew Lock, you ready for this? 3.6 fantasy points.
Ugh, so gross.
Ugh.
For a quarterback. I mean, that's a bad day for a running back.
It's true. It's true.
Oh,
it's a bad day for a part-time running back.
Ain't that the truth? Yeah, Philip Lindsay. That'd be a bad day.
It would be.
New York, and it was. New York Lions with the projected win, barring any stat adjustments, by about half a point, with Sanders in the captain spot, where Zach mentioned about 45 points in that slot, 25% owned there. Wentz, Sutton, Jackson, Fant, and Gordon, all with terrific days. Terrific. Really good performances today.
Very nice. Yeah, that was a fun sim.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure who won, the Eagle or the Bronco in our battle, but
I think we're all winners.
It was a fun way. Yeah, I think we won because we got to see a fun sim. We got to talk about fun stuff, and I mean, it was good competition.
So here's what is on the way over the course of the second half of your Dream Stream day. And as Zach said, make sure you go and build those late classic lineups and get the individual showdowns as well. Paid free, whatever floats your boat. Jump involved. You got about an hour left before lineups lock for those, a little less than that. So at 6, you'll have the Seahawks and Saints. That is the happy hour sim. It'll be Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey coming along with that one. Kenny will then move to the lead chair with Brandon Cristal, that tandem at 8 o'clock prime time, Panthers and Jets. And then BK hangs out with Brendan Glasheen, Brendan and Brandon for Bucks and Raiders at 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark. Let's see. Zach here will be back
Thursday.
4
o'clock.
Thursday, 4 o'clock with Glash. I will return tomorrow for The Sims at 4 and 6. It's a Krusty Moose special. I'll be with Jeff Ulrich for both of those. Should be fun.
There you go.
Stats finalized according to our Game Ops crew, so make sure you check those out. And congrats, everyone, for obviously wherever it is that you fell. And hopefully you did pretty well and ultimately better than the two of us, even though, Zach he's going to go to bed happy. Got me in the the penultimate play when he got me. What a bummer. Okay, well, it's been fun. Our thanks to Mads,
Always.
to Undercover Boss Tom, obviously, for Jordan, who is gracing us with his presence. Good to see you, Jordan. And for Angelico, love you, man. All of you. Zach Thompson, I'm Adam Kaufman. Zach, pleasure, buddy.
Always a good time. Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
What's up, everybody? Jesse Cofield back with you for the latest edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. Another night of Sims. All the stuff you're used to. It's going to be great. 6 p.m. Russell Wilson visiting the place he may be playing next year. Seahawks, Saints, Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey. Then at 8, Kenny's going to stick around. It's the Jets hosting the Panthers. Kenny and the Jets. He'll be joined by Brandon Cristal for that one. Then at 10, our coverage wraps up with an all-pirate matchup between the Bucs and Raiders. Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal will have the call of that. We have so much good stuff coming on the Dream Stream. The NBA returns from the All-Star break tomorrow. We got contests. If you can't wait for DFS action, we have NHL stuff tonight. And of course, we have all of those leagues over on the DK Sportsbook. Make sure you check that out. And Bryson DeChambeau, I interviewed him last night. We're going to have parts of that interview on the stream, so make sure you stick around for that. But we got to get going with our Sims, Seahawks, Saints, Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey. Take it away.
Oh, thank you, Jesse. Kenny, what's up, dude?
Oh, everything is up, man. Great day. How are you?
It's a great day if you're a fan of football teams that were not so good because players are just getting cut everywhere, dude. So
That's
bring
right.
them on. Bring them over here to New England, maybe New York if you're into that kind of stuff. But we got Seattle. We're getting New Orleans. We're getting to all the football talk. Lineups have locked. What'd you do? Did you put a lineup in?
Of course I did. I
right, just making
had
sure.
to fade Drew Brees and Michael Thomas because they are terrible, and I always fade them. So I went with Greg Olsen in the captain spot, and Russell Wilson, Alvin Kamara in the flex. Those aren't really surprising options, but the way I'm potentially differentiating my lineup is DK Metcalf in the flex with Carlos Hyde and Traquan Smith. That's what I'm going with today. Just couldn't do Drew Brees in there. Don't think he's gonna have a good game.
I don't blame you there. Drew Brees has been one of the more high-profile quarterbacks, or maybe best of all-time quarterbacks. Here in Simland just doesn't seem to get it done for you. For me, not saying similar, but I put Cook in the captain, Russell Wilson, Kamara, Lockett, Smith, Hyde. No kickers. Feeling a little gross about it. It's indoors. There's going to be some boots going, but I feel the same way. No, didn't pay up for Drew Brees, didn't pay up for Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas isn't quite at that DeAndre Hopkins level, but he's right around there. He's right on the precipice of like, do you even bother with him? Do you not? DK Simfam, you can let us know your lineups. Appreciate everybody jumping in on the Rossi Kenny contest. Looks like there's about I didn't actually see about 173. That seems to be the sweet number recently.
There will be a contest for 8 p.m. by the way. I'm gonna make it. I'll actually make it right now.
Love it. Yeah, we're gonna get to Nolans down here. It's Ducey country. Y'all know it up in this mo. See you over there on Twitch.
The Simperdome.
And finally, we got one. It's actually the right place. It is Color Rush Tuesday, so Daniel dressing up the boys, and they're all greens from Seattle. We got Daniel's our technical director. We have Michael, our producer. Zach is in ops. We have ourselves a hell of a game here. So appreciate you joining in. It's Tuesday. Hope you're having a heck of a day. A little 6 p.m. action on the East Coast. Or if you're like Michael, our producer, it's 3 o'clock, and I want to time travel, and I wish it was 3 o'clock here because it was beautiful weather today.
It is unbelievable here in New York. It was 60 degrees out today. I went to lunch outside. It was just absolutely gorgeous, Rossi. The sun's shining. Of course, I picked yesterday to go on a run, which was really smart of me. But it's still an amazing day.
Listen, dude, every day is amazing. We're here. We're alive. Weather's good. But no, nothing makes you feel like the world. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, like weather was bad. I could have been like that, down on my luck. But 2 days later, dude, weather's good. Windows were open today. Feeling fresh.
Yeah,
but we're here.
Big window open day for sure.
Love it. Get all the germs out of the house. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Jordan Lindenbaum criticizing me, saying Thomas averages 17.9 a sim, almost 8 more than D-Hop. Don't disagree with you there. Just check out the averages, and maybe recently he's been hot again, but he to me is just one of those players that you'll get a 3-point performance just as easy as you'll get a 20-point performance. Or I ain't down with him. I'll say that. Jay East giving us fist bumps. Kenny, so you can
Here we go.
give him a little fist bump back.
We got some fan in the chat.
Love it. Anthony says Captain Traquan, Russ, DK, Kamara, Cook, Hyde. Captain Hyde says Dr. Hawk. And Bert says it was 50s and sunny here today. Got a bunch of spring yard work done today. I love that. Love it.
Yeah, yard work is, yard work is very difficult to do in the summer, but if you get it done early enough, like if you do it in the spring, it's a very palatable task. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, listen, I wish I could. My entire lawn is still covered in snow, but we'll get there. Kamara with the opening carry, bounces off of one tackler, rips it for a gain of just under 10. Inches to go here. Some ownership numbers coming in, courtesy of Michael. We get Drew Brees. We mentioned neither one of us going with him. He's only 40% owned in the free showdown. Kamara, though, 73%. Cook at 38%.
Hey, just because Christian always gets to do his shameless promotion on the stream, go by I have some NBA Top Shot moments available on the marketplace, so go check them out.
Look at you.
I think you can go just, my username is Kenny Ducey. We'll just go nbaTopShot.com/user/@KennyDucey/moments, and they're right there. I got 2 up in the marketplace. I got a Steph Curry and a rare Precious Achua card.
Of course.
Hey man, it's one of only 2021 as part of the Rising Stars challenge, if you will. So go check those out.
I dig it. Yeah, go check it out. Always listen, it's not even shameless plugs. This is what we're here for. Listen, we come here together. We all have little ventures outside of DraftKings, so if you can support, please do. There's Drew Brees in the gun, 1st and 10. Gets it out to his receiver. Nice catch there. Traquan Smith getting in on the action. Traquan Smith owned in this contest at about 38%. Emmanuel Sanders at 39%.
Yeah, Emmanuel Sanders is a hard guy to figure out in the Sims for sure.
Yeah, and he's also going to be interesting. Is he going to remain a Saint? Because we have a lot to get to today. It was like cold cuts slicing today in the NFL.
Well, what's going on with the chat talking about me and Emerson? Was Emerson just on the last sim or something?
I had a very chock full day today. I have not checked out Simland, so
I have not been in Simland either.
So one just says
I saw you
also. So you tweeting about it?
Yeah, been a lot of tennis on. Joel Wilfried Songa got his first win since 2019, but also, Champions League, an unbelievable finish between Porto and Juventus. And then, I think went out to lunch today, as I mentioned.
Nice.
Did some laundry.
Look at you. What a day. 4th down here.
4, the Saints are going for it. Love
the aggressive, wide open receiver. Gonna take it to the end zone.
Oh,
eat our words. I'm gonna just give it to him. Give it up for Jordan Lindebaum here. That is the Michael Thomas touchdown on a 4th and 4. Nobody saw that play coming.
No one wanted to see Michael Thomas.
I don't think nobody, but definitely not us. Again, Michael Thomas coming in with the ownership number of 51% in the free showdown. Unreal. 38 touchdown for Michael Thomas. Thank you, Michael.
No, thank you, Michael.
Well, the stats you can thank him for. You have to thank
I'm having a crisis here, Rossi, and you don't seem to care.
I really don't. care.
I'm having a crisis. I didn't roster Michael Thomas and Drew Brees, and they just hooked up for the game's first touchdown. Why do bad things happen to good people?
You know what? That's a really good question. And one day when we make it to the pearly gates, you can ask that question. Hopefully after you're allowed in.
BK's #1 fan, formerly James Farrell. I faded Thomas. Yeah. Anyone with a brain would have faded Thomas.
I am with you, dude. That was a tough one, but you know what? Screw 'em. It's just the beginning. Maybe things will change it up from there.
Tough.
It was tough, but we'll see. We'll see how Seattle responds. Let's see if we let Russ cook here.
Duke putting the hurt on Boston College. They're up by 27 points right now. Yikes.
That's
As
the
long as
tournament.
all the people talking about how Duke, can't play defense, they can't play offense. What can they do? Nothing. Well, they're having a good showing right now. I know it's just Boston
Also
College.
Boston College, yeah.
They need to win the ACC tournament to get into the big dance.
You think they actually have to win it to get in, or just have a good showing, like get to like the finals?
They definitely need to win the ACC tournament to get in. I don't think they're going to make it as an at-large team. They just have not been good enough.
I just feel like the sex appeal of the name will still get them in.
I mean, their resume is pretty bad, Rossi.
No, I've seen it. Trust me, I have. But there's always those teams. I feel like they'll be like, and they'll get like an 11 seed. It doesn't make any sense. That's just the way I always feel like that happens. Like there was like USC of like the early 2000s. They weren't even good. They'd be like 11 seeds and like be a 500 team and get bounced in the second round of their tournament.
Russ, go Russ.
There he is on the ground. Gets a nice carry. Gets him to the 43-yard line. Yeah, if you're just joining us, Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. We got Michael, our producer. Daniel's directing all things technicalities. Zach is in ops. Jordan Lindenbaum was right. Because the only touchdown we've had on a 4th and 4 was Drew Brees to Michael Thomas. Both Kenny and I faded both. There's the handoff up the middle. I like these neons. I like this color contrast. Chris Carson getting in on the action. Mike Sunken says, Boston College won 4 games this year, and BC is missing their top 2 players. Duke better win by 20. Now, because of that, you'll see like a miraculous comeback like Boston College did in baseball the other day. They were down like, I think it was 9 to 2.
No.
Yeah, no, please, I don't really pay attention. Even
Hey,
when
I love a
Boston
good baseball comeback, though. It's the same thing as tennis. Andre Agassi once said, the thing he knows about tennis is if he's still on the court, he still has a chance. Same thing with football, or the same thing with baseball, because there's no clock.
Yep.
You're still gonna have a chance, right? Because you can always come back.
You can always come back. It says you can't go home. On a 3rd and 5, Rust. Completion. Gets it to Carlos Hyde there, getting in on the action. But yeah, Boston College was down like 9 to 2 in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs. One of the most miraculous comebacks in any sport. And they came back to win it in extras. So cool story. You can check it out on like Twitter. It was on ESPN. That's where I saw it, and just on my feed as well. First time,
Chris Carson,
look at this.
volley.
First time playing Fortnite. It says Ducey hating on Boston College because Pride Guy loves them. That's rude.
I'm not hating on Boston College. I'm just saying they're losing.
I don't think
reporting the news.
Reporting the news. This is breaking news with Kenny Ducey.
Boston College is losing. Sorry.
Like I'm gonna be like last time I was with BK. It was just giving like live updates of the skills competitions on Sunday. It was just funny. We'll be like, I'll be like, shotgun, here comes Russell Wilson. He runs out, gets tackled. All right, well, it looks like Luka's out of the 3-point. See, is there anything for him to call tonight? So that's what I love about the Dream Stream. We're all different characters, different shapes and sizes, all uniquely fun. It's good for you, the fam.
Great. You know what's not good for me, though, is Greg Olsen. No catches yet. Come on, Greg. Let's get on the board here.
I debated with Greg.
And Metcalf as well.
Yeah, Lockett for me. But I really had a strong debate about Greg. I was thinking about him. Didn't go
someone said, Mike said, Carlos Hyde going to be a sneaky play. I agree. I have Carlos Hyde in my lineup already. 2 catches for 10 yards. Yeah, he's very sneaky. He's on the field right now. Talk about sneaky. He snuck on the field.
33%
Anyone see him sneak on the field?
Came through the ground. Oh, wide open. What a distraction. Actually looked like the coverage went towards Carlos Hyde with all the sneakiness, and Greg Olsen takes advantage of it.
Congo Cab says DraftKings touchdown coming. I agree.
Yeah, I used to call him. What did I call DK
DraftKings Metcalf?
But I was calling him the wrong name when I first started. Like I would call him either
DJ?
EGA, maybe. I can't even remember now, but I was getting absolutely destroyed. It's good times. Good old times in early July. Here's Russ. Quick draw, gets it to the man. We've been calling for him. DK Metcalf makes the grab down to the 9-yard line. Before we get here, we don't have to go too deep into it. Just simple question, Kenny. Will Russell Wilson be a Seattle Seahawk in 2021?
I really don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Seems to be leaning that way.
I think that it's it's a hot take, because I think that I think that the if you had to set odds on it, I think that it would probably, it's probably pretty likely that Russell Wilson remains there. But I just have a feeling I don't think that he gets there.
No, I don't either. 2-yard line, there's a nice catch. I think he's done. I think there's some irreparable differences, and I don't know where it is. It looks like the Raiders are starting to make some moves that potentially could be freeing up some space for a quarterback contract.
I just think in general, it's not it's not a good situation. That organization's not the organization that we once thought it was. Their defense has gone to crap.
No.
Carroll,
the last quarter of last year.
They had the worst passing defense in the league last year.
Absolutely correct. But the last 4 weeks, look at that. Look at that. Look at the way that they just made.
Which quarterbacks did they play?
Listen, you don't have to listen. Don't.
No. Which quarterbacks did they play?
Were they a playoff team? They made the playoffs
with a bad defense, and they weren't good enough to win playoff games.
I'm just saying.
My point is, the defense is not the same. Russell Wilson used to be backed up by a fantastic defense.
Correct.
That's not the case anymore. Pete Carroll is calling running plays with the Seahawks down multiple touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
That's not smart or okay. And they don't have, the running backs they don't have Marshawn Lynch anymore.
No.
Nor should they be running down anyway, even if they have Marshawn Lynch. That's just dumb. They're just not using Russell Wilson properly. And I think Russell Wilson recognizes that that's the case, and he's trying to own his situation. And as everyone will say, if you don't like the situation you're in, change it. I think Russell Wilson's saying, I have the power here to do something. And they're either going to give Russell Wilson what he wants, which is, probably a better line, and give him more give him more chances to shine in that offense, or he's going to leave. And I think that's the reality that people have to face. I think that Christian said that this was posturing, as we almost got a vulture from Nick Ballore.
Dude, he scored the other day for Seattle, and it blew all of our minds.
But, Christian, I was talking to him the other day, he's in the camp that this is posturing. But I don't think so. I really do think that it's a real gripe that he has with the organization, and I don't blame him one bit.
See, I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't think he'll be, I don't want, I've said this every time we've talked about it. I'm sick and tired of these franchise quarterbacks wanting to leave, because I think it's going to set a real ugly precedent for the league. I don't mind shorter contracts. That's fine. What Dak signed, I know we got the news yesterday, and then all the numbers came out. He's going to get $47 million next year. Good on him. Good on you, Dak. So we have a 3rd and goal here from the 1. Can Seattle punch it in here? See the snap. The give. It's in. And there it is. Chris Carson into the end zone for the touchdown. A long, treacherous drive, but Seattle ties the game up after the touchdown pass on a 4th and 4 for Michael Thomas from Drew Brees. Stats are good through 1. Those stats will be updated momentarily. But yeah, I think, I do understand Russell Wilson's point to a degree, but it's when the whole comment came out that they want to run the ball more, I think that was first off, who really said that? Did Pete Carroll really say to somebody, go put this out there? And 2, doesn't Russell Wilson technically want that? Doesn't he want to be protected? Wasn't that the big issue that you're coming out of, quote, Team 3, that he's not getting the protection he thinks he deserves? And obviously today, to spark the rumors even further, the Chicago Bears tag Allen Robinson seems to be the hot spot for Russell Wilson right now, them along with the Raiders.
Yeah, was hoping that Robinson was going to be headed to the Jets. But the Jets still have a lot of money. They still have a lot of picks they can trade for either Wilson or another quarterback.
Another quarterback.
You saw the Greg Van Roten said that Joe Tooney wouldn't be welcome to having his number. But it was good today that the Jets tagged Marcus May. That was definitely a big issue, with the Jets. There was a lot of friction between the Jets and Marcus May. Marcus May was the Jets' most important defender last year, probably outside of Quinn Williams. And maybe he was the best one, frankly. And it was very difficult. It was not very difficult. It was a very contentious situation. We weren't sure if May was going to get tagged, so happy that they came to the agreement.
Yeah, Michael dropping in Galladay wasn't tagged by Detroit today, which I found absolutely foolish, but
could be a new Jets target.
No,
for sure.
Absolutely not. Unless Deshaun Watson. Here's what I think a guy like Kenny Galladay's doing. I feel like he's stepping, kind of in the same place as a guy like, what we saw happen with Matthew Stafford. Like, he got out of town, he's in a good position. I think Galladay's going to say, okay, hey, all right, where's the wind blowing here? Is the wind blowing telling me go sign like a 2-year decent money contract with, let's say, okay, we'll go with the Jets for argument's sake. Let's say the Jets get Deshaun Watson. They have the assets, it seems, to make that trade. And he's like, okay, let me go over there. Because that's a quarterback that can make me a star, continue to my upward trajectory.
Right, or the Jets have they could have Zach Wilson as well. I mean, there's so many possibilities. I mean, the Jets are obviously not going to just sign one wide receiver or bring in one wide receiver, right? And they're also not going to have a bad quarterback situation for more than a year. They're going to, either try out Sam Darnold for one more season and then move on, or they're going to grab Zach Wilson or trade for him. I just think that, again, it's if I'm a wide receiver, first of all, the Jets can throw me the entire bag. Of course, I'm biased, right? But
sure.
They have $80 million in cap space. There's so many talented players out there. I'm just saying for any team, right? It's like it's like the Brooklyn Nets. Like, what was attractive about the Brooklyn Nets before, everyone? There was nothing attractive about them aside from the fact they had a gazillion dollars in cap space, right? If you're a talented guy and you're like, hey, maybe the Jets are going to be, they've said they're going to be aggressive in free agency. So if you're a wide receiver, you're signing there and you're going, well, they're going to sign a bunch of other good guys too. It's not going to be just me. And they have a gazillion draft picks. I understand that this team is a meme, but like, if you get past the fact that we all like to laugh about them, they have had success as recently as like 4 years ago. It's not like they have incompetent owners, maybe not the best. And they have $80 million in cap space, and they have 5 first-round picks over the next 2 seasons, or 4, rather. That's
for
like,
now.
I think objectively, right. And if they don't have them, then it's because they traded them for Deshaun Watson. So I think objectively, looking at this, it's a good place to be.
Sure. I still think if I'm a star
I turned my
player,
mic up, by the way. Everyone was saying my mic was too low.
Everybody, I would just say, like, yeah, that's a complete Jets fan look perspective, and I don't disagree with
tell me what's wrong about it. If I was
it's
talking
the
about
Jets, dude.
if I was talking about the Giants, you wouldn't say that, right?
No, I would. I'd say the same thing. I don't think these are desirable places today to play. I don't think, unless Deshaun Watson is going somewhere, Russell Westbrook, yeah.
You would have said the same thing about any of the Bills. You would have said the same thing about the Bills 3 years ago. This is a future good team. They have a million draft picks.
Yeah,
and
but players
$80 million
don't think that way.
space. If you're going somewhere, and by the way, they have a coach that everyone in the league wants to play for, right? That's documented.
Everybody wants to play for a
Saleh.
guy that's never been a head coach. You're full of crap, and you know it.
That's not true at all.
He's got the excitement factor, I'm sure, of the New York Buzz, but he is not. There are not players saying, "Oh, I gotta get to New York to play for Saleh. This guy's a stud." Like, let's see him do something for us.
All right, why don't we let the NFL free agents dictate
fumble.
how good this is?
Picked up by Seattle, just like. That's great. I'm so glad, because you just told me, not the NFL players, told me what you're saying. So it goes both ways here. I would just say I'm excited for you as a Jets fan. It should be fun, but let's not get over the top here. Yes, there are nice assets. It's more of a internal good look than it is. I don't think
Bill
players...
Slaw, same thing with the Browns, right? But the Browns, you could have said that about 2 years ago, right? The Browns had the first pick in the draft. They were getting Baker Mayfield. They had all this money.
I didn't know that.
Just because a team's been bad for a while, there can be a desirable destination because you believe in the fact that, in the future, the fact that they have a lot of money and basically a blank canvas.
Yeah, money is what's going to speak to these players. I don't think players are going to say, "Oh, this team looks like it's going to be good in 3 years."
Yeah, what about the Rams? Look at what the Rams did with the draft. They had 1 million draft picks too.
Yeah, but what free agents? No, but this is apples and oranges. Of course, I'm not saying the Jets can't be good or the Bill or any of the teams we're talking about. I just don't think it's a desirable location today. Today, March 9th, I don't think people are like, "Oh man, got to get to the Jets or got to get to fill in the blank." Like, I don't think that's because I think you're a little biased there. And listen, trust me, I'm a New England Patriots fan, and for years I was like, "Oh, every player that was a free agent, where's the Bill Belichick gift?" Because like people should want to play.
9-3 Babrak said, he's mentioning that no one wants to go to a long rebuild. I agree, but I don't think the rebuild is really that long when you have all these picks in the next 2 years. It's not like it's like they're starting over, like they're already in the middle of it. I don't know.
Are they?
Like, obviously, I'm biased, but
Yeah,
I think that you might have had a couple of cups of coffee before you came on the air.
Never had a cup of coffee
because you seem
in my
very
life.
incensed by my comment. I'm just talking like
No.
casually. I don't want to get into
Don't
an argument
say
here. I don't want to get the energy up. I'm just saying
Kenny.
that I think objectively it's not a terrible spot, and I think that there's a reason why they're on why they're being rumored and linked to a lot of players. Why Allen Robinson was liking posts about signing with the Jets until ultimately he signed his tag.
Yeah, exactly. My point is, don't say, "Oh, I don't mean to get you hot bothered," when you start going on this tirade about how the Jets are a desirable location.
You just can't possibly believe that it could be true that the Jets, someone will want to play for the Jets. I'm going to let a big name free agent like a Curtis Samuel, a Kenny Gall, someone like that, just Joe Tooney, just do it for me, and you'll see. They'll sign people. That's all I'll say.
Of course they're going to sign people. They have $80 million, but I don't think people care. The money is going to sign people to the Jets. It's not going to be like, "Hey, come to New York. Look at how great we've been, and look at these."
I don't want to hear it anymore. I told you I'm done with the discussion.
I don't care if you're done. I'm not letting you dictate.
I'll mute my headphones then.
I hope you do, and that would.
I can't hear you.
That's great, but I will just
my microphone. So
I would just say the argument you had about that, including the Browns, like. The Browns were able to make trades, and the Browns made some really nice plays. And I think, having the Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham duo in their history from college, that helped. Listen, if the Jets make these plays, I will eat my words if someone takes a quote-unquote discount to sign with the Jets or wherever your favorite teams are. I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm excited to see that free agency is going to get wild. We are legit 8 days away from pure mayhem. I don't know if that kid at the schoolyard, Kenny Ducey, if he's been picked up yet. He's being a baby over here. I know he can hear me. And if he really can't hear me, like, what are we doing here? But nonetheless, you got the drive by Seattle, getting them down to the 6-yard line. Less than a minute to play here in the first half.
People want to talk about the sim. So let's go back to that.
That's what I've been doing.
Good. Sounded like you still had some stuff to get out.
Sounds like, Kenny, you're being an absolute child over here.
I told you I didn't want to talk about it anymore. I don't think people want to hear us argue about it. So that's why I was like, let's stop.
I didn't know you were a producer of the show as well. But thank you, Michael. There it is. By the way, touchdown here. If I am allowed to talk about that. But look at that. No defense, just nowhere to be found there. DK Metcalf gets into the end zone. Russell Wilson finds him. Gets his first score of the day. 51 seconds remain here in the first half. What a play. I like this. Daniel trying to he says, in other news, reports today out suggest ESPN is signing a 7-year deal with the NHL. Still no official press release, which I think, first of all, one of the best themes. Like, there's some iconic themes out there, but for me, the old ESPN NHL one, if they bring that back, I'm all in. But yeah, that would be huge. It's just also curious because, all the news with Peacock and, the relationship with NBC Universal with the NHL, they have the Sunday games. I think it would be great for ESPN because I feel like outside of, Sunday during football season, like I think they're usually playing like bowling or crazy like off sports where, during part of the season, they'll be able to counter it with some NHL, which would be huge. And I think that's probably what they're thinking, and to have it as part of their ESPN Plus streaming platform as well. Yeah, but that is cool. Like, there's all sorts of, like, all these rights. Obviously ESPN, it seems like they're paying up. They're going to get a Super Bowl in the future, which will be very intriguing to see how that does, not being on one of the, the 4 major networks in the United States.
Looking forward to it. Also, Michael was saying I have to pace myself because I've got my sim at 8, which is true.
Kenny stokes a fire and tries to pee on it to take it out. Oh, big sack there by Seattle. Yogi says the ball is fake, but the tears are real. That's us, baby.
Boy, the Saints really blowing this one.
Yeah, it was a great start for them. They had that, nice drive.
Yeah.
They had the 4th and 4, and then since it's just been nothing. They got the bench set here, either run up the middle or a crossing route. Let's see. Oh no, look at this. Going deep. Letting it loose as a receiver.
Oh, almost Cook.
Yeah, was that dropped tipped or dropped? I couldn't get a good look at that. By the way, we see you all in the chat. We see everybody over on Twitch. All the homies over there are YouTubers. Hashtag Team Always here. Appreciate everybody joining us today. Tipped and dropped, says Daniel. Sounds like a hip-hop song. Maybe a new dance craze. Here's a handoff to Kamara. Going nowhere. Timeout by Seattle. Who scored the second TD for Seattle? Jordan Lindenbaum wonders. I think he's trying to show off that it was DK Metcalf.
Sure he did. But yeah, we got Russell Wilson, 10.3 DK fantasy points. Pretty good.
So far, so good. Here's the punt. So 26 seconds. We'll probably get the ball with about 20, depending on the return. No, what a punt.
Wow.
Oh, look, why is the guy from Seattle going back there? Okay, that was
very risky.
Trying to pull like a Leon Lett or something here. Look at this. He's like, I'm going to get there. Touch there. So what do we got left on the clock as Wilson will come out? We might just get a run. Call it a half, but we'll see. 6-yard line. They have no timeouts. Russ gives it. Nice run. A little garbage time-ish. First half garbage. It's garbage night for me, so I got to take out that trash. And we'll take it to halftime here. So it's 14-7. 14 unanswered by Seattle. Russell Wilson to DK Metcalf was the last score. The first one was Chris Carson on the ground. It's Michael Thomas taking a 4th and 4. Shotgun snap over on the left side to the house after we poo-pooed both of them. But since then, it's been rather quiet.
Yeah, Greg Olsen, just the one catch, disappointing in my captain spot. But, we also had Traquan Smith, 1 catch for 6 yards. A lot of people rostering Traquan Smith. That was a popular choice. Just nothing there right now. Carlos Hyde, as someone mentioned earlier, very sneaky play. 4 rushing yards, 38 receiving yards. He has the 4 catches. And, it hasn't been a great day from a fantasy perspective, really, for anyone except for Michael Thomas and Drew Brees. And a lot that can happen in the second half here. So stay optimistic if you got some lineups out there that are bad.
Yeah, like mine. Absolutely stanktastic right here. I'm currently sitting in, let's do a roll call. Where's everybody at? I'm in 94th in our contest. Whether you're in the free showdown, you're playing for some cash, you're playing for some big bucks on this sim. You never know. It's Tuesday. Get wild out there. Taco Tuesday, maybe. Maybe you're trying to get some cheddar before you put it on your taco. Are you a cheese on your taco type of guy, Kenny?
Yeah, big.
Okay. Some people are like, when you have the hard shell tacos, which are not my favorite, but they say they don't put cheese on that because it doesn't really melt, and then you're just kind of eating like cold-ish cheese. But I'm like, dude, I throw cheese right on that. Don't even worry about it. It'll heat up over time.
I do a little cheese. I like some Jack cheese. That's what I'm a fan of.
If you're going, it's cheddar Jack, I think, is like, unless you're going like pepper Jack, which either way, you can't go wrong. But cheddar Jack, I think, is the ultimate taco. Whatever version you're making, the skillet, you're making anything, it's the best blend for your taco flavoring.
Definitely. I'm not a big fan of cheddar. Some people go with cheddar on tacos. It's not the best. I'll tell you what is the best, though. The Seahawks defense, 8 points. I love rostering the Seahawks defense anytime a sim comes around. I probably should have done it this time, but
Fumble makers.
The 2 sacks, the fumble recovery, yeah, they force fumbles, man. That's
really
one thing that the Seahawks defense does. They're very good at it. Another fumble recovered. I think maybe they didn't force 2. I thought maybe they forced 2, but 7 points their last sim. You know, they average about 7 a game. They're capable of some pretty good ones. They had a 32-point game against the Raiders one time with 3 touchdowns. So anything can happen when this defense steps on the field, unlike when their real defense steps on the field.
Allegedly. Stats good through the half, by the way. Shout out to Zach. Appreciate you. Daniel says he's in 123rd. I'm sitting in 94th. We're getting 47th in the SimFam contest by Jeffrey. I'm in 5th and 125th, says Jason. 131st, says Robbie. 126th, actually, says Jason. 35th and 1,624, says Steven. Yeah, it's 27th. Finally, I was going to say, is anybody have any good numbers? Colby Jack also, Ricky says, put some Colby Jack on that.
That's what I said, Jack Cheese.
Yeah. Well, Colby, there's so many different Jacks. Pepper Jack.
Yeah. Monterey Jack is my favorite type of Jack.
Oh, nice.
I'd be Monterey Jack guy.
You guys are horrible. Cheese on tacos? WTF. I don't know if he means
do cheese on tacos, or like even just like some crema fresca.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Nice pronunciation on that.
Yeah, or what is it called? Fresco cheese? Maybe? I'm not sure what it is.
No, I like what you did. Who cares? Doesn't matter. From Fresno, yeah. What's the problem? From Fresno, dude? You don't put cheese on tacos? And he says, are we horrible because we're horrible, or is it the cheese on taco part? James Farrell says garlic sauce covered pork chops with Brussels sprouts and wild rice for dinner. All right, shout out there. Sounds delicious.
Does sound delicious. I want some.
Yeah, share around. Here comes Russ. Hand off. Ooh, got stuffed. Nice stop there. Chris Carson has the touchdown. Didn't go anywhere there. David Georgie says, yep, back to sucking. Captain Olsen is floundering, having Wilson, Metcalf, Kamara, Traquan Smith, and Dorsett all was left. And now, in the free and roll because of compiling such piles of poop. Happens, dude. There's the run, gets the first down there. Riviera says, Fumble-Rooski coming.
I love a good Fumble-Rooski. I don't know, though. I don't know if we're going to get 2 in the same game. It's usually difficult to get them all stacked up in the same game.
So Russ here, first down. Shotgun, handoff again. That's a couple yards. From Fresno says, cheese on the taco part. And he said, we're horrible. Only tacos that have cheese from the Bell and Jack in the Crack. What are you talking about from Fresno? So if you make a homemade taco, that's what I meant. There are people out there that don't put cheese. I got you. I feel you. It's all good.
I don't really understand what his point is there.
No, Rossi's Fat Cat says, tacos flavored kisses from my kitty. All right, getting a little strange. I dig it. Stephen Boss says Burger King tacos are fire. No, is that real? Because I remember, were they the ones who did that? Because I know one of the
they did breakfast taco. Taco Bell did breakfast tacos. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's a
burger taco. I think
King
Burger King did do a burger taco, I believe.
Just sounds kind of good.
Yeah, I could. I mean, ground beef.
Always try it.
You have ground beef. On tacos anyway. It's sort of the same thing.
Eric Court says he's in 87th in the Rossi Doocy contest. Mike Bauer says, that's not fair. We put cheese on everything here. It must be from Texas. That was a big thing when I went to Dallas. Like, our food here is Tex-Mex. It's kind of like wherever you're from, but just everything has cheese. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Tex-Mex is a weird one to me. I'm not really...
Yeah,
I didn't really know what it was until I, was in Texas and had it. And I was like, oh, okay.
It was just one restaurant. That's all. That's how they explained it. We put cheese on everything. I'm like, that's your definition of Tex-Mex? Okay. Whatever you say, dude. Jeffrey says, DK, let's go. See if you can get more involved here.
DraftKings Metcalf.
There he is. I feel like every time we brought him up, he gets a catch, goes there. Get some yardage for you. Samurai Jack is my favorite kind of Jack, says Daniel. He says the menu doesn't even mention cheese. It's an assumption on everything it has. Yeah, there you go. A taco is not... I'm not doing this taco sandwich thing. I don't really care. Call it whatever you want. If you want to call it a sandwich, go for it. You want to call it a taco because that's what it's called, go for it. There's a nice run.
Chris Carson going off.
A tackle, going to the end zone. Second touchdown of the day. Chris Carson. So nice he does it twice.
Chris Carson, a very difficult guy to fit in your lineup, man.
Yeah, that's why I liked Hyde a lot. And I'm starting to feel a little inadequate, which happens quite often in life.
Boy, I'm sorry.
No, it's only when we talk about the Jets.
Gotcha.
See, we can have fun. Oh.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. I thought somebody, like, stormed out.
Someone stormed in.
Oh. Hello. And he's being attacked.
That's right, I am.
So we'll get after the touchdown. We'll see if the Nolans Saints here in what are we calling this one again? Where's this place? New Orleans?
The Simperdome.
The Simperdome. Here in the Simperdome can bounce back. It has been 3 unanswered scores by Seattle after a 7-0 quickie by Michael Thomas. And now we're see if we can get anything out of this offense. For me, I wouldn't mind seeing. Oh yeah, I've dropped to 111th here. I would love to see maybe some Jared Cook action, my captain.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to make the top 100. I don't think.
Oh, don't say that. Plenty of game left.
True. Actually, I am in the top 100, but I'm not going to be able to get much higher than 91 where I am right now.
All depends, because you captained again. Who?
Greg Olsen.
Gotcha. So if he has maybe a touchdown or 2, could turn it around, but you're going to need to see something here out of this. We need Traquan. Right. I know he's on yards, or Kamara.
I have Traquan as well.
Yeah, those are the guys.
I do have Kamara, actually. Feeling really good about my lineup, though, for the 8 p.m. sim. Join me and Brandon Cristal for that one. And I got a contest in the Sim Fam as well, so...
Hell yeah.
Go sign up. Get a lineup in.
Yeah, please do. Get involved with all the lineups. These guys will be taking you through the 8 p.m. Here we're 20 of 7 Eastern time. Over halfway through the third quarter. There's a nice play. Michael Thomas again, though. Son of a gun. He's embarrassing us. Stop it. You better knock it off there.
He really is.
So we'll see. Oh, this is a good response so far, though. Just looking for other guys. Traquan. Maybe Jared Cook. Somebody. There's a run by Kamara. Nice run up the middle to the 42-yard line. You got... Wouldn't mind a Myers field goal. Love your kicker style, Jeffrey. Not looking for that today, though.
Kicker in this game, that's a little... I mean, I guess Will Lutz is pretty highly rated, so it makes a little bit of sense.
Oh, speaking about kickers, though, see Dan Bailey, part of the quote-unquote massacre
one of my favorites, man.
$4 million, though. He had to know that was coming. I'm assuming he was asked to take a pay cut and was probably like, nah, I'm good. Let me go see what's out there. Yeah, but, had a weird kind of career thus far. Has been good for the Vikings, though. So we'll see. Could end up back there. Will Lutz, who kicker for the Saints you mentioned, he took a pay cut. Kickers and backup quarterbacks, those are and punters.
Yeah.
Those are.
You know what? It's really difficult out here to find a job as a kicker because it used to be as if to keep a job as a kicker. It used to be as if it was hard to find a job because people used to say kicking in the NFL is so difficult. There's so many good kickers. Now all the kickers stink. So it's a lot easy. It's a lot harder to keep a job.
It's fascinating and bizarre. I don't know. It's so. It really is. It's like it's the most difficult position, but at the same time, like I find like and this doesn't mean any disrespect to the punters out there. Kickers, I feel like there's a little, not that there's more strategy either way, but like, you tell me that you can't get like a guy that just plays special teams, like a gunner. You can't learn to punt. Let's drop down. That was a tough pass by Drew Brees.
Geno Smith, there's my man.
There's your guy. The Kenny. Again, well, in 20 years, we will not call him. You will not stand for him. You will just be Kenny.
That's right. Someone said on Twitter about my tweet, Geno Smith has simps. It's me.
There it is, baby. We'll see as we get a... Oh, look at this. Deep field goal. Oh, baby, look at Will Lutz saying, I'll take a pay cut, but I'm still going to boot these 50-yarders.
Talk about me. I was sitting here talking about how it was, kickers stink. 51 yards, good. I was like, why would you roster a kicker in this sim? Well, that's why.
That's exactly it. 50-yarder, cheap under. I think he was like 4,200 or 44 maybe. It's a heck of a play. Go get you some. So we'll see.
Can't knock it till you try it, man.
Nope. And even if you try it sometimes, give it another try. Do it twice. So we'll see as can Seattle. So now you're looking. You need Greg. I got Lockett there. Didn't even return the ball. Would have been nice.
Greg the Peg Olson.
Titans release Malcolm Butler, says El Paso #1. Did see that. Love to see that reunion in New England. Hey, the last time you were
I don't think he would.
I don't think Belichick would either, but you never know though. Hey, if it's right, let's make up for it. What's up, Lisa Robinson? Bad Boys a Pop. Mike, Matt, Eric, Abby Rizzle, what a name. See you all there, Steven. Bob Daddy. There's a pass. Caught. DK Metcalf to the 38-yard line. Metcalf's hot right now. He's been hot in this quarter. That's going to wrap up the third. 21-10. It was a Lutz field goal to wrap up the scoring there in the third quarter. We also had that long Chris Carson touchdown as well. So Chris Carson, I don't know.
Carson.
Yeah, I don't know. That was like a Wisconsin-Tex-Mex a little accent I put on there. But yeah, he's the one who broke the win. He's the player to have right now. He's the one that's going to be helping you out. I'm in 126th. I'm embarrassed. I don't feel right. But Antisocial right now in first place. Rocking a lineup of Russell Wilson, the captain, DK, Carson, Cook, Seahawks D, what you mentioned earlier, still holding strong with 8, and Carlos Hyde.
Still there at 8 points, despite the field goal from Lutz, because you got to get to 13 or to 14 rather to see that the points drop down. So another field goal, they're still chilling with 8 points, if not more. Russell Wilson moving into the captain spot, definitely very interesting because he hasn't had a great day. Just 11.82 DK fantasy points, 148 yards through the air. But, yeah, I mean, good work if you can get it. Russell Wilson in the captain spot with 17 points in the leading lineup in our free roll. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and the most, obviously, I don't know. We're not there yet. We still have another quarter, but Traquan Smith, 1 grab, 6 yards. It was like the first catch of the game, too.
Yeah, not a good day to roster Traquan, and really still not a good day to roster Greg Olsen. Just 1 catch for 17 yards still. Not looking good. No, but we'll see as we get here. Stats good through 3. Thank you, Daniel, for the heads up. We got Daniel, our technical advisor, Zach, sitting on a toilet updating the stats. We have Michael as well on the West Coast with his beautiful wind chimes. They have officially decided that Daniel showed himself. He came off the coward train and proved that he is within a computer. He's living a simulation with motherboards all around him. Michael, I've decided he sits outside when he does these because he's in California, which I would be outside when it's safe as well, and got beautiful wind chimes. Zach, just sitting on a toilet. There's become little doubt in my mind. When you're in a Zoom and you can't visually see where those people are, you have to assume they're in the bathroom. Probably a fair assumption.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I also wouldn't, or they're just not currently there, but I know Zach is because he's working. Like when I'm in big company meetings and people aren't there, I'm like, yeah, they're probably just not even really listening.
Yeah, it's probably usually a pretty safe assumption now in today's world. People are just kind of off doing whatever they want.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm going to show up so people know I'm there.
There's
a
Greg
pass.
Olsen with his second catch. All right.
Greggy, get yours. It's a nice play. So we'll see if they can. Seattle tries to put maybe a finishing touch if they can get a touchdown on this drive. Field goal still keeps it within a 2-score game. Russell Wilson playing hot as well. Kenny, give me a color, any color.
Purple.
Thank you. To set something, I don't have a color. DK Simfam, I know you all wanted to shout out a color, so you can too, but I'm going with purple tonight. Steven says Kamara, Thomas, and Hawks D in the classic. Well, you can need something from Kamara here. David Georgie, I will no longer play a kicker. Oh, there's a punt. I will no longer play kicker or defense in a showdown unless it's Wild Weather Wednesday. Then I stack the crap out of them. I disagree. The kicker I think you can get to. Brother Phil, Michael, he's gonna lecture me after. Brother Phil says, Rossi, I think you need eyeglasses, my man. You seem to be squinting a lot. Brother Phil, DK Simfam, I do. I got my eyes tested. Seems like 3 weeks ago now. Michael's going to get madder at me. Yeah, it's real. My eyes were real bad. I just have to eventually go to the eye doctor or go to my I don't even know what the same eye doctor. I have a friend who works, and he's just like, come see me at 4 o'clock. But I've been doing a lot of these 6 p.m. sims, and the timing wouldn't work. And the sims are more important than my eyes. The dedication. I'm going to hurt my future, Kenny, for the sims.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I hurt my eyes every day just looking at screens for DraftKings, so dude, I get it.
They actually, when I went to the eye doctor, again, take this for what it's worth. If anybody, you can probably Google it. But my eye doctor told me, by my eye doctor, the first time I ever saw this guy, said that the year 2020 was the worst for human eyes across the planet. Because
probably, yeah.
More time indoors, dry, more time in front of screens, like consistently all day, like not even like, oh, we're going to go to lunch. Like if you work in an office, as Drew Brees gets a sack, he said, like if you work in an office building, maybe a bunch of you go get lunch, take a breather. You're not looking at your phone conversating. Now to have conversations, you're looking at phones or screens. They just said in like lighting, everything was just like so much damage for people, especially if you don't have eyeglasses or do eye drops. So
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Just toast are all of our eyes. So, or some people wear like our guy Tom Carroll wears like the light reflecting glasses or the eliminate the blue light glasses, which I feel like we all probably should be doing. Get a catch there. So 4th and 9, I should say incompletion. 4th and 9 here. So Saints get the ball, do nothing with it in fast fashion. Taco Bell came across. Oh, look at that. That's Taco Bell, the corner across from.
I love Taco Bell, man.
It's one of the few places I can't convince my wife to get fast food from for some stupid reason. I don't get it. 4th and 9, Saints are going to go for it. They're thinking about Taco Bell. Delivers the ball, almost intercepted. Yeah, like, it's so dumb. Like, I love my wife, obviously, to death, but, like, I'm like, you understand, like, calorie-wise, like, really no difference if we make it or if we go to Taco Bell. Like, unless you're really trying to, like, simplify things, probably less sodium,
I mean,
sure.
It's not, I don't know if you can be sure about the meat at Taco Bell, right? I don't know.
Well, I think things are regulated now. I feel like over the last 15 years, ever since McDonald's took the pink meat out, like, I think everything's, like, USDA regulated. But, again, you don't know on the day-to-day basis. I do understand that. But they do say, like, if you read now all these websites, they're all, you know, USDA meat, and you know, some of your local restaurants don't have to prove that. Taco Bell's like, damn, I got to spend more money now. What happened to my crappy meat I used to give people? There's a pass. Quick one. Quick draw across the middle down to the 29-yard line. Seattle has no reason not to put this game away on this drive.
They have to. They have to get it. They have to get this complete to Greg Olsen again.
What could happen? El Paso says Taco Bell doing that chicken taco to do the chicken sandwich craze. Not for me. Stephen Boss says, I ate Taco Bell today after I picked up a salad from the bar.
I had a salad last night. Yeah, I've done the Taco Bell and then have a salad type of situation before.
Yeah, that's fine.
I get it. Yeah.
Oh, look at Ricky Robbie being a downer. Taco Bell is trash and overpriced.
Oh, come on.
I
Yeah,
actually don't know the price, but I don't feel that. Right? Live Moss, Ricky Robbie. Live Moss.
I agree with you. Liv Moss.
There's Russ. Quick drop. Has a receiver open. Is that your
Greg?
boy?
Oh! Didn't get in.
Bounce off one tackler. Gets it to the 2. Was trying. He was fighting for you. David Georgie says Taco Bell makes me run for the border. I think he means because he just wants more.
I don't know if that's what he meant.
Well, that's how I interpret things. Oh, Lisa Robinson with the taco emoji. She's setting us up. Taco Bell. I'm like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And then she goes, yuck.
Lisa Robinson hates fun and hates me.
Well, I don't know about the first part. I don't think she hates you. I don't think anybody hates.
Why can't we have a conversation about Taco Bell without getting yelled at by Lisa Robinson? That's all.
She didn't yell at you. She just said Taco Bell yuck. Oh no! Did he just go for a 3 spot?
He did.
Chris Carson, honestly, wrap up the Ducey dominator of the game here because
That's
my
right.
lord, the hat trick. Oh wait, you gotta throw the hats on the field, everybody. Throw your hats.
I wish we had our cameras on for this. You know what we should do, like the Nickelodeon slime cam? We should have virtual hats on the field. We should do a hat
That's
graphic.
I'm sending it to the higher ups immediately. That's it. Oh, Daniel says, I'm not a big fan of Taco Bell. You don't have to be a big fan. I'm not saying you have to wear their gear everywhere, which I do have a Taco Bell tank, if anyone was wondering. But, like, if it's there, Daniel, when we get together, we hug, when it's okay to do so, we'll get some Taco Bell. Says it doesn't sit well with his digestive system. Well, it doesn't sit well with anybody's, but you just do it.
No one likes it, yeah.
By the way, Michael lets us know a new Madden 2021 sim high for Chris Carson. 3 touchdowns in a game, absolutely crapping all over my lineup.
Yeah, if he didn't, I still somehow am in 79. Not sure how, but
that's pretty impressive.
I'm still hanging on. And yeah, not having Chris Carson definitely hurt. Daniel said that Raheem Mostert broke a record last night, and now we got this guy going off.
Record-breaking performances here in the Dream Stream. That's why you got to tell people we're not going anywhere. 7 days a week, 6 streams. Make some cash, or play for fun. Play in our sims, our little sim fan leagues as well. Kenny's got one up for the 8 o'clock. Get in there with him and BK.
Sure.
There's Drew Brees trying to salvage the day. He had the 1 touchdown the first quarter and has been quiet since.
Yeah, sneaky quiet.
Stephen Boss says the soft shell tacos and 2 hard shell tacos with just meat and 2 packets of hot sauce per taco. That was his order, I'm assuming. People talking about Del Taco. I don't know what Del Taco is. Drew Brees throws a bullet into the ground.
I threw it on the ground. That's what he did.
Sexual Chocolate says, I used to play poker in Vegas, cool, with a guy who owned a few Taco Bells where we would have a few drinks. He would admit that he would never eat a Taco Bell. See, I don't want to hear that. I don't believe you either. And you know what? You know why he probably didn't eat Taco Bell? Because when you have the access to it all the time,
there you
do
go.
you ever eat it?
I agree. Yeah, there's Camara. There's doing something.
I worked at a restaurant that like everybody like locally was like all about, best steak tips in town, all that. Then I couldn't eat it anymore because like it just, when you can have it all the time, and you probably do, like only so long you can. Daniel says, don't get, on your own supply. Absolutely right. All right, Drew Brees here. Less than a minute to play. There's a pass. Kamara. Oh, no, that is Michael Thomas. Makes a grab. A couple stars here. Don't know where this came from. I just popped my head down, but D-Train says WandaVision or A Fish Called Wanda.
Oh, what's A Fish Called Wanda? Is that a movie?
Yeah, it's a movie from the 80s.
I loved WandaVision. I've never seen the other movie, but
Yeah, we're actually covering WandaVision on the old Pop Culture Pile Driver this week.
there you go. Yeah, I recommend WandaVision.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Even if you're not into the MCU. Where's he going there? Was that ball caught, but out of bounds?
Drew,
Didn't pull it
Drew,
down.
Drew. I got my picks ready. I'm ready to rock whenever this game ends with my Ducey Dominator and my
we're gonna go with the
my Not Kenny's Kid Award. There you go.
Oh, double in the Ducey tonight. Here we go. Look at this
Got that a
breeze.
little personal flavor. Wow.
There it is.
What a catch.
Nice grab. All the time out here. Was that just seconds left in it? See what we get here. 21 seconds at the 9. 2 timeouts remain. Let's see what you got out there. Bonus for Thomas. Thank you, Michael. Good eyes. My eyes are terrible, and the screen's a little smaller than it used to be, so I barely can see.
Kamara is gonna get
into the end
Wow.
zone. As Bobby Wagner lit up his X Factor, I thought there might have been a fumble, but Kamara holds on. Rip off those straps, young fella. Get loose. Touchdown, Alvin Kamara, second for Drew Brees, who, by the way, I know we ended the first half with a nice little chat. Drew Brees, is he retiring? Like, what's going on with him?
I don't know, man.
I'm gonna put a futures bet that he's gonna win the MVP. See what happens.
No way. They're not gonna win the MVP. But
This is what I'm in for, though. Put
He might
$2
play.
down.
he could play.
That'd be such a mistake, I think, at this point. But who knows?
Hell, look at DraftKings. Just tweeted out Bryson DeChambeau's interview with Jesse.
Yeah, it was a nice
Go
job.
check that out. Yeah, I just retweeted it. Go check that out, everybody.
Bad Boys of Pop says, I'm willing to bet that this is the first time that Carson has outshined Kamara in a Madden stream's history. Could very well be. I would assume you're right, because Kamara usually is, in that higher range. But he did have that touchdown there, so saving him a little bit as 18.2 non-captain.
Michael saying part 1 of the interview coming up right after this sim.
Ooh. Nice synergy between you two.
Something to look out for. Should be good.
Liv Moss, everybody. Here's the onside. Whoa. Oh, bounce. Look, one hand snag.
Whoa.
That was impressive. Looking like a shortstop out there. Baseball season in. But that was Carlos Hyde, I think. All right, going to take a knee. Don't call timeouts, please. We beg of you, New Orleans. Don't call the timeout. Snap. And, oh, you sons of guns.
You sons of guns.
Will they run the ball here? Because we do see that sometimes in these sims.
I think they'll run it. Oh, maybe not. We'll see.
Oh, Kicking Club making me leave here my one and done for the night with a little bit of decency. He says, Rossi, I'll admit it, you weren't one of my favorites, but you've grown on me over the months. Well, that's what I do.
They are going to take a knee.
Like mold.
Chat's having an argument about me, I guess.
Are they?
I don't know. I saw a bunch of comments. People seem like they enjoyed us together. So.
Oh, yeah. Listen, you had a little outburst earlier. We went through it. You got a little. Just let it sit there. I don't even know what he was gonna say. He's gonna murder me. He's gonna verbally murder me.
Nope. I was just gonna say sometimes it's two-sided.
Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you feel like a nut, Kenny. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joys. You know what they have?
Coconut.
Nuts. Mounds don't. Great advertising.
They both have coconut, though.
They sure do. Delicious coconut if you're into coconut with your chocolate. But in this one, hope you were into having a lineup that stank like mine. I don't even want to talk about it. I literally finished in 153rd out of 173. I have been hot garbage in our little contests recently. But Kenny, who is your Ducey Dominator player of the game?
I think it's going to have to be the one and only Chris Carson for 3 rushing touchdowns. He was not popular at all, and he finishes with 3 rushing touchdowns, 70 yards. Pretty good. I know Michael Thomas hit the bonus. I don't care. I'm giving it to Chris Carson because far less popular than Michael Thomas.
So who will be your Not My Kid award?
I think I'm going to go with Traquan Smith. He was a popular flex play or popular value flex play. 2 catches for 16 yards. Not going to do it for me, Rossi. Not a very good game from him. Tyler Lockett, a consideration as well, but I have to give it to Traquan Smith.
Yeah, can't blame you there. Traquan Smith absolutely burned my lineup. He finished with 3.6. Stinks.
Yeah.
Thanks, pal. Tyler Lockett also stunk it out. Big congrats to first place in our contest was the wonderful Silverman. Again, this dude always. Thomas and the captain, embarrassing us with that 41. DK Metcalf, Kamara, Carson, Saints D with a goose egg, and Jason Myers. He had a kicker. Yes. Love you, Silverman. You're my favorite. Go get yourself some Taco Bell in between, but bring the sim with you because that's what we do. He's Kenny Ducey. He's going to be back with BK. That's not Burger King. Right. We're talking about Brandon Cristal. He'll be
fill out a lineup, guys.
Yeah, do it. Support it, baby. I'm sure they'll be talking a lot about them Jets because you got Panthers and Jets. So he saved a little steam on the bun for that one.
Should be good.
Follow him at Kenny Ducey. Enter that contest. I'm Jason Rossi. I'm out. I will see you all back here tomorrow night. Me and Tom will talk some Mount Rushmores of the teams that are playing. But Kenny will be back, like I said, with BK. Here is the wonderful Jesse Caulfield.
All right, thanks, guys. Coming up at 8, our second Madden Sim of the night, going to feature Kenny's Jets hosting the Panthers, like Rossi just mentioned. Now, Kenny's going to be joined by Brandon Cristal for the call there. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. So it's a $5 entry. It gets you a shot at a $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. All right, so over the weekend, DraftKings' favorite golfer, Bryson DeChambeau, picked up his first victory of 2021 at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. He beat out Lee Westwood by 1 stroke to claim victory at Bay Hill, and he did it in style with some clutch play and some monster drives. I was able to catch up with Bryson after his big win to discuss his Sunday performance and some motivational texts he got from a good friend. Bryson, congratulations on your 8th PGA Tour victory this weekend at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. I mean, how did it feel to get your first win in 2021?
Well, it was great. It was nice. The fans were back, which was awesome. I got to see them in Florida, and they were rooting and a little rowdy sometimes, but I liked that. It was kind of fun. And being able to win in front of a crowd was awesome. To see my raw emotion after I won, giving it to the crowd a little bit was great. It's something that I was proud of myself of being able to accomplish that feat with fans. Because look, we haven't played in a couple of years with fans, or about a year and a little. Yeah, pretty much a year. This is when the quarantine kind of happened. So about a year with fans. And so for me, it was definitely a weird feeling. I've won a couple of times without fans, and now being out and winning with fans makes me feel a little more comfortable that I can do it under high intense pressure situations again.
I was going to ask what it was like having fans back out on the course, but it sounds like it was just palpable energy for you.
Yeah, very much so, especially on number 6 tee. I mean, everybody's been talking about that quite a bit. Walking from 5 green to 6 tee box was certainly a little nerve wracking for me because, I didn't know if I was going to go for it or not. And they all riled me up, and I was able to get some adrenaline going and pump that drive over the water. So that was quite an exciting moment. I reacted pretty cool, I think. I think it was a cool reaction.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the 6th. I mean, no one's ever done what you did twice. What prompted you to take the shot? Was it a little bit of the crowd like cheering you on there?
Yeah, it was definitely the crowd. Fans were around me on. They were going, "Come on, Bryson, you can drive it over the lake. You can do it." It's funny. I actually pulled out a forehand just to joke with them, just to mess with them. They're like, "What?" So
what was going through your head after first contact there?
Oh, well, for me personally, it was more about if I make good contact, I know it's going to get over, but the wind has to be right. If it was downwind, even with a little miss hit, I could have gotten it over. But the first time, it was pure adrenaline. I just hit it as hard as I could, and I hit it really good. And I just was like, "Come on, go, let's go." And, almost like a long drive competition. And when it got over the first time, that was a pretty special moment. And then the second day was more of, I'm trying to gain a huge advantage by hitting it at this angle. And it was more of a selfish type of shot in nature, albeit I did pull it and it came out a little low. So I was kind of nervous at that point in time, though. I when it didn't splash, I was like, okay, it's over at least. And so I did it 2 days in a row, leading the golf tournament, nonetheless, which is pretty cool. John Daly made a nice 18 there one year, trying to go for the green.
I can't even imagine what must have been going through your head. But I mean, you had 17 straight bogey-free holes to get the win. I mean,
Yeah.
2 incredibly long putts. I mean, how emotional is it to get wins at both Jack Nicklaus's course, Memorial, and Arnold Palmer's at Bay Hill?
Yeah, it is pretty incredible. Those are 2 iconic, legendary people of the game, and they meant the world to me growing up. I looked at them, I idolized them. I thought they were pretty special human beings and somebody that I could look up to. And to win their tournaments and to get that under my belt at the age of 27 is pretty special. And not very many people have done it. So pretty excited to be able to do that and have that taken care of in my early career.
So, I mean, I know you've talked about it a bit here, but how fired up were you to get a text message from Tiger Woods?
It was incredible. I didn't expect it. I was, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. I was just about ready to go out to the golf course. And all of a sudden I get this text. I'm like, what the heck? And it just says, go get him. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. In his state, in the state that he's in right now, for him to think about me, in that moment it was special. It motivated me. And we had a couple of texts back and forth, and he really inspired me to play well. And, I played for him that day and for Mr. Palmer that day as well. And, when your back's up against the wall, you punch through and you keep moving forward. And that's what I was able to do. And that's what Tiger did. That's what Arnie did. And it was pretty cool to be able to do that and to accomplish that feat and win the tournament for them. And, do it in a manner that they would have appreciated.
Yeah. So he texted you beforehand, and then did he text you after you won, after you went out and did it?
Oh yeah. There were some explicitives, but yeah, for sure. He's a really cool dude. He means the world to me, and I care about him a lot. And, my heart's heavy for him, obviously. And I want him to recover in the quickest way possible. And, definitely afterwards we had a few texts back and forth, and it's a pretty special moment for sure. One that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Well, from a DraftKings perspective, you were one of the top price golfers in daily fantasy golf this weekend, an $11K price tag, and rostered in 14% of lineups. Now, you made our customers very happy with your performance. Any guess on how many fantasy points you think you scored?
I got no clue. Oh man, hopefully a lot.
A tournament topping 107. So just a little fun fact for you. Very good. Yes. People were very, very happy. Really
It's that time of the week. Let's talk a little golf with the Action Network's Jason Sobel. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, of course, looking at this past weekend, you had DraftKings own, or at least our partner, Bryson DeChambeau, coming away with the win at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. The Players' Championship is on the way, but man, couldn't have drawn that up better for DK.
I mean, he even got the logo on the hat in the right spot when he was hitting it over 6 and getting all the attention, raising his arms up. And then afterwards in the press conference following the victory, he said, hey, and congratulations to all those people on DraftKings. I know some people made some money off me this week, so that's really cool as well. So, man, what an endorser right there.
Let's talk about the players here and see what Dustin Johnson does, because he is the favorite at plus 1,200 on the DK Sportsbook to come away with a win at this thing. What do you expect?
Well, at least the number has moved. I mean, we're not that far removed from DJ being a plus 500, plus 550 favorite at a few tournaments just a few weeks ago, really. And so the fact that he's gotten a longer number next to him, it makes sense. He was T54 at the concession in his last start and shot a final round 78. So obviously not coming in with great form. And if you look over the years, the winners of the Players' Championship have all come in with very good form. Now, can Dustin Johnson change that on a dime and all of a sudden start playing really good golf again? Of course, we've seen it in the past. In fact, we saw it last summer when he went from a miscut and a withdrawal to just starting to win tournaments on seemingly every other start that he was making. So yes, he can change that in a hurry, but I think it's the right price for him, and I will not be chasing him as the favorite this week.
Well, as you mentioned, DJ coming off a tough outing there at the WGC event. Now behind him in this one, you have, again, our guy Bryson, you have Rory, you have Rahm, near identical odds. So if you had to pick one to go with, are you riding the hot hand with Bryson?
Well, I'll start with the process of elimination. Rory is the odd man out in this situation for me. He was not just dejected, he seemed like despondent after the Arnold Palmer Invitational when he really didn't have his best stuff. He said afterwards that he just can't find that consistency, that even his misses aren't good enough, that he's not hanging on in rounds and just staying amongst the leaders when he doesn't have his best stuff. So Rory's out for me this week. Rahm was very frustrated the last time he played TBC Sawgrass. He got into contention, but couldn't quite keep it going. I'm not convinced that Jon Rahm on Bermuda greens in Florida right now is necessarily my favorite Jon Rahm that is out there. And so the last of the three guys is DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau, coming off that win last week. Yeah, I think he'll play well. It's not the perfect course for Bryson either. Bay Hill was a much better course for him where he can mash it all over the place and be able to use his strength out of the rough. But the short game's much better than he gets credit for. His putting is much better than he gets credit for. So I do like Bryson this week just a little bit.
At plus 2,000 odds, you have Xander Schauffele, you have Justin Thomas. These two guys, again, I mean, it's hard not to ignore the fact that neither one has a win this season. I guess the question is, will we be saying that a week from now?
Yeah, we're starting to get into that range that I really like, Adam. I never overlook Xander. I think Xander's one of the world's best players. And it's just a matter of time before he gets that first win in more than 2 years. But Justin Thomas is a guy that I'm looking very seriously at. In fact, I bet him already at 20-1. I wouldn't be surprised if that number continues to move a little bit lower, a little bit shorter as we get towards Thursday's opening round. JT is as talented as they come. He's played well on this golf course in the past, and I do think he's ready to win again. So it would not surprise me to see Justin Thomas have a really good week, and I like that number for him a lot.
Interesting situation here with Jordan Spieth, because the guy has 3 top 5 finishes this month alone. Looks like he's back. You can get some long odds on him, plus 3,000 to win, plus 700 to finish in the top 5. Do you feel like either one of those is a good spot for him, obviously?
Oh, man, how do we assess Jordan Spieth right now? For the first 3 rounds every week, and especially on Saturdays, he's electrifying. He is so much fun to watch. I'm not sure there's a more fun golfer to watch right now. And then on Sundays, it's the same thing. There's a little bit of disappointment there, a little bit of a letdown after those great Saturdays like he had in Phoenix, like he had last week at Bay Hill. And yet I still like Jordan moving forward. I still think part of this process is getting to the point where he plays 4 really good rounds. I like him this week. I don't love him. Even when Jordan was playing his best golf, this is a course that tended to befuddle him year after year. He finished T4 in his debut back in 2014. Since then has not had a really strong title contention whatsoever. He's missed a handful of cuts. So even in the best of times, this is not a course that for whatever reason suits Jordan Spieth very well, even though it's a ball striker's golf course and it should suit him pretty well. But I would be cautious on Jordan this week. I don't mind a top 10 play. Probably not chasing him outright, though.
Who are some long shots that stand out to you?
Yeah, there are a bunch of them this week. I mean, we have seen over the years from Siwoo Kim, who was a 400-1 pre-tournament long shot, to Tim Clark was 100-1. Craig Perks, if you could have gotten him back in the day, was probably 1,000-1 at that point. So we have seen some guys with big numbers next to their names win this golf tournament. I'll give you a few of them. Chris Kirk is a guy that I like a lot. He's played really well. He was T8 at the Arnold Palmer Invitational last week. Harold Varner III, Emiliano Grillo, Brendan Steele, Cameron Davis. They're just a handful of names of guys that I really like going into this week that I think you can find good numbers on. And hey, you never know, as an outright play, like I said, every once in a while, once every 7 or 8 years, we get a big long shot that wins this golf tournament. If it's this week, you'd cash in on one of those guys.
Speaking of cashing in, there's a fun prop on the DK Sportsbook. It's best 18-hole round. Now, there are a lot of obvious names. We've discussed a bunch of them, but is there maybe a surprise pick you've got for us here?
One guy to go really low this week. You know what? Why not chase what got wiped away last year? So the first round of the 2020 Players Championship was, of course, played. There were fans in attendance. The next day it was canceled and the tournament was wiped away. And if you look in the record books, you will not find Hideki Matsuyama's course record tying 63 in the books. And so maybe the golf gods will give him one back. Maybe karma's at play a little bit here. And Hideki all of a sudden finds a hot putter once again, shoots another 63. Give me Hideki for the low score of the week.
Well, it would seem to me then if the golf gods are going to respond, we should give Hideki the win at the Players' Championship. But nevertheless, as I always ask, who do you think is victorious here this weekend?
Yeah, I'm not going with Hideki. I am going with Patrick Cantlay, who just checks all the boxes for me. He's ready to win a tournament of this magnitude. He's the 9th-ranked player in the world. His ball striking's been tremendous. Recent form is a big one at this event. You've got to have it when you get to TPC Sawgrass. You can't find it once you get there. And so Patrick Cantlay is a guy who's had some really good form coming into this one. I think he's, like I said, ready to win a bigger event. He's become a popular play, but in the low 20s or so this week as an outright play, I think Patrick Cantlay is a really nice pick, and I think he could win this one.
Early week chats with Jason Sobel. That's what you've got to have. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, now it's time for one of my favorite parts of the night, the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. You just heard Jason Sobel break down some of his favorite plays at the Players' Championship this week. So why not put that knowledge to good use? Millionaire contests are back at DraftKings for the PGA Tour, and it's a big one this week for the players. The $2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire Contest pays out that $1 million prize to first place, but also our first ticket to the 2021-2022 Tournament of Champions Live Final. It's all part of our DraftKings Championship Series where the best in DFS compete for another $1 million prize in January 2022. So head on over to the DK lobby to find that contest and take your shot at DFS supremacy. All right, if golf isn't your thing and you can't wait for the NBA to be back, maybe some college basketball will hold you over. Conference Championship Week is upon us, and we got a great matchup tonight in the West Coast Conference. BYU takes on the top team in the country, Gonzaga, in the WCC final. Adam Kaufman caught up with Julian Edlow to preview that game as well as some of the other conference championships going up this week.
Conference tournament week in college basketball. Let's take a little look-see with help from the DK Sportsbook. Of course, he is Julian Edlow. I'm Adam Kaufman. You got the West Coast Conference final going on here tonight. It's between, of course, BYU and the unbeaten so far, Jules, Gonzaga. Now, the Zags, 25-0. They're favored by 14 points. I don't think anyone realistically is expecting BYU to march on in and come up with an upset here, but any chance at covering the spread anyway?
Yeah, there's a good chance of covering the spread. BYU obviously is going to come to play in this game. Gonzaga can take their foot off the gas. We saw it on against St. Mary's the previous night. They had 77 points with 4 minutes left in the game, finished with 78. They have not been tested. They let teams back into games late. And even though they covered that game against St. Mary's, it just shows that they can be lackadaisical late. So you take the two regular season meetings, Gonzaga won by 17 and 11. You split the difference, you got 14. So this is a very fair number. I'm not telling you that BYU is a lock to get it done, but I think it's going to float right around there. BYU plays with a pretty good pace. I would probably be more comfortable with an over or a Gonzaga team total over or a first half over, given how the Zags have come out of the gates in recent games, rather than looking to play what I think is a pretty reasonable number on the spread.
In the ACC, Virginia, Florida State, both very close. You got UVA plus 225, FSU plus 260. Who do you like to take home that ACC title?
If I'm picking between those two teams, I like Florida State. I think that they're just more built for this tournament. We saw them do very well last year in the ACC. They've slipped up, bad road loss at Notre Dame over the weekend, but Virginia hasn't really been anything special this year. They've come up on some losing streaks. So I like Florida State between the two. But if there's a year to go long shots in the ACC, this is the year. Where is Duke? Not dominant at all. Duke is playing BC in the first round of the ACC tournament. That never happens. UNC is a much lower seed than usual. You can get the Tar Heels at plus 425 if you believe their talent is going to come through in this tournament. Virginia Tech is one of the better teams in the league at plus 600. And I don't mind taking a stab at Georgia Tech at plus 1,000. They were plus 2,000 on Monday. A lot of money came in on the Yellow Jackets. Good backcourt play. They have some size. I would rather take a stab at one of these long shots in the ACC in kind of a weird year.
While we're here hanging out, why not look ahead to tomorrow? Now, Michigan is the favorite to win the Big Ten at plus 175. Do you like those odds for obviously the Wolverines, or I don't know, maybe somewhere longer that is more appealing to you?
if you like Michigan in this tournament, I like those odds because they have not been this good for a while. But I will say nobody is hotter in college basketball right now than Illinois, who just had, in my opinion, the best week of any team in college all year. They got road wins at Wisconsin, a blowout win at Michigan, and then came back and beat Ohio State on the road on Saturday. So this team is rolling right now. Team is hot. This is a lock for a 1 seed. Plus 320 on Illinois is much more appealing to me than the plus 175 on Michigan. So that's where I would go there.
Baylor, number 2 team in the country, heavy favorite to win the Big 12. The odds minus 134 to roll on to the title, but did lose to Kansas earlier this year. And you got the Jayhawks here, best odds, next best odds anyway, at plus 335. So would you consider maybe Rock Chalk here?
I don't know if it's a year for Rock Chalk. Baylor deserves to be the favorite. Laying the minus 134 is kind of out of the question for me. I think you just bet each game and roll it over, and you'll probably wind up more profitable in the end, even if Baylor does win it. So I would look that way if you like Baylor. In terms of betting it, a team like Oklahoma State is red hot as long as Cade Cunningham can come back from that ankle injury. They're plus 800, but what I don't like is that they're the 5 seed. So first of all, you got to play West Virginia, who they just upset on the road. Then if you win that game, you got to play Baylor on that side of the bracket. So teams like West Virginia, Oklahoma State, they're out for me. I would look at either Texas plus 800 or Texas Tech plus 1,500. They play each other coming off of that like double bye, I think. So you hopefully pick the winner of that game correctly. I think that team has a great chance against Kansas. Both of those teams beat Kansas in the regular season. And then you're in the final, presumably against Baylor, and that's where you can get your hedge in and guarantee some profit. So if I'm picking between the two, Texas is plus 800, Texas Tech is plus 1,500. That's going to be a close game. I'll take Texas Tech plus 1,500. Hope they see Baylor in the final there, and then do a little bit of hedging.
Jules, you can get plus odds everywhere in the Big East. UConn's the favorite, plus 210. Is that the bet that you like? Is there another program you think will win?
It is, and I wish UConn was a little bit sneakier, but they are the favorite, and I think they deserve to be the favorite in kind of a weird conference right now. Villanova was below even money pretty much all season, and then Gillespie gets the knee injury. They have another starter go down. So the last 2 games have been a disaster for Villanova health-wise, and they just haven't been right. So I don't think this is the spot to back them. Creighton, a good team, a team that you can't trust at the free throw line. A team with a little bit of, internal issues going on right now with the coaching situation. I want to stay away from all that. And then everybody else is pretty much a long shot. So I think UConn, they've won 4 in a row, 6 of their last 7. They love playing on this stage at MSG in the Big East tournament. It's kind of like another home court for them. I wish they were more sneaky, but I think they deserve to be favored. And that's who I like to bet on in this tournament.
Let's finish up here with the Pac-12. Oregon, of course, number 1 seed, plus 175 to win. But behind them, you've got USC plus 235, Colorado at plus 300. And also, it's worth pointing out, Colorado has been the higher-ranked team in the country, obviously outside the conference specifically. So is that 300 that much more interesting to you?
I don't think I'm going to be on Colorado. They're a very good team. It's a tempting price. This is either Oregon or USC for me. I'm a big believer in Oregon long-term, but they have let down in certain spots this year. USC has the talent. They've just come up really short in some weird spots. But one of those spots was over the weekend against UCLA, came all the way back from double digits in the second half and won that game. So maybe they can ride some of that momentum into the tournament. If I see Oregon and USC pretty neck and neck, then I guess you got to just go with the better price, and that's USC at plus 235.
Should be fun. A lot of action this week. And again, you got the main tourney right around the corner with the Field of 68. Julian Edlow, I'm Adam Kaufman. Thanks, bud.
We are closing in on our 8 p.m. Madden Sim, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So the NBA returns from the All-Star break tomorrow, and we've got a $1 million contest to celebrate. Reserve your entry now into the NBA 1 million return from break contest. It pays out $250K to first place. It's just a $10 entry. And if you can't wait for some DFS action, it's not too late to get in on some NHL contests tonight. We've got showdowns for the Blackhawks and Stars game at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Our 10K Twine contest pays out $2K to first place, just a $10 entry. And don't forget to check out all the action for those leagues, plus the PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and the college basketball conference tournaments over on the DK Sportsbook. Time for me to turn it over to the Madden. I'll be back after the game with part 2 of my conversation with Bryson DeChambeau. We're going to preview the Players' Championship next week. Right now, though, it's the Panthers and the Jets with Kenny Ducey and Brandon Cristal.
Thanks, Jesse. I can't wait for that. Great start to that interview. Looking forward to it. Love to see Bryson sporting the DraftKings hat out there while he won this weekend. It was very special. But welcome into the Dream Stream. Kenny Ducey, Brandon Cristal with another Madden Sim. This time it is the New York Jets and the Carolina Panthers, a team close to my heart and a team close to me in Simland that I've called, numerous games before. This last week, I think I had 2 Panthers games, BK. So I felt pretty good about putting out this lineup. Where are you at right now with your lineup construction?
I've definitely had more Jets games than Panthers games, but I'm certainly, Glash and I do just about every Colts game. I know I do every Colts game, and then I do a lot of Cardinals games. So I went ahead and captained, and maybe this will be my lack of knowledge of the Panthers, but I captained DJ Moore just because the value is there. Then that allowed me to get Christian McCaffrey in, Le'Veon Bell, who we know can be up and down in these sims, but can certainly be up. I rolled the dice on Perriman. Every time I pick Crowder, Perriman goes off. When I pick Perriman, Crowder goes off. But I could get more value there, I thought, than with Herndon. And then the Jets D makes plays, and I went Robbie Anderson revenge play, thinking maybe he gets deep against his former team. But the Jets D is kind of sneaky good in sims compared to real life, where they're terrible.
Yeah, you got CJ Mosley on the defense, and he is he's a big fumble forcer in Madden for sure. So definitely a good option. And I did end up going with Rashad Perriman in my captain spot. I was like you in this situation. I did Le'Veon Bell, Sam Darnold, and then DJ Moore, Ian Thomas. I had $4,500 left over, and went with Chris Hogan. So hopefully it doesn't
see if he's always open.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't burn me that I didn't go with the Jets D, but we'll see. As we get ready for the game here, Sam Darnold under the fireworks at MetLife Stadium, under the lights here. BK, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
It's been a long time since I was with you on a sim. I think it was a Broncos sim that we were on.
It might have been, and I think in that time, maybe I didn't realize the angst that the chat has towards you and you have towards them. I don't think it manifested itself when you and I worked together, and then it seems like every time Kaufman or Glash reference you, they talk about you fighting with people in the chat. So have you gotten any fights? Have you gotten any fights today?
No, none today, except for Lisa Robinson. I think I shouted her out as someone who just hates me. So as long as she's not here, I think we'll be all good to go. Hey, I'm a polarizing figure in the chat. You got your Ducey diehards in there. Shout out, they know who they are, and then you got some people that don't like my takes. So we love everyone, of course, for tuning in.
Well,
doesn't matter.
Sure. Look, I got people who don't like my storytelling. So what are you gonna do, right? Yeah. You can't please everybody. We're just trying to please as many as we can.
So there's Adam Gase. He doesn't coach for the Jets anymore, thankfully, but he is still in Madden as the Jets coach. So we got Braden Mann ready to kick it off.
He's also still getting paid by the Jets for at least 2 more years.
It's great work if you can get it. How about the Broncos make any cuts today that were big?
No, and they weren't going to. They had already put the franchise tag on Justin Simmons, so that was academic. I still think, and I told a bunch of people here in Simland that, and I tweeted it as well, that I think they're going to have a long-term deal done with Justin Simmons before free agency opens next week. So this was just a placeholder. His agent, Todd France, is the same agent as Dak Prescott. Not that Todd France, who's one of the best agents in football, can't handle multiple deals at once, but I think now that Dak deal's done, he can focus his attention on getting Justin's deal done. And the Broncos' chief negotiator, their cap guy, Rich Hurtado, last year he joined the Broncos. Before that, he was Todd France's right-hand man and basically Justin's agent with CAA. So they have a really good relationship. So that'll be the biggest move coming that everyone sort of expects to happen, or I certainly expect to happen. Some people are nervous that, they're never going to get the deal done with them. They're just going to keep franchising them or whatever. But then the Von Miller thing is just kind of looming out there. What's the decision? And I don't think they've made one yet. I understand Pro Football Talk picked up a story from a reporter here in town that's usually pretty well plugged in. But I was told by multiple people that new GM George Payton hasn't decided yet if he wants to pay Von Miller $18.5 million this year. Seems unlikely. If he wants to try to extend him, maybe a little more likely, or if they let him walk and say, we'll see you at your Ring of Fame ceremony, which is definitely an option. John Elway were still running the show. Von Miller would have an extension because John Elway wants him to finish his career here. And even though John is the president of football operations, he's not in charge of the team anymore.
Interesting. I did not know all that was going on in Broncos land, but thank you for the update. That's why I asked. What about CJ Moore makes the grab there?
My captain.
See the star underneath his feet. What happened with what's going on with Drew Lock? Are they committed to him? It seemed like at the end of last season it was unsure. It was unclear if he was going to be the quarterback of the future.
I think it's still unclear. I think they're committed to him until they're not. And he's in town. He's in the building every day. He's working his tail off. So we hear. Not that he didn't necessarily work hard last year. The one thing he said at the end of the year was that going into this offseason, let's take potential trades or draft picks or any of that out of it, but just the idea that he's going to return as a starter. If he's going to get his teammates together and run a practice, he now knows exactly what he wants to do versus trying to guess what he should be doing last year when they couldn't get together on the field and they would go out and throw here in Denver. That now he can, everybody knows the plays, they know the playbook, and they can really just run through a practice, right? And he can go through it probably with, and I'm betting he's done this already with Pat Shermer and Mike Schuler, the quarterback's coach, that they can say, okay, on certain days you should just focus on this stuff, on other days focus on this. Because they're kind of limited in how much interaction they can have at this time of the year. But as they get into April and can start being in the classroom together, then those guys can, while they can't say, hey, you need to do this, they can suggest, why not run through these 30 plays on this. You're going to get everybody together on a Thursday, do this. Then next week on Tuesday, do these. And he'll have a better understanding of it. There are reports out there that teams called asking for Drew Lock, and I've heard that certainly people have shown a little bit of interest, but the Broncos don't want to trade a kid after 2 years and then have him turn out to be really good somewhere else. They at least want to get one more year of him in their same offense, something he's only done once since high school, had the same OC, his junior year at Mizzou where he set the SEC touchdown. But if they can get their hands on Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson, then all bets are
right. I mean, it might be difficult, but
sure. And I think Drew Lock would understand that too.
Got to try. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, interesting. We got the Panthers moving down the field here. Hey, Matt, I asked about the Broncos. I'm sorry. We can table the Broncos discussion. I just wanted to see what was up. And that's like when Jim returns from Stanford and asks Kelly in the office, what's new with you? And she just tells him all about pop culture things. Like that's what's new with Cristal, Yeah,
and here's the thing. As much as you love to check in with the DK Sim fam, you, like me, may not jump on here as often as, say, Kaufman does. But a lot of these people have heard my Broncos info because, if I'm doing a half dozen 7 Sims a week, inevitably if something comes up, I'll bring it up. So they're a little more dialed in on my Broncos takes than you are. Not that you don't want to be or whatever. It's just that you and I haven't talked about it. So now you're caught up. For now, we'll see what happens here. It's going to be an interesting 8 days.
Happy to be caught up, BK. Now we can talk about the Jets, and I won't feel guilty. We got Congo Cab meeting Ian Thomas. We got the JE needs more Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson revenge game, of course, in this
I'll take either of them, but Moore's my captain. So.
Yeah. But shout out to Bonzo, says Ducey's Diaper Dandies. Jordan Lindenbaum, hashtag Team Ducey. 50715. What's up, guys? Ducey rules. Appreciate you all. As we got the Teddy Ball game throwing a touchdown. It's Ian Thomas with the score. First 6 on the board going the way of IT. Not Isaiah Thomas, Ian Thomas. And we're cooking with gas now on the Ian Thomas Express.
I do not have Ian Thomas, but now I wish I did.
9th touchdown in the sim season for Ian Thomas. I actually had a funny moment on the stream which was Broncos related, because I said sorry Bronco Nation.
Oh yeah.
And someone said it's Bronco country.
Yeah,
and
well,
then
the Broncos country, they pluralize it because they're the Broncos. It's Broncos country, and when we'll call them high-ranking members, but if a player says it, or if John Elway accidentally said it, or a coach says it, when they say Bronco Nation, they get corrected. And I've talked to marketing people who say, look, we've done a lot of research and spent a lot of money on branding Broncos country, so we'd like everyone to say Broncos country.
Wow.
You can say whatever you want here because, look, the Broncos marketing people aren't coming down on you. But Broncos fans will. There's a lot of nations out there, though. You got Raider Nation. You got Steeler Nation. Right? There's a lot of nations out there. You got Chiefs Kingdom. Chiefs Kingdom, which is interesting, right? Because Chiefs don't technically have kingdoms.
That's right.
Conversation, I guess.
New York Goat says, calm down. He only got 6 points, and that will be his total for the game. Actually, he got 7 points on that catch. Not more than 7 points, because you get 1 point for the catch, and then you get the 6 for the touchdown. And so we'll see. Ian Thomas usually a big beast for the Panthers. At least in the sims that I've gotten lately, he's been all over the field for Carolina. So good start for him for sure. New York Goat thinks Frank Gore is going to have a big game. We'll see. We'll see about that as the Jets start out with Le'Veon Bell in the backfield with Sam Darnold. Thanks for being with us. It's Kenny Ducey and Brandon Kristahl with you. Oh, Chris Hogan checking in at 43% owned in the free contest. Joker saying it's Deputy Ducey country down here. Yeah, I reckoned it. I likened it to like some cowboy being like, oh, this son, what are you doing down here? This is Bronco country. It's pretty funny. And we got Skulls in the chat. So 2nd and 4. Sam Darnold going to throw and complete it. That time to Jamison Crowder. Yeah, I can't ever figure out the Jamison Crowder games. I'm with you there.
Well, Crowder Perriman, whenever I roster one of them, the other one goes off. And if I don't roster either, at least one will score, if not both. Hey, Malcolm Butler just got released?
Yeah, a little while ago, Malcolm Butler got released. Pretty big news.
This is going to be pretty wild here the next week or so because, and even beyond March 17th, because you'll have guys who don't have roster bonuses at the start of the league year, but as teams are constructing their financial picture for 2021 and beyond, you'll just keep seeing veterans get cut at random times. So whether it's this week, and if a team decides they want to move on from a guy, they want to do right by them and get rid of them sooner than later. But even still, there might be guys that they're on the fence, and then a new guy pops up that they would rather have, and then they cut one of their own guys late. It's going to be really wild.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot going on right now in the NFL, and sad day for me. I wanted Allen Robinson to sign with the Jets, but
I don't think the Bears will ever let him go. He's too big of a playmaker, and when healthy, he's proven to be a top 10-ish kind of receiver. So I didn't think that he was really going to go anywhere, and so they end up 10 guys technically get tagged, or 10 guys were on that list, I guess. But Dak obviously signed that huge deal yesterday, so 9 franchise tag players.
Arnold on 1st and 10, gets away from pressure, completes to Perriman. There's your man to the 25.
Very exciting.
Yeah, Rashad Perriman getting involved. And CM Wagner right now sitting atop the free contest with, actually, nope, that's changed since Bob 1949 sitting atop the free contest, because he's got Teddy Ballgame in the captain spot. Teddy Bridgewater, 15.3K in there. He's got the 9.78 DK fantasy points. Ian Thomas, Christian McCaffrey, Lev Bell, both defenses. But I think that's going to change because the scoring still yet to update on the Jets defense as we get a completion out of the backfield. That's Le'Veon Bell. Obi-Wan saying it's Ducey country around this part of Simland.
Sure. Where do you think Le'Veon Bell ends up? I don't know what the market for him is going to be.
Yeah. The Le'Veon Bell, it reminds me of, I mean, there's so many players in all sports, right? That like they go somewhere towards the middle of their career and they don't play that well. And then the narrative changes to, well, they're old and washed. And I feel like that's like Le'Veon Bell was in his prime when he signed with the Jets. It's only been 2 years since he signed with the Jets, and we're already like, well, what team's going to make him their backup? You know, like this isn't like LaShawn McCoy, you know. I still think he's got a lot to give a team. I know that, you know, perhaps he doesn't fit the style that, you know, a lot of teams are looking for these days. He's not very shifty, but I do think that he has a lot to offer a team, and I think he's still making that money from the Jets deal, right?
Yeah, I can tell you that contract real quick because I have it up over here. I can get it quickly. I just don't know who wants him. If you can't get on the field when the Chiefs are down a running back, then what is that saying? And what's going on? Like, there's no way that whatever was going on there isn't going to get out one way or another, right? That they're going to say, oh, he was bad in the classroom or bad on the practice.
I mean, all accounts that I heard from the Jets people that he was a great teammate and everyone loved him, and he said all the right things as well. So I don't think that there's anything, you know, negative that you could really say about him. I just think that, you know, perhaps look, the thing that we have to consider with the Chiefs situation is Darrell Williams like was with the Chiefs last year. So it's not like, you know, it was two guys on equal footing. Like, I do feel like there's a little bit of, this guy knows the offense. We know this guy. We like this guy.
He'd been there for like 8 weeks at that point into the playoffs.
But I think it's like a Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston type of situation where it's like we've prepped this guy to be our backup if something happens, and that's been the plan all season. And like signing Le'Veon Bell adds another dimension to their offense, but like I don't know if they were necessarily planning on making him, like, just installing him as their running back. If anything happened to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I agree with you. I mean, I think that it's certainly a little fishy, and it's going to hurt his value. But we'll see what ends up. Like, you know, I think he could still get a job.
No,
I hope that he still gets a job.
Right. And if I'm him, unless someone's offering a multi-year deal, then I'm probably just waiting around and saying, okay, who needs me the most? Now that I guess he didn't get a ring. He got a taste of playoff football. Right. But I'm saying, like, I mean, if I'm him,
with the Steelers, he had already gotten plenty of playoff football.
Sure. But if I'm him, I'm saying, who gets hurt in training camp or who gets hurt training? Like, there's no need for him to sign next week, and I don't think anybody's trying to sign him next week. But maybe, because I think, is Jamal Williams up too? I know that Aaron Jones is obviously up in Green Bay, and they're not.
Jamal Williams, I think, is still under contract. But I want to say they also came in around the same. Let's check that out. Actually.
Le'Veon Bell got his full $28 million from the Jets, so that was, I think, close to the guarantee. He's made in his career $44 million.
Pretty nice.
No one's feeling sorry for him, but yeah, it's more what does he have left in the tank. So
Jamal Williams is up as well.
So Jamal Williams is up, and obviously Aaron Jones is up.
Right. Well, they have AJ Dillon, so
of course they have AJ Dillon. But if you're Le'Veon Bell, why don't you say, okay, let me go? Every team needs more than one running back, so why not look at a situation like that where you could get some real run? LaFleur, likes to use multiple backs.
I could definitely see that being a destination for him. You could also, you want to talk about teams that use a lot of running backs, the 49ers. Jets are going to go for it here. We got some vulture candidates in the mix at tight end. Instead, it's going to go to Le'Veon Bell on the handoff. He's not going to get the first down, and the Jets will turn it over to the Carolina Panthers. So, I really thought they were going to fake that, Crystal, and go to one of their three tight ends on the field. But nope, just Le'Veon Bell right into the wall of defenders.
Bad play.
Jamal Williams is, I actually think, maybe one of the sneakier free agents on the market. He had a great season last year when he was finally given some chances. The Packers have always loved him, and he's just not going to cost a lot of money. And I think that someone could bring him in sort of for a running back competition. I mean, maybe even the Jets, frankly. The Jets don't really have a running back right now. They drafted Michael Pirine. I think that job is still very much open, and whether or not they, draft Najee Harris or they decide they want to go out and sign an Aaron Jones or a Jamal Williams, I do feel like one of those guys, maybe Jamal Williams on a cheap deal, could end up being a home run for them. I mean, I'm trying to think of other teams out there that don't really have money committed to a back. But they've certainly just kind of torn through a bunch of backs, and they have just a bunch of, random guys like Ty Johnson, who did have a good season for them. I'm quickly just trying to think about, even in the division, I think that maybe the Dolphins could be another destination for Le'Veon Bell. They don't really have a running back, right?
Yeah,
Matt Breida, like they could put him in, make him compete with Matt Breida, right?
I think Le'Veon Bell spends his offseason in Miami, if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
Is that where he got robbed by those two?
So that could be a
two
fit.
girls.
I'm just going division by division in my head and trying to think about fits. I mean, the Steelers a reunion, maybe,
because their running back situation has not been great.
It's kind of up in the air, right?
Yeah,
They're probably going to let James Conner go, and then do they like Benny Snell and who's the other guy they drafted? Benny Snell was out of Kentucky, right? They drafted
Jalen Samuels.
Jalen Samuels. Well, I mean, but I don't think he's even really a candidate.
No.
I was thinking about someone else, I think.
Then I'm drawing a blank on who their other running backs are.
They have another. Hold on, I'm looking it up right now. But my point is,
The
they've
Bills
kind of drafted.
The Bills need
these
running
late-
back help. Bills need running back
No,
help.
they have Devin Singletary, Zach Moss. I think they're fine, right?
I still think that I think that they need to upgrade.
Anthony McFarland was the guy I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
They spent these late round picks on Snell, McFarland. Are they really going to be super confident in these guys leading them forward at run? I don't think so.
Well, I'm looking at teams that have running back as a primary need here on this Draft Network list. They've got the Bills, and I'd be with you. I mean, look at what Singletary and Moss didn't do. Well, Moss got hurt, but they just didn't do much in the playoffs, and there were opportunities there. The Cardinals, because Kenyon Drake's gone now, so they need running back help.
Chase Edmonds, my man.
Okay, if he's going to be the primary guy, then
Could be.
That'd be good for him. I think if Philip Lindsay were to shake free, Arizona might try to take a run at him because Vance Joseph and Philip Lindsay have a relationship.
Right. I don't understand what Draft Network is saying about the Bills running back situation though, because
neither
Devin
of those guys are
Singletary
very
and
good,
Zach
is
Moss
what
are
they're saying.
I think they're fine, and also, is that what's holding the team back right now? What's holding
their
the team
pass
back
rush is what's holding them back.
Exactly, right? So, I mean, maybe they could draft a running back in the 4th or 5th round, but that's not one of their big needs to me.
This is it says their primary
maybe another
needs
wide receiver.
are,
honestly,
they've got 2 All-Pros right now. So
their running game wasn't great last year. I agree with you, right?
But
you're right
it says
about
their
that.
primary needs linebacker because Milano's probably gone, and I think Edmonds is really good. He's super fast. Some would tell you he misses a lot of tackles. That's why his MAD rating's not as high as I think it should be. They could use tackle help, edge help, obviously, and then running back help. That's what Draft Network's saying. 4 primary needs. As Cardinals listed for a running back need, Jets. I'm surprised it stops at QB, wide receiver, cornerback, edge, running back. I'm surprised only lists 5.
Yeah, the Jets need they've needed an edge rusher for 20 years.
Franchising Marcus May is good though because he's one
Right.
of the few players that personnel people will tell you they like around the league.
Yep.
Let's see who else. The Steelers, like you mentioned, and so those are the teams. I think I threw Dolphins in there too. That could maybe use Le'Veon Bell. Miami. I think
big
you're right.
completion
Makes a lot of sense.
downfield. Sorry, but I just had to shout out Ian Thomas on the big completion.
Man.
Where are you at, New York Goat? Huh? That was going to be his only catch of the day. How about that? But yeah, I do tend to agree with you there on the running. The team's running back needs. I did certainly the Bills could use him, but I don't know if that's
That's not where they should.
That to me is
that's
like
not
a
where they should-
borderline need.
Yeah, they shouldn't focus their money there. But I also don't know what the Bills' cap situation is. Here's the other thing: they've got a quarterback who's played pretty darn well. That was super happy to see Dak Prescott's new deal. There's Robbie Anderson with some
Robbie
revenge.
Anderson revenge game coming back to New York, catching a touchdown on the slant from Teddy Bridgewater, and I like it when the Suns stay out late.
Robbie Anderson, 32% owned in our little contest. Only captain 1.6, but I got him.
The
so
Sun God, Robbie Anderson, man.
He's about to go from a 0 to 7 or 8 points for me. And I'm in 22nd place right now.
Rel, Thomas captain. What happened to only catch? That's right. We were told that was going to be Ian Thomas's only catch.
Now he's eyeing the bonus.
That's right. He's getting up there.
I'm climbing towards the top 10 now. Looks like I'm
Ian Thomas has been dynamite.
I'm settling in 14th place as it stands for now. Our DK said, wait, those are up to 54th? That doesn't seem likely. Maybe.
Yeah, the scoring is still very fluid right now. Still keeping up on some of the scoring.
Zach's all over.
Edward Pride saying Travis Etienne to the Jets. I don't see the Jets taking, and this is a Jets sim, so I don't feel bad talking about the Jets. I don't see them taking a running back in the first round. Maybe you disagree with me, but to me, it's pretty clear cut. It's either it's going to be quarterback, offensive line, and maybe or quarterback, wide receiver. I would say like if Bateman's there at 23, they'll go grab him. I would love him. But I think it's either going to be quarterback, wide receiver, or quarterback lineman. I don't think they're going to go quarterback, running back.
Do you think it's Zach Wilson for sure?
I do.
Can you tell me that he's appreciably better than Sam Darnold? Because I don't know if that's true.
I didn't think look, I mean, you're talking to the wrong guy. I love Sam Darnold. I think he's really good. I don't think they need to take a quarterback yet. Yeah, I mean, look, I would be fine if they took Sewell and a wide receiver, or traded the pick and just they have
more picks. They need more picks.
They don't need more picks actually, but they could have more picks. They have 4 first-round picks in the next 2 years. Brandon.
Sure, but you know what's better than 4 first-round picks? 5 first-round picks.
Yeah, they could do it. I'm all for that. I think that is a great move for them. That is how the Los Angeles Rams got to a Super Bowl, because that's what they did. They just turned picks into more picks into more picks, and they just look. It's going to be impossible to hit on. But here's what happened to the Rams, right? This is exactly the same thing that could be happening to the Jets. They traded away a pick. They traded away a top 2 pick in a quarterback draft. Like they could have had, what was it, Luck or Griffin, right?
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, they traded that pick and they stacked a bunch of picks. They took Aaron Donald. They took Brockers. They took all these guys on their line. They did a great job. They drafted Robert Woods. They got all these great guys to help their team. And then when the time was right, they get Jared Goff. And that to me is like the thing. There's always, every year, there's going to be a good quarterback prospect. And look, next year might be a pretty crummy quarterback class, right? But you never get like 2 bad quarterback classes in a row, or 3 in a row, I should say. So where I stand with the Jets right now is like, I'm with you. Like, I don't think they need to take a quarterback. I think that they could do well to just see what Sam Darnold does this year with a better coach and a better system, with maybe some more help around him. And if it doesn't work out, like, you not only did you trade away the second pick to get more picks, you spend these 2 years drafting, and next year, or 2 years from now rather, you take a quarterback to complete your I think that they need to worry about building the rest of the team before addressing quarterback. And I think that is what smart teams have done, like the Eagles, like the Chiefs. They built, and the Rams, like I just mentioned. You build a team, you get the line together, both lines, and you get a good system in place, and then you take the quarterback. And I just feel like that's a winning strategy in today's NFL, because you get that 4-year window on a rookie deal with your quarterback. You can spend money elsewhere and really put a winner on the field. I mean, I don't think that's crazy to not take a quarterback here at number 2, maybe trade away the pick.
Well, I guess to play devil's advocate against you, even though you think they might take a quarterback, or just for the sake of why you do take a quarterback, is kind of where you just ended your point. It opens up a rookie window, and you can move Darnold for more picks. I think Darnold will command a couple of 2s. I think he'll get a better package than you got for Wentz, because he doesn't have the injury history, and a lot of people
contract.
Or the contract, and a lot of people think that he'll be fine in a different situation, but they will have to decide, even if a team trades for him, if they pick up that 5th-year option, that'll have to be decided by May. So whether you're the Jets keeping him, and if they do keep him, you're still looking at next year that 5th year going to $20 million, but you can load up a bunch of other spots and put more pieces around him quickly. So I could see it both ways. Either way, they're in good shape, right? Because they're looking at taking 5 first-rounders or 4 first-rounders in the next 2 years, 5 in the next 3 years at this point, and doing what you can with Darnold. Or if they do take a quarterback at 2, which feels like a risk. I think it's always going to be a risk until it's not, and because we can name all the good quarterbacks ever, and we can certainly name all the misses. That if they do that, then you're looking at still 4 number ones in the next 3 years, and a bunch of whatever you get back for Darnold or something back for Darnold. So, and I, like I said, I think it's a couple too. So those are all real picks that you can turn into good players if you draft well. And even though the Jets have a history of not drafting great, you got to give Joe Douglas the benefit of the doubt. And then in 2 or 3 years, if all the players stink, then you can yell at him.
I mean, I don't think they're going to either. He's started off drafting pretty well. I'm pretty.
Look, I think Mims can play. I think Mims can play. Who was our first round pick last year? Oh, Beckman.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he certainly looks like the real deal.
Yeah, he was a great pick. I mean, they couldn't go wrong with that pick. Like if they would have picked Wirfs, that would have been great.
Yeah, Wirfs can play too, except that Becton is an anchor on the left side and maybe the biggest left tackle in football. Certainly on a short list. So, and you're right. That is how you want to build a team is inside out from at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball if you can do it. And by having Quinnen Williams back, you've got an anchor on the other side there too. So you have 2 really big building blocks, and I think Connor McGovern can play a little bit. Maybe I'm a little biased. Haven't been around him, but
he was fine, right?
There's a reason they gave him $30 million.
Well, 11 seconds till the half, and the Jets have a timeout, so they're going to burn it and kick a field goal here to end it and get on the board with 3 points. You would think where the time. Okay, yeah, the clock was ticking there, and I was worried.
Well, here comes your guy Sam Ficken. We know this is never a gimme.
Yeah, the fixter.
All right, well, so we've covered Broncos, covered Jets. What else is out there? All the guys that got franchised today. How about former Jet Leonard Williams getting franchised?
Yeah. Now sign that extension so the Jets get a 4th-round pick. Ficken's kick is good. So the Jets trail by 11 now. So they're just a touchdown and a 2-point conversion and a field goal away from tying this game. Of course, the defense is going to have to step up for that to be possible. Welcome back inside the Dream Stream booth here. Ken Ducey and Brandon Cristal with you, checking out the Madden Stream free contest. Of course, we still got some stats to go through. The ops team working hard behind the scenes. We do hear you guys. We'll get to it. But taking the defenses aside, which still have not been credited with the points allowed. The big performers here: Teddy Bridgewater, 13.2 fantasy points. McCaffrey over 11. Bell over 10. Ian Thomas over 11 as well. He's had a nice day. He's got the touchdown and just a whole host of yards here. We're looking at the back end. Sam Darnold, 8 of 10, 72 yards. Of course, Teddy Bridgewater's got those 2 touchdowns and 130 yards. We're updating right now. Between the quarters, we go through all the stats. So Le'Veon Bell, 7 carries, 31 yards. McCaffrey, 6 for 35. Darnold, 2 for 25. I'm going to cut you off to read the receiving stats, Brandon, but big surprise of the first half.
I guess Ian Thomas.
Let me just read it right now. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, Ian Thomas, who had 5 catches for 49 yards and a touchdown. Bell is your tied for the lead with 5 catches for 25. McCaffrey, 4 for 40. DJ Moore, 2 for 28. Brashad Perriman, 2 for 33. Jamison Crowder, Robbie Anderson, both a catch apiece, but Robbie Anderson with the touchdown. Jamison Crowder, Curtis Samuel also have catches as well in this one, but the 2 touchdowns going to Robbie Anderson and Ian Thomas, who you really liked his performance in the first half.
I appreciate that you told me you were going to cut me off and then did before asking me a question. That was a heck of a trick there. But having not done a lot of Carolina Sims, I had no idea Ian Thomas was the second coming of Shannon Sharp, right? He's or Tony Gonzalez. He's balling out of control. So had I known that, I would have rostered him. But I'm okay. All my guys are scoring except for the Jets D. I thought they'd get to Teddy Bridgewater, maybe snag a ball out of the air. It looks like I'm in 58th place right now, assuming scoring's up to date. I know it will be here quickly. So I need DJ Moore to get going a little bit since he's my captain.
Yeah, sorry, BK.
I don't apologize. You told me you were going to cut me off, so I should have expected it.
I wasn't apologizing for that. Hey, look, here's the thing. People are wondering
sorry about
stats.
Ian Thomas. Okay. You weren't apologizing for that. Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, people out there, were looking for the stats, so I wanted to make sure that they got them, so no one was wondering what player had what stats. Those are all the real, correct stats. As we get the third quarter started here in virtual New Jersey. Trying to think of a good Meadowlands, Pretendolands. I don't know.
Not great.
Rel saying, wait a minute, man, I didn't pick Hogan, so how did I get him? Apparently you did pick Hogan. No one snuck in the middle of the night and gave you Chris Hogan. I have Chris Hogan, and he has not had a catch. So I feel your pain. Chris Herndon also without a catch. He's 44.1% owned. DJ Moore just 2 catches at $8.2 thousand and a decent ownership. Chris Hogan 43.3% owned in the free showdown. Guys, please like it up for Madden After Dark. Like and subscribe the page. We appreciate it. Bryson DeChambeau was on just before this. You can rewind back to that interview. You can
I'm
also
gonna go watch that.
Yeah, you can also get ready for part 2 coming up very soon with Jesse Cofield.
Maybe I'll just wait until part 2 because I do have to eat in between sims, and then I'm going to watch all of it. But I urge everybody to do that. Bryson DeChambeau is making golf fun. Not that golf isn't fun, but we're always looking for golf without Tiger when Tiger was just battling through his normal stuff. Now that he has, obviously, these challenges to overcome with the car injury and the car accident and the leg injuries, I'm all in for Bryson DeChambeau hitting it, driving the green and hitting 360 off the tee over water and all of that. I want to see it every week. And his partnership with DraftKings and embracing all that comes along with that with DK Sportsbook's awesome.
Yeah, a buddy of mine covers golf for Golf Magazine, Dylan Dethier. I don't know, Dethier. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I never have.
It's not that good of friends.
But we used to work together at SI because SI owned Golf Magazine.
Right.
Anyway, he wrote. He was just like, "Oh, I missed Saturday's round," but he was like ranking the moments, and he said one of the ranking moments that he ranked was Bryson's rock concert, and I thought that was a perfect way to describe Bryson DeChambeau just hitting the ball a gazillion yards over the water and celebrating. It is sort of like a rock concert.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's making golf fun. My first job out of school was at a golf magazine called Maximum Golf that Rupert Murdoch owned. They did 18 issues or 21 issues in about 2 years, and then we literally went out of business, filed for unemployment the day before the World Trade Center was attacked. I filed for unemployment on September 10th, 2001. And but that was right as golf was really exploding thanks to Tiger Mania, and it was a fun time to be around the golf resurgence. And golf had one of its best years to ever last year, even with the pandemic, from a local revenue standpoint, with people playing more golf. This is one of the few things you could do outside, and so golf courses had a nice little uptick. I played more golf last year than I played my whole life.
I have not played a lot lately, but respect. I mean, I'm jealous, very jealous of you.
Well, it worked out that I was stuck home most of the time, but we had a nanny living with us that was stuck here. And so, and at the time we only had one kid up. Now we've got a lot more. And so it's, I probably played somewhere between 15 and 20 times. It was great. And I'm hoping to try to do the same thing again. Sean Preston's throwing a question that I'm going to throw it to both of us, not just me. He still calls me Spider Bite and capitalizes Spider. Who's your favorite players all time in the NFL, or just your personal favorite team? Well, we know that Kenny is a Jets fan, so you can tell me your favorite Jets and maybe favorite Jets and non-Jets. I grew up in Dallas and still, I guess, consider myself a Cowboys fan. I get mad at the team when the TV's on, but I don't live and die with everything they do. I still want to see Dak beat good teams. My favorite players growing up, though, look, they won 3 Super Bowls the 4 years I was in high school. So Emmett, Irvin, Troy Aikman, Moose, Darren Woodson, right? Just go down the list. Then Deion, who was my favorite non-Cowboy, comes to the Cowboys because I played cornerback, definitely not the same way Deion did. Although I'd high step every now and then if I had the chance in practice. And then Even before that, Ronnie Lott was always one of my favorite players. I loved watching Derek Thomas play because my family's from Kansas City. So football-wise, and then Champ Bailey. Before I even got to get here and cover him, and he's become one of my, favorite people to deal with, and somebody that I certainly consider a friend. And he wore 24, and we're the same age, and I loved watching Champ at Georgia and then at Washington. When you're a corner, you watch the other corners. I loved Rod Woodson, and I've been lucky enough to get to work with him at Western One. So there's my answer. Who are your favorite Jets and non-Jets of all time?
Boy, well, I was a huge Randy Moss guy growing up. I had a Randy Moss jersey, so I think he was one of my favorite players for
He
sure.
made football fun, right?
Yeah, big TO fan. TO fan. He was also one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
Jets-wise, I mean, obviously, shout out to Chad Pennington, one of my favorites. I really liked their kick returner a lot, Chad Morton.
Okay.
Which was pretty funny. I also really liked when they had Justin Miller, I believe his name was, cornerback, and he was another kicker. They had great kick returners.
Jets had Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn would return some punts.
Yeah, I like Ty Law a lot when they had Ty Law. He's my guy.
He's more of a Patriot, let's be honest.
I mean, yeah, but I
you got him.
As a Jet.
You got him. That counts.
Revis, of course, was like my all-time favorite Jet.
Revis Island.
Let's see. I liked. Everyone liked Cribette, but I like Cribette a lot. Fan favorite.
Cribette was easy to relate
Dustin
to because he was everybody's size.
Dustin Keller.
Dustin Keller played tight end.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about these are just the people that I grew up, watching that I enjoyed watching play for the Jets.
Sean Preston, since he brought it up, shared with us. Barry Sanders, one of his favorites, and then I'm thinking he's a Washington fan because Chris Cooley and Riggo, fellow Jayhawk John Riggins, one of the most interesting people that you'll ever come across. So if anybody else wants to throw their favorite players for their favorite team and non-favorite team, because I think that's always interesting. It's usually hard to cheer for guys that are on opposite, like that are on true rival teams. And until I got to New York, when I lived there, I liked Strahan and Tiki and those guys. And, then I worked with Tiki as Christian as he walks in for an easy touchdown. That'll help a lot of people silence. But then when I was living in New York, it made me not like anyone on the Giants at all because their fans, just, they're everywhere, right? And so, Jets too, but it wasn't a rivalry with my hometown Cowboys. The craziest thing living in New York was meeting people from Queens or from Brooklyn or the Bronx or wherever that they love the Cowboys as much, if not more, than me, and called the Cowboys we, but have the thickest New York accent you'd ever come across.
Yep,
I remember
a lot of Cowboys fans here.
Yeah, one of my guys, Gary, who I worked with at that golf magazine, was from Queens. He subscribed to the Cowboys fax newsletter that Mickey Spagnola used to send out. Where they would fax out like a Cowboys report that you had to pay for, pre-internet days.
Wow.
I was like, wow,
that
I'm
is
not
special.
doing that. I was like, no, admittedly, I either lived in Dallas or would have people send me the paper. And then the internet came around, so I didn't need Mickey Spagnola's insider facts. But that's actually how Jay Glazer, Adam Kaplan, and Steve Cohen, who runs Sirius XM Sports, and still does a little bit of other stuff.
Andy Cohen.
No, Steve Cohen. Andy Cohen's the guy from
No, or Andy King. I was thinking Andy King.
Oh, yeah. So Steve Cohen is the main sports boss at Sirius XM and has been since they launched their sports platform in 2004, or maybe even late 2003.
I interned there.
Yeah, so Steve was everybody's boss. So he's Nick Pavlatos' boss. He's everybody's boss. But so Steve, Adam Kaplan, and Jay Glazer had the Pro Football News and Injury Report, where they had insiders, like they had people in the building, trainers and assistant coaches, and people feed them info, and they would fax it out. You paid for it. It was a fax service, and that helped you set your lineups for fantasy, and probably more realistically, if you needed to place a wager, it helped you with that. But the Pro Football News and Injury Report was it certainly predated Twitter, but even predated the internet. And you would get it faxed. You pay $100 a year or whatever it was, and it would get faxed to your fax machine.
Very cool. I miss those days.
I don't think I do. I like the instantaneous info.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice, but
for better or worse, look, it certainly. I get beaten by other people covering the Broncos in town, and I won't have my phone open, or I'll hear about something that I could dig on a little more and get a little more detail. but I'm at the zoo with my family or whatever. You know, like,
I miss the days where, like, I remember, you know, when I was a kid, even just like getting a phone and like the ESPN Score Mobile or whatever app.
Yeah.
Like way before apps. Like I'm talking like, you know, the crappiest Verizon flip phone. Like you could get like, it wasn't even like live ESPN television. It was like a clip that they had released that you could stream on your like little tiny phone.
Well, and look, ESPN,
and even just to get scores, like you couldn't get scores. Like you had to. I remember when I was a kid trying to follow March Madness. Is a huge catch right there by Chris Herndon the fourth. Wow. You know, he. I remember calling up Sports Phone and trying to and having them read the scores to me. But you know, that's something people will never really appreciate. You know, today's kids. But even just like trying to get scores on your phone was impossible. Like even after that, like you would have to get text. You'd have to text for scores, or you know, like use the little web browser on your like tiny little 5-inch screen. It was crazy, man. I'm like 3-inch, 2-inch screen.
Yeah. 2-inch screen if you were lucky. Well, and ESPN, remember ESPN, you may not remember, but ESPN had a phone, its own platform, the ESPN phone, that had all of this stuff and all this content. And really, they were ahead of their time. It's just that it didn't have the software and hardware weren't where they needed to be to execute the idea. But they saw the future in terms of mobile and handheld and having it instantaneous and getting your info, getting your scores. It just, you know, they didn't have, I guess really the technology didn't match their idea.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, do you remember having to call the number to find out the time?
Yeah, time and temperature.
I don't think I ever had to do that.
I had it in Dallas, and it was 214. I cannot remember the rest of the phone number. Maybe it was like 864-3506. There's no way that's it. It was something more like you could make a pattern on the phone real easy. Let me see if I can look that up. It'd be crazy if I can actually remember that phone number. But, they would say the time and temperature
I've always wanted to try to call one of those numbers, you know?
Your time and temperature phone number. Let me see. Dallas. Let's see what it is. No, that's 817. That's Fort Worth. Here's a story from 2011. It was still up until 2011?
Wow. How about Sports Phone? Is that still up, you think?
No, there's no. This is a super long article, but it's not telling me the phone number. Oh. There's no way this was it. It says it's still available. 214-787-1111. It wasn't that. I would have remembered that.
David Georgie saying, Jets Mount Rushmore? Give me a second. I don't know. Can't think of anyone. I mean, yeah, the Jets have, they have their best player was Joe Namath, and he was terrible. So, I mean, yeah. First down. Oh, and more to Chris Hogan. Chris Hogan's into the end zone. How about that? All those people counted on Chris Hogan to score. He finally did it. Oh, man. Oh, that's a riot. Chris Hogan. Eat your heart out, Chris Hogan owners. Look at him go up, compete for the ball, and then just sprint for the end zone. 14th touchdown in Simland. Sam Darnold celebrating. Why wouldn't he? Chris Hogan with the score. Jets are now going to be down a touchdown and a 2-point conversion and a field goal. Point game, but maybe it's not done just yet. '69th touchdown in Simland for Sam Darnold. That's why he was celebrating. Chris Hogan.
That doesn't help me at all. I keep driving. Every time I look at the standings, I'm lower and lower. I'm in 74.
I mean, I'm in 86th of 122. Not very good, but at least I got Chris Hogan working for me. That's good. And then Rashad Perriman's done nothing.
This Jets D was not a good play today.
No, it was not. I thought it
Big
was going to
goose
be
egg.
at first.
Big goose egg. Well, I thought it was just based on what I've seen. I've seen him make some plays. Even kind of with a no-name defense.
Abby Rizzo saying Hogan's Heroes, absolutely.
Well, so I talked to Kaylin Kaler. She was with SI and Bleacher Report, and now she's with Defector Media, all those folks from Deadspin that just launched Defector Media. So she and I talked yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We worked together on a few things, but you
okay.
Remember me.
So she's obviously a really good feature writer. She actually did a fun story on. Did you see the videos of Alvin Kamara snowboarding last week?
No, I didn't.
So Alvin Kamara went to Montana, said he was moving there. Like the second he got there, he's like, Montana. He's like, this Montana air is amazing. I now live in Montana. He's like, I'm buying a house. I live in Montana. But then he started snowboarding and had never snowboarded, and he's hitting rails in the little park, and it's like, okay, that's not normal. Like you don't get on a snowboard and then just start grinding rails. And it kind of gives you an idea of one, lets you know he's pretty fearless, and two, lets you know that world-class athletes can, with crazy balance, can do things that most normal people can't. But so anyway, I was already kind of set to talk to her anyway. So we talked about that a little bit, but we talked about quarterbacks. And the one thing we got to, she doesn't know what to make of the Deshaun. Like she couldn't handicap the Deshaun likelihood that he gets traded, because by all accounts, the Texans still aren't taking calls. But then with Russ, we both kind of agreed, and she's heard this and has dug into it a little more than I certainly have. She thinks that it's an inevitability that Russ, if he's not gone in the next couple of weeks or by the draft, will definitely be gone by next year. And they have an out in his contract too, so they can save some money and move on from him. It seems like a silly reason or a silly way to do it. I would still trade Russ because you can just get assets for him.
Interesting.
Edward Pride asked me if I wanted an NBA head-to-head. Edward, it's not against you personally. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of playing everybody that invites me to play stuff, because there's a bunch in my inbox. So I only play Koff mostly because he's my pal and it's easy to go back and forth with him. But I appreciate the invite. I'll respectfully decline.
Koff invites me to so many things. It's
unbelievable.
Sorry, I was just responding to David Georgie, who was wondering why there's no Chris Manhertz in this game. And I was like, dude, Chris Manhertz never has a catch, like ever. Like he's never involved. I mean, it's like not surprising at all. Chris Herndon having a catch for 42 yards is certainly a big development. A lot of people roster him. He's a so-so play in Simland, but never shows up for the New York Jets when they need him. That's for sure. So definitely a surprise to see him at all involved in any capacity with the Jets.
I've seen Hogan score.
He was on the team.
I've never rostered him, I don't think. And the one time I did, I think he probably got a goose egg. But
Chris Hogan?
Yeah. I've definitely seen him score, right? He's got 1 or 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, Chris Hogan, I think Michael said it was his 14th touchdown. Chris Manhertz, 0.61% owned in the flex.
Yeah, not Chris Manhertz. I've never
14th
rostered
touchdown in Simland. I was one off for Chris Hogan this sim.
So letting you behind the curtain a little bit on what's going on Broncos-wise in terms of planning ahead, knowing that these deadlines are out there. I am, and it reminded me, and I even sent this to a friend that works in the building when I told him what I was doing. I'm writing a bunch of different articles about Von Miller outcomes ahead of time, kind of just doing the framework of them and with the numbers and stuff. If Von gets cut, if he gets reworked or extended, or if they pay him the full freight. So I'm doing 3 different Von Miller articles so that one's ready to go when a move is made. And then same with Justin Simmons. I'll start that tomorrow, where I kind of just lay out some of and I've written about Justin a bunch, but what he's done and all that stuff, and then just fill in the blank space being the actual terms of the deal and some quotes. But so it reminded me though of the SNL sketch with Dana Carvey, where he's playing Tom Brokaw and he's reading all of the obituaries because he's going on vacation. You ever seen that YouTube sketch?
No, never seen it.
Oh, all right. I'll send it to you. I'm sure the people in the chat that have, but it's like President Gerald Ford has died because he was on a safari and eaten by a lion. Like he's going through he's like, he's died in his sleep. Then like it keeps getting more and more ridiculous. But it's kind of the
who's in the sketch? I do like Saturday Night.
So it's Dana Carvey as Tom Brokaw, and they're just talking to him in his ear. He's going on vacation.
But is it like real damn Tom Brokaw, or like
no, Dana Carvey playing Tom Brokaw?
Yeah,
no, just Dana Carvey playing Tom Brokaw. It's just a one-man sketch. But you'll know as celebrities get older, right? They turn those packages pretty quickly because they don't want to tell you that, but TV networks have, like, I guarantee you, and I'm not trying to be dark here, there's a Jimmy Carter obituary package sitting at every TV network right now.
Oh no, yeah, I'd understand.
He's in his
that, working
90s,
at
right?
TV networks
But so
and
this is
working at-
a little different in that it's kind of like the sports writers that are writing two columns at the same time or two game stories at the same time. One for if they, in a close game, one for if they win, and one for if they lose the team they cover or the game that they're at, you know. It's just, I'm not used to doing it.
No,
They're making me write a
worked-
little more, so I figure I might as well get ahead of this instead
Yeah.
of trying to scramble.
Right. Now I've worked at Sports Illustrated before. I've worked at a TV network before. I'm familiar with the obit
Sure.
situation.
I was going beyond telling you and telling our friends in the chat.
Nice. Yeah, it's always very interesting. But it is funny that's like a big thing in media culture, is being ready for people to die.
Yeah.
Definitely very
Yeah,
dark.
it feels morbid, but you know, it's inevitable.
Right? So back to inevitable. It's an inevitable loss for the New York Jets here with 5:57 to go, and the Panthers with the ball, it seems anyway. Field goal tried. Now this is not going to be good. We just know this. Joey Sly from 58 is just not going to come anywhere near hitting that field goal. So
I think we've heard the longest field goal anyone's seen in the chat. I think or maybe one of our producers said Lambo's made from 56. Have you seen one longer than that?
I have not. That would be the longest one I've ever seen.
Well, and Brandon McManus tried
Sure.
a 58 or 59 yarder a mile high, which he definitely could make and maybe even has made. But they had to miss it.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that would be the place to do it in Simland, right?
You would think, but I don't think that I don't know if the Madden folks have taken the thin air into account for kickers. They should.
Darnold missing his man there.
I'm just seeing a tweet come across. I know we've got some snow coming this weekend. We could have up to 2 feet where I live. And up north in Boulder and north of Boulder, 2 to 4 feet. I guess the real question is, do we stay
I'm not
here or
even
do we
trying
go
to think
the
about
mountains?
snow right now because it was like 60 degrees out today. I'm just like not even trying to.
It was
trying to pretend
66
that
here.
doesn't exist.
We went to the zoo. It was beautiful. It was 70 yesterday, but Snowmageddon's coming. And then I'll be back in the
Very
60s
cool.
next week probably. We get crazy spring snows in March, even April and May.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go skiing in Colorado because I know it's like pretty
good skiing.
crazy even when it's warm out. There's
Yeah,
nice
it's pretty
skiing
good.
weather.
Yeah, pretty good skiing. My wife, who grew up in Utica, she says well, not just her. Everyone will tell you it's the best in America for sure, if not even North America. I guess you have to throw like Whistler and some of those other Canadian spots.
So 1st and 10 for the New York Jets. Long ball. Oh, it's Chris Hogan again for the score. Touchdown number 15 in Simland for number 15. And perhaps this game is not over yet. 2 touchdowns for Chris Hogan from Sam Darnold. And all of a sudden, the Jets, 2-point conversion here. They could be a field goal away from tying this sim up. Talk about a late push for excitement here. BK, this looked like it was going to be over a little while ago. People in the chat were saying blowout. We were talking about snow. And here comes Chris Hogan with another score. Now the Jets, here's the all-important 2-point try. With Sam Darnold in the gun. He's in the pistol, actually. 3 receivers set. He's got time. He throws. Touchdown.
Oh, is that Hogan again?
Conversion, rather. To Mr. Hogan. So Chris Hogan, 2 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion on the board. And he's turned into a very viable fantasy option right before our eyes here in the second half. Unreal, man. So the Jets now trail by a field goal. Michael saying it's a Madden 2021 sim high for Chris Hogan with his 2 touchdowns in the same game.
Yeah, I should have rostered him. I should have made him my captain. In retrospect.
Yeah, you and everyone else. Don't beat yourself up over that one, BK.
Okay. All right, I won't.
That one was tough to see coming.
I liked my DJ Moore captain selection. Apparently I shouldn't have. He has 2 catches for 28 yards. Maybe he'll do something here on this drive.
I liked Moore. Normally, DJ Moore is pretty good for me when I watched him.
Robbie Anderson there. Snagging a 1-yard grab, maybe 1 yard. How about Jeff Lurie coming out and saying Eagles are going to rock with Jalen Hurts for another year, which I think is a mistake. But especially picking 6, they might have a shot at one of these other young QBs. I understand that last year they took Jalen Hurts, but the economics are such, you keep drafting a quarterback, especially when you're in the top 10, until you get it right. And they thought they had it right with Carson Wentz. Obviously they didn't, at least in their estimation. So to just come out and say that, unless it's a smoke screen, seems silly. But there's DJ Moore. Were you surprised that Jeff Lurie came out and said, hey, Jalen Hurts' job?
Not really. I mean, I thought that Jalen Hurts was pretty good last year, good enough to build around. But, I mean, I completely understand that we only saw him for 3 games. There's definitely could be better guys out there. So
and the more tape they get on you, the more tape they get on you. He was 1-3, completed 52% of his passes for 1,000 yards, 6 TDs, 4 picks, and then on the ground, he carried the ball 63 times, 350 yards, 354 yards, 3 TDs. Now, 25 of those carries were for first down, so 1 out of every 2.5 carries went for a first down.
I mean, he ran a lot, and you know what? The other thing that impressed me about him was he definitely made the guys around him better. Guys like Greg Ward, Dallas Goedert. He made those guys pretty viable options, which was pretty great.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, he was certainly more dynamic than Carson Wentz, and you saw flashes. To just automatically come out and say, hey, we're not going to look at these QBs.
Right. I mean, there are a lot of quarterbacks out there, to your point, that they could have certainly took a look at. But
at the same time, then at 6, there's going to be somebody that's going to want to jump up there and maybe grab one of those QBs. So maybe they're going to look to move back and stack up more draft capital.
Could be.
One more first down here.
McCaffrey, speaking of draft capital.
Yeah, one more first down here, and that'll likely do it.
Third and 1. So the Jets, they have 3 timeouts, and it's a 2-minute warning. My favorite. I've never had this discussion with you, but I think that they should abolish the 2-minute warning. I hate the 2-minute warning. I think it's terrible if we get a first down here. I think it's awful.
Okay, expound on that. I'm not bothered by it because it's sort of just been a part of football, and it gives you that extra timeout.
Yeah, it just slows the action.
What if it was just a 30-second timeout instead of a 2.5-minute timeout?
That would be much more palatable for me, I think.
Because basically you're giving both teams, but certainly the team from behind, an extra timeout that they may need, right, or that they may take advantage of because they're within striking distance. Obviously, a blowout's a blowout.
Yeah, I think that it also incentivizes you, right, to use your timeouts more wisely. If you're not going to get the 2-minute warning bailing you out, you might use your
and you may not challenge something that's borderline early, right?
Right, and that's sort of where I'm at. Like, I just feel like I watched a lot of great college bowl games, and to me, like I actually didn't realize how much I hated the 2-minute warning until I watched them, and I was like, oh, man, like the action, he didn't get in. The action's building and building and building and building, and then like, wham, we're gonna just stop it, and then we're gonna go to take a 2-minute break. And to me, I just felt like it ruins the game a little bit. That's all.
Christian McCaffrey could really affect some lineups here. I know that he's obviously pretty well owned. Oh, they are going to take him back. I thought they were going to hand it to him.
Yeah, it's so close, right at the 1-yard line, right? Unreal.
And now Teddy Bridgewater getting negative rush yards.
Yeah, just to stick in some people's craw, I'm sure that Teddy Bridgewater gets the negative. Oh, they're gonna run it here. 2nd and goal. Let's see if McCaffrey gets in.
The Jets are they know it's coming. May not matter.
And he didn't get in. Oh my goodness.
And Matt Rule can't challenge that, but man, those refs they are sticking it to Christian McCaffrey owners here in the Sim fam. Man.
My goodness, dude, that was crazy.
And now they're taking another move.
No, they're gonna take a 3rd and goal. Oh, McCaffrey was so close. That is unreal, man. Really.
Rigged. No moon rigged. Sorry, Noah Moon.
Noah Moon. It's not a
Look,
sim
everybody
without
had
Noah
Christian
Moon.
McCaffrey, so let's not pretend like he was Chris Hogan.
It's not a sim without Noah Moon getting really upset about something. That's what I've been told.
Robbie Noble, first place in our DK Sim Fam contest. You've got the 250.
Shout out to Robbie.
Free showdown.
There you go.
He's up by 7
Yeah.
too, so odds are there's not going to be a stat correction that knocks him out of there.
Good stuff, Bobby Noble. There you
He
go.
captained Lev Bell, 21.9%, or 21.9 points in the captain spot.
Good game. Can't be mad at it.
No, McCaffrey, 30.6 in the flex, so his captain numbers are going to be even better, right? Chris Hogan, though, that's got to be your player of the game, right? My player of the game, I guess.
I mean, you're the one who's giving out the player of the game.
Crystal, player of the game. Yeah, I think it's Chris Hogan. I mean, he was on 54% of the time, but when you have your best performance in Simland, 2 catches and made both of them count for touchdowns and the 2-point conversion, I'm giving it to Chris Hogan. He's always open, and we'll see what he does in the world of lacrosse now.
He seems like a deserving recipient, that's for sure. Big game for him. Is only 2 touchdown game in Madden 2021. Ridiculous. And now he's up to 15 touchdowns in the sim season. What about let's see, what about the worst player from this one?
Yeah, Jameson Crowder wasn't very good, but he wasn't very highly owned. So he was only owned, at least in ours, and I know these numbers tend to be pretty similar, but owned 24.6% of the time, captain 2.5% of the time. So Samuel is right there too. So's Herndon. I guess I'll give it to Samuel. Or no, Herndon, because he's owned the most and it only had 5 points. So Chris Herndon.
Okay.
Yep, you are our Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, I guess.
Well, congratulations to Chris Herndon.
He earned it.
How about Jameson Crowder? What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, but he's only owned 20-something% of the time. So the expectation was low. He lived up to that low expectation. Yeah, maybe. Look, if you're convicted on it, I don't have a problem changing it. He was bad. 1 catch.
He was bad. All right. Well,
1 catch, 14 yards. I don't know. I'm gonna go Herndon.
Okay, Chris Herndon is your crusty Crystal, Not My Kid Today recipient. You are back, my man, at 10 o'clock for Bucks
John
Raiders.
Gruden Bowl.
That's gonna be fun. You and Brendan Glasheen, Brendan and Brandon. Don't get them mixed up. That's I've noticed that Brendans and Brandons don't like when you get the Brendans and Brandons mixed up. So I didn't do it, and you don't do it in the chat as well. Make sure you know your Brendans and Brandons for the next sim, but you can also just call them, Glash and BK. That's gonna be a fun sim, and we got plenty going on the Dream Stream as always. Of course, we got that Bryson DeChambeau interview, and well, I'm not gonna waste any more time telling you about it. Let's throw it over to Jesse Cofield, Thor, and that wonderful hat. Oh, Thor's off camera now. I thought Thor was going to be making an appearance to tell you all about it. What's going on later tonight, Jesse?
Honestly, he still might. Thor has started jumping up on the bed, even though he knows he's not supposed to be up there. All right, we have our next sim at 10 p.m. Brendan Glasheen going to join Brandon for Madden After Dark. Swashbuckling showdown between the Raiders and the Bucks, featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry, $1,000 top prize. We got the free contest for that sim, $250 prize pool, $25 going to the winner. Before we get there, though, I know you've been looking forward to it, Kenny. Here it is. Time for the rest of my conversation with Arnold Palmer Invitational winner Bryson DeChambeau. We look ahead to this week's Players Championship, even working a little Masters talk. But first, we gave Bryson an idea of how confident our DFS players were that he'd win it all on Sunday. Well, our players were also really confident in your round 4 performance. 56% of players rostered you in showdown formats on Sunday. So, I mean, what is it about your game that instills confidence for fantasy players or just like people in general?
You know, it's funny. There's a stat that Mark Brody had popped out. He's a statistician for the PGA Tour. And he actually said in one of his recent articles, he said that Bryson is one of the most clutch performers when it comes to him being close to the lead on Sunday. And I think there's a lot of data behind that where, you know, when I've been close to the lead, I really haven't, you know, thrown it away per se. It's always been, I've fought and kind of persevered through and did well. I never really lost a tournament. I was just beaten by a few players. And so, you know, for some reason, when the time gets tough, I get after it and I'm able to, for the most part, execute really well. And I think that that instills a lot of confidence. People seeing that when I'm close to lead, I usually get the job done.
Now, between our classic and showdown formats, you were the highest scoring golfer on the DK leaderboards, and you were the 15th most rostered. So what parts of your game are you working on that are going to like get those numbers even higher? Because I always know you're working.
Yeah, I mean, I was even working until dark tonight on iron play and wedging and driving. Those are the most important parts of my game that need to be worked on. I still think that it's not 100% figured out, but we're certainly moving in the right direction. My putting is great. I haven't had an issue with that in a while now, which is awesome. And for the most part, it's got to be my iron play being a little more precise and wedging as well. Those are the two most important things.
Well, as you know, here at DraftKings, we like to make it rain. So how much do you think our customers who rostered you in daily fantasy formats won this weekend? Any idea?
I'm hoping, I don't know. I have no idea. Like 50, 60,000. I don't know.
So it's a little higher than 50, 60,000. It's nearly 4.7 million off nearly 3.2 million in entry fees. So that's about a 47% return on investment, which is pretty good.
Incredible.
Yeah. I mean, I trust. I just like to throw those out to just shock you. You're like,
That's
oh,
amazing.
50 grand.
That's
Maybe like 4 million.
Yeah. That they definitely won more than what the tournament was worth. How about that?
Okay, well, Bryson, next up is TPC Sawgrass and the Players Championship, another course in Florida with a ton of history. This will be your third start, not counting last year when it was canceled. How will your strategy change from last week?
It's not going to change much, to be honest with you. It's going to be about hitting fairways, hitting greens, and making a lot of putts. I mean, that's every week what you got to do to win. Very simple. Hopefully I can gain some advantages where I can off the tee in certain areas, par fives, maybe par fours that are reachable, or you know, holes that are super long par fours, I can get there with ease. Hopefully those are the holes I can take advantage of if I'm hitting it really good.
So the Players used to be played in May, but has since moved to March. I mean, how do you think the course might play differently?
It's probably going to play a little bit softer, I would say. Maybe. Actually, no. It's probably going to play pretty neutral. I think the wind's going to be coming from a different direction. That may be the biggest thing. Maybe be coming from the north a little bit more, which will make the golf holes play a little differently. Certainly 17 and 18, I feel like will be a little bit more difficult with that wind. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure the greenskeepers and greens crew here will make it as much similar as it was in previous years. But from my perspective, I think that the wind will play the biggest factor.
So what type of challenges does TPC Sawgrass present, and like how do you approach them?
Well, it's a ball striker's golf course. There's no easy way around here. You got to hit the ball really, really well, and you have to putt pretty well. But for the most part, it's iron play, driving and iron play, which I'm usually pretty good at. So I like the chances, and the strategy won't change all that much.
Okay, so never too early to talk about the Masters next month. How does the game plan change from playing Augusta in November to April?
Well, I think that the golf course will play a lot firmer. In the fall, it was definitely a lot softer and conditions weren't incredibly favorable to, firm and fast. But normally the Masters is a firm and fast golf course, and hopefully it plays that way this year, and that'll feed in right to what I like. I love firm and fast golf courses and greens that are very tricky and fast.
Well, Bryson, congrats on the big win, and thank you for taking the time to chat with us here at DraftKings.
Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Let's make this pretty quick and dirty, okay? I don't want to belabor this point. When you look at the shorter odds here on DraftKings Sportsbook, there is one clear-cut value, and I think if you're listening to this show and the number is still here, you need to jump on it, and that is Justin Thomas at 20-1. There's just not a better value to me in that shorter range than JT. He's had a rough year. Strokes gained, home life is what we like to call it, has been tough for old JT. He's had a rough year, but he's had time. He's back on the rise. He's a world-class player. 20-1's a great number for him. The win equity that JT gives you at 20-1 is massive. The fact that, anyway, it's amazing. Xander Schauffele's 20-1. JT's got way more win equity than Xander Schauffele, and I know you like that number on Xander, but you can't argue.
I love that number on Xander,
but you can't argue.
I like the JT number better. But
how many more times has JT won than Xander? A lot more times. Has he closed the door? So the value on JT is just too good. We are not guys. We are never going to be guys who are going to sit here and give you, I think Bryson at 15-1 is a good bet. No, bump that. Like, we're not here for your, if you can't figure out between the top 6 guys who you like and who you want to bet, I don't know what you're doing. But anybody can tell you that. Anybody can do that. We're not going to spend a lot of time doing that, but I will say I think Justin Thomas is the clear value play of the week at 20-1. If he's 18-1, you bet him. 17-1, you bet him. I think it's a great play.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like JT. Now, I did mention that I'm a fan of Xander also at 20-1, but JT is definitely my favorite play here. Now, I got to say, I've been a huge fan of our boy Daniel Berger all year, the last year and a half. He's been fantastic. He's at 33-1. I think that's a good number for him. The guy's just been fantastic, and I think that, just fantastic, just great, fantastic. Another guy that I like here in this middle range is Joaquin Niemann at 66-1. I think that is a great number for him. We've seen him contend, from the start of the year. And I'm talking about not just the PGA Tour season, which nobody can ever tell when it actually starts. It's like the fiscal year that nobody knows when that actually starts. But I'm talking about from the start of the 2021 season with the first tournament of the year in January. He was contending there, and you're getting him at 66-1. I like Joaquin Niemann. Perfect player for this course, okay? No, he does not have a lot of history here at all, okay? I'm fine with that. I think this is a good year for him. I like no history. 66. Well, I mean, that's what I mean. No history. Okay. I don't have all that in front of me. But I like him at 66-1. I will play him. And so there you go. Anybody else you got in this middle range?
Yeah, I love the Neiman play. I'm with you there. I mean, the combo of distance, accuracy, approach play, low ball flight, the stones to close the door on Sunday if he's in the lead. I love the Neiman play at 66-1 for a first timer. I think it's great value. A little bit shorter. I like the Matthew Fitzpatrick number at 50-1. The way that he's playing right now, Fitzy at 50-1, it gets me going a little bit. The record here is not great, but he's got experience here. Okay, he's got experience here. But finished 10th at the Arnold Palmer last week, 11th at the WGC Mexico, 5th at the Genesis. What's crazy is as short as he is off the tee, he's been gaining strokes. He's been gaining strokes off the tee because he's so accurate. He places the ball so well, and that's important on a Pete Dye golf course, because on a Pete Dye designed golf course, placement in the fairway it can't be understated. It's not just about hitting the fairway, it's about what side of the fairway you hit. If you're an average golfer like we are, you're thinking, what the heck? I'm lucky to hit the fairway. Right. Well, Matthew Fitzpatrick is hitting the proper side of the fairway to give him the best angle into these greens. I love the way he's playing right now. The short game's phenomenal. He's got the stones to close the door and win this thing, and I think he's a good value at 50-1.
All right, now it's time for one of my favorite parts of the night, the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So we've been talking about this week's Players Championship all night. Time to apply it to this week's contest. Millionaire contests are back at DraftKings for the PGA Tour, and it's a big one this week for the players. The $2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire Contest pays out that $1 million prize to first place, but also our first ticket to the 2021-2022 Tournament of Champions Live Final. It's all part of our DraftKings Championship Series, where the best in DFS compete for another $1 million prize in January of 2022. So head on over to the DK lobby to find that contest and take your shot at DFS supremacy. All right, that's enough golf talk for one night. The NFL offseason is still dominating headlines. Chris Godwin and Allen Robinson got the franchise tag today, while Kenny Golladay and Aaron Jones did not. And last night, the Cowboys inked Dak Prescott to a massive new deal, which included the largest signing bonus in NFL history. So, of course, we had to reach out to our guy, Nick Eatman, who has covered the Cowboys for decades, to talk about it. Here he is with Adam Kaufman on Dak's new deal.
Well, it is time, and long awaited, I would think, and I mean years in the making, for us to have this conversation with Nick Eatman, who has covered the Cowboys for the team's website for the last couple decades. I am Adam Kaufman, and Nick, good to catch up with you this offseason.
Oh, nice to see you guys as well. I'm glad we're able to talk about what we're about to talk about.
All right. Well, obviously, as people know, going back some time, Ezekiel Elliott got his contract. Amari Cooper got his contract. It was Dak's turn at some point. Well, the injured quarterback, Dak Prescott, as he recovers from just a devastating leg injury last October, he got paid 4 years, up to $164 million, almost $130 guaranteed, a signing bonus, a record-setting signing bonus of $66 million. I say all that to ask you this. Have you asked him for a loan yet?
No, I haven't done that. I did talk to him yesterday, though, just briefly. And the first time I talked to him in a while, and I got the sense that it was close. Just because, well, first of all, just being in the building and doing some of the things he was doing, just kind of showed a little bit of, long-term commitment. But I asked him how he was feeling. He kind of did a little dance, but more than anything, he said, "No, I ain't going anywhere. I'm a Cowboy for life." And so it didn't surprise me. What surprised me that it was, a few hours later is when it all went down. But I think everybody's relieved. And I think when you look at the deal, I think it's a win for Dak, of course. He's, backing up the truck as he goes to the bank. But it's a win for the Cowboys too. And it's a win for the fans. I think this is a good deal for the Cowboys to actually be somewhat competitive in a free agent market if they wanted to, somewhat competitive.
We've had many conversations, the two of us, again, going back to, prior to the pandemic even starting, about Dak Prescott's future and what kind of contract was he going to be looking at from the Cowboys, provided they eventually paid up, which obviously Jerry Jones and company did here. But I don't think there was ever any doubt. We talked about it along the way. There was never really any doubt that something was going to be worked out in terms of Dak being back next year. Now, I wondered a lot if it was going to be the franchise tag. Ultimately, a long-term deal gets done. Did you always believe that something long-term was going to happen versus just that continued 1 year?
Yeah, I did think they would go long term at some point. I mean, I didn't think you can't continue the model's not set up for you to continue to do these 1 year deals like this. In a weird way, him getting hurt probably made him a lot more money. That was not a great football team last year. They were 2-3 with him. Played a pretty more challenging schedule early in the season. So, they could have gotten to 9, maybe 8-8, 9-7, maybe won the division. But I don't think that would have been like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. What happened was he was playing really well. putting up a lot of stats, and then he gets hurt, and then we find out they can't score a touchdown for like 3 weeks without him. So his value increased without him even being on the field. I'm not sure that it would have been increased this much had he been playing. So that's kind of a weird, aspect of this whole deal.
I was thinking about that too. Was that something that, ownership management kind of had to come to terms with? Because as you alluded to, Andy Dalton comes in for the injured Dak Prescott, and obviously there were others after Dalton as well because he dealt with some injuries. But really, I know there were injuries along the offensive line, but in the immediacy of that injury to Dak, not a lot changed, but they went from scoring 30+ points a game to, like you said, couldn't even find the end zone.
Yeah. And I just think that just showed the value even more. You can't be without this guy. And if you think that you can, and you want to get greedy, and you don't want to pay the market value or whatever it is, and you don't want to pay, him, and it's his turn, and they fought that. The Cowboys did. The Cowboys aren't one that are like, well, it's his turn. He needs a contract. Look at these other guys that got a deal. And the Cowboys say, yeah, look at these guys that got a deal. Some of them aren't even on their team anymore. Some of them aren't even in the league anymore. So why should we just jump in line if we don't really want to do that? But I think that the injury showing what it was going to be like, what life without Dak could be, and just because you draft a guy in the top 10 or whatever, that doesn't mean anything, if you can't support him. So I think they felt like at the end of the day, they have a guy that's good enough to take them where they want to go. He needs some help, but most quarterbacks do. And that they like, we're not going to let him go. So, it was a standoff, and Dak, they ultimately won. Because when you think about 2 years ago, they had a deal for about 33, 34 million on the table for 5 years, and he didn't take it. He played for $2 million. But he ended up getting 31 last year, and now he's going to average about 40 for the next 4. So, it's kind of about where he was before, but I think more than anything, he wanted that 40 million a year.
When you get a contract like this, especially
I never have.
Yeah,
I never have.
I know.
So I don't,
that's
I
why,
don't know.
That's why we need to think very hypothetically here, the two of us, as we discuss this. When you get paid this way, when you're, in the vicinity anyway of Patrick Mahomes' money, in that obviously you're the second highest paid guy, NFL quarterback, and I mean, you're making $73 million in year one when you include that signing bonus coming off the injury. Naturally, a lot of the conversation is going to gravitate to, you're getting paid beyond what we believe you are capable of. You're now getting paid in the vicinity of what we expect from you, which is obviously taking this team to where it hasn't been in quite some time, not just the playoffs, but a deep run, a championship, celebrating a Super Bowl. So Dak's got the makeup, he's got the skill set, he's got the weapons around him, but does he have whatever it is, that extra little something that this contract is ultimately going to justify?
That's a great question. And I can't tell you that he does. I can't say that. I can tell you the Cowboys believe he does. They believe that he is a foxhole guy. You put him, if you put him in there, the team will follow. They love this guy. Everybody in the organization loves him, and he is that leader. And you mentioned the money is astronomical. That target is on his chest is going to be as big as any target on anybody's chest in the NFL. And so is he capable of handling that? We're going to find out. But gone are the days that he is this 4th round pick that jumped in here and won Rookie of the Year and wasn't supposed to be here, but take his team, now he's leading his team to America's team. Okay, that stuff's over. That's not what you are anymore. Now you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys with the biggest target on your chest, and you've got to go win a Super Bowl. Good luck. Win a Super Bowl. This franchise hasn't done it in 25 years, but that's what you're paid to do. And, anybody else, I don't know. They might crack under the pressure, but Dak, I think his shoulders are pretty strong enough where he might be able to do it. At least the Cowboys think so. And that's all this is in the NFL. You don't know, but do we think he can do it? Yeah, we do. And also, if he's not the guy, who is? And we don't have that answer. That's when the checkbook gets opened.
Well, his shoulders are just fine, but as we know, the leg injury last October, surgically repaired, he's recovering. All expectations are, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that he should make a full recovery this offseason, be ready for the start of the 2021 campaign. Provided that is the case, is he going to pick up where he left off, where he was putting up, potentially record-setting numbers before that injury?
I see him. I literally see him right now.
Well, tell him to come on in. We want to talk to him.
Come on in. I could turn this thing around. I might get in trouble. I'm watching him on the field. He looks pretty good. And it's March. He doesn't have to look good right now. So yesterday when I talked to him and asked him how he was doing, how he was feeling, and he kind of did a little dance. He's just so happy to be around and moving pretty well. I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. I really don't. I don't think that it's going to have any lingering effects physically. B, which could be more important actually. So if it is, it should be a 1A. But mentally, I think he's still going to take off and run and flip over the linebacker and dive for the end zone like he's done before and like he was doing when he got hurt. I don't think that's going to change his mentality, because if it does, he's a different quarterback. If he is not the runner, the physical guy that can run and tuck it under and get a few yards here and there, then he's going to have to sit there and rely on his arm. And that's not what he does. I'm not saying he can't throw the ball around, but that's not his strength. It's not the accuracy. That's not the number one thing he does. The number one thing he does is he can move. He's a tough, physical football player that plays quarterback. He can do all that and get those extra yards, get to the goal line. So hopefully that hasn't changed at all. I doubt that it will, because that's what makes Dak.
It seemed watching last year, especially after the injury, that losing Dak wasn't the singular problem. There were a whole bunch of issues that team, had to deal with on the way to obviously falling short of winning what was, as we know, kind of a putrid NFC East. But, now that he comes back and the presumption that he's healthy, does he have enough around him to truly compete? It's one thing to, like we talked about, pay the guy for the expectations that you have for him, but does he have enough around him?
I mean, I think he does. You go back and you look at the salaries show that, that they do. Now, did they pay the right guys? We'll see. But what else could he want, really? I mean, do you have one of the highest paid running backs in the NFL? Is he the most productive? No, maybe not anymore. But I think he's right there. He can be right on that second level. They have three of the highest paid offensive linemen: guard, right tackle, left tackle. They have a pass rusher that's one of the highest paid. They have a linebacker, one of the highest paid. They have three wide receivers. One of them is one of the top five highest paid in Amari Cooper, with two other young talents as well, and a pretty good tight end that got hurt last year. So what else could he want? I mean, yeah, I think he's got the talent. He's got the contract. He's got it. I mean, it's here for him. Now, the defense is lacking, but they're going to have to go out and score people.
So what's the priority here in free agency?
Well, I might be the wrong guy on that. I mean, obviously, they're going to look at defense if they got something, and that's the big key. The big key to this whole thing, in my opinion, was giving him a 6-year deal. 6-year deal that voids the 4, but it doesn't void right now. So right now it is a 6-year deal. They can spread it out, and his cap charge is only $22 million. Last year it was 31. So for him to go down $9 million, you got a little bit of money to do something with. You got to look and see if there's safety out there or cornerback. I wouldn't overlook a center. I mean, I know defense has got to be the way here, but I'm looking at value. And if I can get me a center or somebody in here, those would be some of my positions. But I mean, corner and safety, if you got somebody that you like, that you feel can come in on Dan Quinn's scheme and play well, I'm all for it.
You once told me, Nick, and iconically at that, the priority in the draft, a BA. That's what you got to get, a BA.
You got to get a BA. You got to get 2 of them at least.
What's the focus right now?
To me, if your dad was a BA, then you might be a BA. So Patrick Surtain Jr., dad was not bad. How about I forget his first name, maybe J.C. Horn, from South Carolina. He may not be your number 10 overall pick. I mean, he might be in a trade back scenario, but he's a pretty good corner out of South Carolina. Dad was Joe Horn. you know, not bad. But I mean, you know, it's about a guy. Honestly, it's a guy that can come in and he's ready to play. Raw projects and stuff. Yeah, that sounds good. This guy needs to step right in and be your guy. So whatever position that is, but I just can't imagine it not being cornerback or safety. But man, that linebacker from Penn State looks pretty good too. You know, Micah Parsons. I mean, he just makes the plays that they would love Jalen Smith to make. So BA, if you're on defense and you're a BA, come on out. We need you.
Our years-long national nightmare for America's team is over. Dak Prescott on the books long-term. Nick Eatman, thank you so much.
Madden After Dark is next, but don't forget the NBA returns from the All-Star break tomorrow. We got $1 million contest to celebrate. Reserve your entry now into the NBA 1 million return from break contest. $250K going to first place, just a $10 entry. Make sure you check out the DK Sportsbook. We got a lot of good stuff going on over there. That's going to do it for me tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. I leave you in the somewhat capable hands of Brendan Glasheen and Brendan Cristal on Madden After Dark. Have fun, guys.
Hey, thank you. Somewhat is very accurate and totally fair. So that's not a problem. Thank you, Jesse. All right, lineups have locked. The construction, please, Mr. Cristal. We have the Bucs and the Raiders. What you feeling? What do you got?
Well, I'm feeling that I didn't get my lineup in before your DK SimFam contest filled up. And then as I was messing with the lights, I realized I couldn't even put one in the $250 free showdown. So I'll just tell you, my captain, Chris Godwin, he had a big day getting tagged. So he knows he's going to make, 14, 15 million bucks, whatever that wide receiver tag number is. So Godwin's my captain. I was going to get Brady and Waller in for sure, and then go from there. One of the running backs, maybe Rojo, and likely a kicker, and maybe the Bucs D.
Okay.
So I'll cheer for those type players.
All right.
Yeah, I was very disappointed, but it's my own fault. You send out those contests plenty early, and I just didn't get to it in time.
Yeah, I threw it out there last night. I usually try to do it the day before so I don't forget, but all good. We will send it out to Vegas momentarily. So tonight, last night, I did a head-to-head with Noah Moon.
How'd that
Noah
go?
won.
Oh, congratulations.
So tonight, I'm doing it with Jordan Lindenbaum. I feel like it's necessary to go back in time to the OG members of the DK Sim fam and give them the proper due. The Noah thing was just kind of a little bickering back and forth. We had some fun with it.
Well, he won, so many won't complain there.
Yeah, no, I gotta keep being nice to Noah for the rest of the day. That was the deal. So, looking forward to that. Taking on Lindenbaum this evening. Stephen Boss, I don't know what to tell you, brother. The name of the free roll that we have going on for us, the private league, the DK SimFam Friends League with 1,500 plus members. The title is Gruden would drool if he had Brady. I'm convinced of it.
This is a John Gruden bowl, though, obviously.
Yes, that's right. Used to coach in Tampa. Very good point. Did not even think of that.
He even won a Super Bowl there.
Even won a Super Bowl there. Man, I want to make a trip to Vegas so bad and be at the stadium. It would be really
awesome. I'm excited to go next year.
It'd be so awesome. All right, we ended up filling the free roll. Love that. Love when the free roll fills up. That's good stuff. Love it, DK Sim fam. Miami, Banded Caterpie, Dougie, Smash Lanta. What up? See you guys on JMan1717 on Twitch. Jordan, good luck to you as well. Yeah, Jordan, or Noah Moon's going to be in here any moment, I would like to think.
He was definitely here last game.
Yeah, he'll come in and rub it in. As
Green
he should.
giving me a hard time for slacking. It's just a damn cough, man. Says, BK, we all know you have the top lineup possible. You always do. Certainly on games I don't get a lineup in.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. All right, it's Tampa football to start off Madden After Dark on a Tuesday night. Red, white, and green, says Glash sounds dead tired. No, I've been antsy. When you do the first sim of the day and then the final sim of the day, there's a long lull, just a waiting period.
What have you been doing? You've been doing TikToks all day in between?
Not all day. I did put one out there very recently in relation to college basketball in the last hour. So Jordan Lindenbaum captained Brady. And he's off to a good start. Nice pass.
That
Nice
big
ball.
Mike Evans? No.
O.J. Howard.
O.J. Howard. The juice.
Who Lindenbaum put in his lineup. O.J. Howard. Oh, by the way, nice call. Noah Moon captained Brady. What's up? Zach Morris's trash is all in on Godwin, strapped in. Nice. There's McCoy with the catch.
Hey, remember how there was a pandemic going on that caused most of the country to feel the effects in one way or another? Well, don't tell the Bills, Bucks, or Browns fans anything about that because they all raised ticket prices this year.
Oh.
Packers holding the line.
Man, that's not cool. There's Chris Godwin down the right sideline to the
That's why I
16.
captained him.
Bucks were in the news today. You mentioned Godwin being tagged. They also got a deal done with Levante David, a 2-year extension, $25 million.
And then they let Shaquille Barrett hit the free agent market. I assume they're going to try to match if an offer is matchable. We'll see if somebody goes way over the top that really needs that edge presence. This is a problem when you win a Super Bowl and you've constructed a Super Bowl winning roster. People want to pick it apart. Nice throw and catch there. How
Rob Gronkowski, touchdown.
Seen that before.
Let's go. I've got Brady and Gronk.
These teams played during the regular season. I can't remember if they played in, I feel like they played in Tampa.
Yes, they did. Correct.
No, because the Chiefs definitely played in Tampa and the Chargers definitely played in Tampa. So they played in Vegas.
Oh, they went to Vegas.
Yeah.
Yep. The more I think about it, right. Scotty Miller caught a long touchdown.
Yeah.
Tyler Johnson even had a score, if I remember correctly.
Gronk's 16th TD this season. I think Robbie Noble, by the way, won our DK Sim Fam contest last game. With Kenny and I, we had the Jets and Panthers.
Rob Gronkowski, 50.6% in the flex, 8% in the captain spot. It's just a damn cough man says, damn, I just sold my LaMelo Top Shot for $5,000. Wow. It's just a damn cough man. Weren't you in here the other day talking about that, if I remember correctly?
LaMarcus all in on Top Shot. Do you have any?
No, I haven't looked into it, to be quite honest. I mean, I've read some articles about what it entails, but I don't really have the interest, to be quite honest. Maybe the joke's on me. So, Joker says 127 into the game, we get a touchdown. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Chef Duke, what's up? Freak of nature. Hello. Devin says Gronk in all caps. Thomas says, Thomas Haynes, are you required to provide feedback on other sim announcers? Not at all.
Required?
I feel like we do it enough anyway.
Certainly not required. I don't know. There's a couple things we're required to do and more things we're required to not do. Or advised to not do.
There's Josh Jacobs getting it started for the Vegas Raiders. Ownership coming in. Derek Carr, 46%. 5% the captain. Tyrell Williams, 45% owned. Darren Waller, 61.6% owned.
Did you do any sims last night?
I did.
After the Dak news broke?
Yep, did the 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern.
So when you did the first one today, I'm just curious. You came down. We didn't talk about it much last time. We spent a lot of time. A little bit of time on the Broncos, a lot of time on the Jets.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy it's over. The story's over. The interesting thing, the main takeaway I get is this: Dak gets everything he wanted. Why did this? What was the?
Yeah, what was the holdup?
What was the holdup? He got everything he wanted. Was
really
Dallas
negotiating by him?
Trade him?
I don't know.
Not to trade him, but looking for a trade partner.
I don't know.
It didn't work out. Maybe they were in on Russell Wilson, and that was like the last straw. Like, okay, we're not getting Russell. Let's get the deal done. Just wondering. Yeah. Not saying that was what was happening, but he got everything he wanted. So what was the holdup?
Look, for a guy who is coming off a really severe ankle injury.
Yeah, man.
And seemingly, although he had some leverage, but maybe not as much as if he would have had an MVP-like season, to get that deal for the length he wanted it, at the second highest number for a quarterback behind only Patrick Mahomes. For a guy that has great stats, except for the stat that I pay attention to the most, which is wins, especially over playoff teams. It's a bit of a head scratcher, and as you heard lots of people talk about, the pressure's on him even more, not just because of the structure of the contract and the amount of the contract, but because they overpaid Zeke in a lot of people's estimation. They overpaid Amari Cooper. Tyron Smith is getting, I think, fair market value. He needs to stay healthy because he's maybe the best left tackle. Same with Zach Martin, maybe the best right guard, but he's making $17 million as a right guard. I think they overpaid Jalen Smith. I think they overpaid DeMarcus Lawrence. And so when you're overpaying all these guys, but you're paying Dak the most, and it's messing with your salary cap structure like that, you have to. If you're Dak, you have to go make plays.
You have to be really careful about which guys you do pay, right, before the quarterback, and that's your point. And they've paid a lot of guys that are good, but are they elite at their positions? Maybe.
How many wide receivers are you taking before Amari Cooper?
I think there's 5 I can rattle off, right?
Oh, I'd probably do more than that.
Probably more than that. Diggs, Adams. There's 2.
DeAndre Hopkins, Michael Thomas.
There's
Tyreek
4.
Hill.
Who was that? Would you say Julio?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
I don't know if I'm taking Julio ahead of Amari just because of the age difference.
Yeah. So there you go. We just named 6 right there
without even thinking about it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we could pull up a few more that, and I'll pull up wide receiver contracts. But his average annual value at $20 million a year, good for him.
Brady's X factor is lit. That ball.
Oh, Mike Evans.
Picked up.
Mike Evans and Godwin.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm racing to take them ahead of Amari, but they're right there with him.
Care Bear over on Twitch. What's up, dude? How you doing? Dougie says AJ Brown. I'm not sure if I go there yet.
Yeah, AJ and DK Metcalf both, just because of their age and upside. I'm not gonna scoff at that. Here, wide receiver. Let's see. So Amari, 100 million, 5 years, 100 million, 40 guaranteed. So it's almost a 2-year deal in some ways. Michael Thomas, OBJ. We mentioned Evans. Brandon Cooks is the 5th highest paid receiver in football.
That might be recency bias in OBJ because he was out for the year, or most of it.
Keenan Allen.
Yeah, good one. That's a good one. Brian Claremont.
I'm probably not taking Jarvis Landry ahead of Amari. To me, they're kind of the same. I know that they're different kind of players, but it's like everybody would like to have them, but you're not moving to heaven and earth to get them.
So
Thielen and Jefferson, I don't know if you're taking them. I'm just looking at these contracts, and guys are popping up a bit lower than Amari.
So Amari Cooper is closer to the top 10 than the top 5. I think we can all agree on that.
So here's your average annual value. The highest paid receiver per year was DeAndre on his extension, $27.25. Then Julio, 22. Then Keenan Allen, 20. Then Amari. Then Michael Thomas. Then AJ Green, but we know that's ending. Odell Beckham, Tyreek, 18. Allen Robinson now on the franchise tag is going to make 17.8. Mike Evans, 16.5. Bobby Wood, 16.25. I don't know. The bottom line is it's good to be a wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah.
We dominate. This is good news for somebody like Cortland Sutton. If he comes back and has a Pro Bowl year coming off that injury, and he's a free agent, they're either going to have to franchise him because this is his 4th year. They're going to either have to franchise him or let him test the market, and then you probably don't want. Maybe walk out that door. So good time to be a receiver. I'm trying to think what other receivers might become. Chris Godwin, if they negotiate a long-term deal, this would be good for him. That's safety blitz there on old TB12. Corner blitz.
Sure looked like it. 2nd and 17 now.
Slung to the ground. Ragdoll almost. Good play. Yeah, it looked like a nickel corner blitz.
Yep. Yeah, Cater, Diggs is up there for sure. Even Galladay, who's up right now. Chef Duke brings up a good question. It's no question something I'm looking forward to. Wait until next year when Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are getting their contracts. But right, those 2 guys might realize they might want to prioritize other things. And what I mean by that is, if you're Josh Allen, you really like playing with Stephon Diggs, do you take a little bit less? A little bit? If it meant to keep Stephon Diggs? Right? That's a question.
Well, except that they're going to be, these guys, the timing for these two specifically is going to be aided by the expectation that the cap is going to jump very nicely and the new TV deals are coming through. So while let's just call the new CBA this year between 185 and 190, or the salary cap, it could jump. It was 198.5 this past year. It could jump to like 210 next year. And because all these teams are scaled back, they'll be able to make up the difference for those two guys specifically. Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM, talked today and said about Lamar Jackson that they have talked about, the two sides have talked about, they'll go about a negotiation for a new deal. We're confident, committed to getting a long-term deal done. It may take a little time, but we're going to try.
So the Bucs are settling for a field goal. Ryan Suckup after the not going for it on 4th and 3. So that puts Tampa ahead 10-0. Jacob Weatherford says, give me Scotty. Looking for Scotty Miller. Hit the like button if you haven't already. It's great to have you all with us for Madden After Dark on a Tuesday night. We have producer Michael, Daniel, our technical director, Zach from Game Ops, Brandon and Brendan.
I'm going to look at Pro Football Focus and see how they've broken down wide receivers over multiple years and see where Amari really ranks.
Rel. What's good? Ricky Edwards says Allen will get more than Jackson.
Maybe. But my nervousness with Jackson isn't his ability to make plays. It's his ability to play the way he plays over an extended period of time.
Yeah. That's fair.
All right, wide receivers 2020. So here, let's just do this off the top of our heads real quick. Just keep track with me. Here's all the receivers. And this is not a great year for Amari Cooper, but if you're the highest paid receiver in football, you need to at least, the biggest contract. Nice toss. You need to be in the top 20, and Amari is not. So you can name as many as you can think of. These are Pro Football Focus grades, but these are, based on a number of factors, including production. They have.
What's your question? You're asking us to name the 20.
No, Amari's ranked 31st this year. Okay, let's go to last year, right? Last year where he earned the big contract. Oh, let me change the year. That's annoying. Well, there's only going to be a 1 year thing. But last year, the top receiver in football was ranked 31st. I'll find some more numbers to make my point.
Present your facts to us when you're ready.
When I know that when we play with the Cowboys and Sims, or when they're playing, you'll likely roster Amari, and there's flashes for sure. I just don't feel like consistently does he strike fear into a defense, and do you even think of him the way you think of those really top tier guys that we're talking about?
I don't think so. Especially when he was in Oakland before, of course, the move to Vegas. Right? The Oakland years weren't great. So, Josh Jacobs 4 for 13. Tom Brady is 7 of 9. Derek Carr off to a slow start. That completion to Henry Ruggs kind of saved his first quarter. Godwin 2 for 36. OJ Howard 1 for 27. Ruggs 1 for 32. Scotty Miller 1 for 23. Mike Evans in the captain spot, not working out so far. It's not working out. I should have known better.
So last 2019 stats, when you had Dak fully healthy, Amari was 23rd in catches with 79, was 8th in yards with 1189, and tied with a bunch of people for 9th in touchdowns with 8. And the guys ahead of him 9, 10, 11.
Danucci thing, though.
No. This is 2019.
Oh, okay.
Which got him paid, which got him the $100 million contract.
Got it.
And he wasn't. His highest ranking was 8th in yards, 9th in touchdowns, and 23rd in catches.
Okay. Yeah, not great.
I will tell you a funny interaction, though. At the Pro Bowl last year, I took a picture of him being interviewed by Amber Theo Harris on the sideline, and he goes, oh, send me that, as I was showing it to him. He goes, oh, send me that. And I'm like, okay. He's like, here's my number. So I texted it to him. He didn't write back thanks or anything. But I guess I have Amari Cooper's phone number.
Christian Crow says overpaid. Just one word, right to the point. Ooh, Carr with a little shimmy shake.
At least he only has 19 seconds to throw. Jeez, he throws it out of the end zone.
Oh! No, it's not! Touchdown! What a play!
Hunter Renfrow.
Hunter Renfrow!
Giving you the finger guns? Come on.
The way that ball was traveling, it felt like he threw that into the stands.
I thought that was going in the stands, right? That wasn't a bad observation. Look at that. He looks like Russell Wilson just throwing a lob.
Wow.
Hunter showing those hops, all 5'9" of them.
Because you know something, when you watch it back on YouTube, the ball, as it's in the air, goes off the screen. It goes above the scoreboard.
If I'm Sean Murphy Bunting, I'm disappointed in that. He might have thought it was going out of bounds, too. We got ourselves a ball game.
Yeah. Wow. Red, white, and green says beautiful. Noah Moon loves to see it. Gas Car says, oh no, Renfro.
Now, do you want to go to 2018 just for fun and see if Amari was dominant there?
Sure. I doubt he was. But
He wasn't. He was 27th in catches, 75. Then in terms of yards, he was 21st with 1,005. In touchdowns, he's going to be kind of middle. He was tied for 16th with 7. Tied with 7 other guys. Good for him. Good for Amari. Good for his agent.
Yep.
It's just, you're paying this guy $100 million, so when the Cowboys go 8-8, it's going to all be on Dak. And that's I guess, how it goes.
Rick Lewis has Renfro captained in a cash game. Wow.
Good for you, Rick Lewis.
Freak of Nature asking for an update. I am trailing Lindenbaum. He's winning 21.72 to 17.88. We both played Tyrell Williams. We both played Brady, but he captained Brady. We both played Evans, but I captained Evans. The differences are he played Jalen Richard, I played Waller, and I played Gronk. And Carlson, he played O.J. Howard.
Just between me and you, look who just followed you back on Twitter randomly. Not that randomly. We've been talking about Kansas football on Twitter, but still.
Brady with a dart, incomplete. Let me pin your screen for a second. Akeem Talib, very cool.
I've been in a bunch of tweets with him and Chris Harris unintentionally. Other people threw us in these about how bad Kansas football is with Les Miles getting fired or whatever, quitting, mutually parting ways. Nice of my guy Talib there. He's one of my favorites I ever covered. I imagine they had fun with him in Boston too. He's so unique. He's so unique.
I love his NBC Sunday Night Football intro. Aqib Talib, Kansas. There's Godwin again. No Mike Evans. What a surprise.
I did the best podcast ever with Aqib Talib that never saw the light of day. And he gave me 90 minutes. We're just sitting in the Broncos facility talking. And we start to go through his Wikipedia page. And I'm just going through each incident, off-field incident. I'm like, so you got in a fight with your teammate at the rookie symposium? Yeah, and he explains that. I'm like, didn't this happen? Yeah. And you got in a fight with a teammate in the locker room? Yeah. Then your brother and you get arrested because allegedly, and I'm reading this, I'm like, your brother and mom are fired shots at your sister's boyfriend. He's like, yeah, I don't really want to get into that or whatever. But we go through all of it. And he goes through it with me, and then he's giving me great Aaron Hernandez stuff. But even before the Hernandez stuff, he's like, the best way to not get in trouble is don't put yourself in bad situations. Sure. And that was on a Thursday. And on Saturday, he shot himself in the leg back home in Dallas. But the travesty of it all, beyond him shooting himself in the leg, although that seemed to have no real effects, surprisingly, was I somehow paused the recording in the middle of it on my laptop. I must have grazed the mouse or something when I was checking to make sure. And so I kept seeing the levels, but because I had to, the page open above it. The levels were just kind of at the bottom of my screen. So I thought it was recording, but it was paused.
Oh.
So the last 45 minutes never saw, or, weren't recorded. And that was the best 45, especially the Hernandez stuff and that stuff about staying out of trouble. And so it's one of those things that will always haunt me, because it would have been the best podcast maybe of all time, or one.
Great extension by Chris Godwin for a
There's
first.
my captain.
11.
Watch him score here to help my fake line.
Matt Silverman, Noah Moon, they need Evans. I'm with you on that one. Rick Lewis needs the chalk. Congo Cab needs Evans. 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. Tampa winning by 3. 5 to go first half. Brady stepping back, fires, and completes inside the 5 to Gronk.
I feel like the Bucks color rush should pay some sort of homage to the creamsicles.
Too late now.
Yeah, for sure.
Next time.
Maybe as they start to do this again, or they just come up with the 3rd jersey instead of calling it color rush, and maybe some teams will have a tip of the cap to a nod to their great uniforms of yesteryear. That maybe weren't even great at the time, but you wear them once a year. Like seeing Tom Brady in the creamsicle would be great if Leonard Fournette scores it. You got Fournette?
Nope. Leonard Fournette touchdown.
I think he might have been in my fake lineup. He certainly is now.
By the way, the Renfro touchdown impactful because he was captained in just 0.6% of lineups, 10% flexed. Suck-up kicked a field goal earlier, 9.68% owned. And Mr. Leonard Fournette, 36% in the flex, 7% captain. You mentioned a Talib here in Boston. Steve points out in the YouTube chat, he was doing a weekly spot with the morning show.
With
Steve, did that stop? Because I
Rich?
thought he was excellent. I think it was during the season, now that I think about it. For Patriots games. Yeah, he'd come on in the morning for a half hour. Team wasn't that good this past year, as we found out.
No, and his podcast is pretty good too. He gets a lot of good guests, and he is unfiltered.
Yeah.
It's called Call to the Booth. They had a really fun podcast where he got the whole no-fly zone together, that secondary from the Super Bowl 50 team, and they went about an hour and a half. They got a pretty good run around these parts, as you would expect.
Sekou fan. Sekou fan is just can't believe how the Raiders are not producing. He's given all this data on what's gone on lately with Tyrell Williams and Carr, throwing it to Renfro. It happens sometimes, man. But I appreciate the research and the homework you're putting in.
It's always funny to me when Twitter followers just either change their name to some celebrity's name or they happen to have the same name.
Oh no, Darren Waller just fumbled. Come on.
Hey, Waller showed up though. At least he got a catch.
That's true. When he gets all those yards.
Good tackle by Colton Miller. No, because someone named Tom Hanks is following me or retweeted something.
Oh.
But it's not the Tom Hanks. It's someone whose screen handle is Mr. CHANCH, Mr. Chanch. But it said Tom Hanks. It's like, that's not really Tom Hanks. Because the real Tom Hanks is on Twitter. It always amuses me, though, when you see somebody's, their name happens to either really be the same name as a celebrity or they just like it. Oh, Brady, come on.
Yeah,
You got to make that one.
That would have been nice.
You might want to retire after that race.
That was a great hit. Jimmy B's in the chat. What's up, Jimmy B? Zach Morris is trash. Who was the man with the hit? It happened so fast, I don't know who it was, especially because there was a fumble.
I could tell you. Hit the little rewind button on the YouTube machine, see if I can get there.
Bonzo says, yeah, make sure you apply all that research tomorrow. You need it with Wild Weather Wednesday. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Let's see if I can see here who made the hit and who scooped up the ball. Probably easier to see who scooped up the ball.
3rd and 11. Midway through the second. Frank Orlando. Maybe the real Tom Hanks made a Tom Hanks account to avoid you thinking it was really Tom Hanks.
Maybe. Antoine Winfield looks like he made the hit and picked up the ball, even though safety was like flying down to scoop it up. Antoine Winfield definitely ended up with the ball. Antoine Winfield Jr. And here's a replay. So Winfield with the stick, and then the ball bounces right into his hand. There you go. A rookie, Antoine Winfield Jr.
There you go.
Making me feel old. His dad and I are the same age. His dad's 6 months older than me.
Noah Moon, I love your energy. I'm just being so kind to you tonight. Eric Court doing well, buddy. Brady all the time. That was a throw that went to the sticks.
He's just being smart with it.
Rabid Duck, did Richard miss the sim plane? Well, it's a home game, so maybe he slept in. BK's #1 fan, formerly James Farrell. I stacked the Bucks. Second and 10.
Play right now. They score here. That'll work.
Touchdown.
Nice throw and nice catch.
Nice toss. Evans 4 touchdowns over the last 3 sims.
Yeah, like if you tell me I can have Mike Evans or Amari Cooper, I'm taking Mike Evans all day.
Yeah,
he's just more unique. I mean, 6'5", and probably as fast.
Evans,
and he plays for
52.5%. True. No, it's fair. So the only thing with Evans is he gets kind of whiny with contact.
Yeah, maybe.
Kind of drives me crazy. But I guess all the receivers do it.
I want to see what he ran his 40 in. At 6'4" and 3/4, he ran a 4.53. Amari ran his at 4.42, and he's 6'1".
All right. Well, I know a lot of people here in the chat loved seeing Mike Evans score. So smash the like if you have Mike Evans. Blake Knight, put him in the captain spot.
I think he might be in my captain spot, too. I got to double check.
I'm the GOAT says, hell yeah. There you go. Bucks are dominating. Still 3 minutes left in this first half.
So you want to know what I was dealing with for part of the day?
What's that?
We got a new robotic vacuum. We have an old one that this doesn't work great because one of the dogs ripped off the little spinny part. So we got a new one, got a deal on it on Amazon, had pretty good reviews. Used it yesterday for the first time. The 2-year-old turns it on today. No big deal. We cleaned it out last night, so it's ready to go. And then I'm on the phone talking to, I think somebody work-related. I mean, it wasn't some crazy call, just, chatting. And I'm like, oh, I got to go. And I realize one of the dogs had gone to the bathroom in the house, and the new robot vacuum was dragging it across the carpet. So robot vacuum seems all but ruined. Carpet salvageable. Dog lived outside all day and is maybe never allowed upstairs. But 2 days in on the new robot vacuum, and essentially ruined thanks to terrible dogs. I think that's everyone's worst nightmare with those robot vacuums, is dragging, dog excrement across the house.
Yeah. Technology, man.
I know. I should have just stuck to the old handheld Dyson and pushed it around myself.
Yeah.
Letting the robot do the work for me, not checking on dogs being terrible dogs. And now we have to decide do we want to send it back or not. But that feels, uncouth. Jeff Bezos will get over it. He's still the richest man in the world or whatever. But still.
Noah Moon, no problem, brother. The catch for Darren Waller is coming, as you know, when we go to the quarter break. Zach from the Game Ops team will be your servant.
Would you send it back? The robot vacuum?
Yeah, I probably would, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, you saw it operate.
Well, right. And I cleaned almost all the dog poop off it. It's good as new. Almost good as new.
Freak of nature. I don't even know where to buy a race car bet if you lose to Glash. Oh,
race car beds aren't hard to find. Google them. Trust me, they're everywhere.
3rd and 9 for Derek Carr. His squad down 17.
Who do we think other than Koff has?
Hot potato.
Who do we think other than Koff has everyone's that's behind the scenes screen name so we can get a bigger basketball contest going when the new second half of the season starts up here? So we can put 8 or 10 of us in it instead of all of us playing Koff separately.
Wait, so what's your question? What do you want?
Like if I could get everybody's screen names, like I have yours and I think I have Rossi's.
Oh, okay.
And I can find Emerson pretty easily. You know, but whether it's Andrew or Producer Drew or anybody else, Michael wants in, and everybody's in for a reasonable amount of money. Doesn't have to be $1,000. Captain blesses BK start by training the dog. I don't want to get into it. The dog is housebroken and very trained. But
yeah, I'm in. I'm absolutely in on that.
Yeah, and to be fair, Koff said he's in too. It just has to take one of us to do it. He's not going to do it. Oh, that should have been a pick.
I mean, I'll do this, and probably only once. To be fair to Koff, like, he does go through the, I say labor very loosely, but he does go through the labor of offering head-to-heads to everybody. He's being a little, like, he's just being difficult. Like, oh, I'm not going to send it out. But
right, yeah, he could. It would actually take less work because he could just create the one contest and invite all of us that he already has in his friend list. Or
he's just being stubborn. That's okay.
Sort of like the pizza thing.
But to be fair, he prefers like if he had to pick one or the other, he'd do head to heads. But if it's offered to him, he's like, yeah, you know what? Fine, I'll hop in.
That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm going to take the proverbial bull by the horns if I can get everybody's address or whatever screen name. I know that Michael's New York won. I don't know if he's in or not, but he's one of the few that I know his screen name. Because I feel better losing to lots of other people that aren't Koff. Like, I'd be fine losing to you or Lamarck or Kenny or whoever. Michael.
In the public free showdown, we have a 30-way tie for first place. Brady in the captain spot. Godwin, Evans, Fournette, Gronk, and Renfro in the flex.
Do the Bucs get points here? You see some Bucs points?
Sure could. There goes Godwin for a big pickup, 20 yards.
I said I captained Evans, but I remember I did captain Godwin.
Sekou 39 fan, I can assure you what you're saying is not true. I don't understand why you'd believe that. And I'd also add, if you do feel that way, then don't play. That's all I'm trying to tell you. I'm saying that as politely as I possibly can.
We love having you, but no one's forcing you.
Right.
Brendan, you haven't called anybody loyal customers in a long time. That's 2 almost picks there. Brady's doing all he can.
Shane Thomas, you're not wrong about that, though. I mean, there's a lot of luck that goes into this for sure. We saw Tampa operate on offense this year. Like, and even, look, Renfro's a slot receiver. He'll get involved from time to time. We've seen weird stuff any given sim day. Godwin's hit the bonus already, so that helps Lindenbaum. There's no question there. So he's got 6 catches up over 100 yards. Keep hitting that like button. We have about 500 of you watching.
Max Crosby saying, hey, Mr. Brady, nice to see you. Oh, is Gonzaga about to lose? Got an alert on my watch.
I saw they were down, so.
I got an upset watch alert on my watch. An upset watch alert, on my watch. Let's see.
3rd and 18, and the Bucs will settle for running the ball, but that might be the right call.
Oh,
Shady McCoy. Is it Fournette? It's
Fournette.
Yeah, it's Fournette. No, wait a second. Yeah, it's Fournette. My bad. 28. Fournette. Yep.
That's who I captained. 2 touchdowns.
Leonard Fournette. With still 1 second left, and Derek Carr throws his helmet.
Oh, there's still a lot left in this game. There's 7.5 minutes left in this BYU Gonzaga game. Let's pump the brakes a little on upset watch.
So last night, Madden After Dark, Bills, Niners. Niners were winning 35, was it, producer Michael, 35-10? Was it 35-10? 35-10 at halftime. Another blowout, but a ton of points for probably, I don't know, who's the better team in Simland? Niners or Bills? I don't know. I think they're kind of even. In Simland.
In Simland, because of Mostert.
Right. And Jimmy G's actually got good ratings.
Yeah, and Debo and Bourne. Bourne makes a lot of plays that he doesn't make in real life. Yeah. Kittle actually feels like he underperforms in Simland.
Wow.
Give me a whole nother half.
Frank Orlando says Derek Carr only knows how to throw a helmet.
You know you're talking about you want to go to Vegas because of the stadium? Every college basketball tournament's going on in Vegas right now, just about. WCC, Mountain West, Pac-12.
Wow. So 31-7 at half. 3 touchdowns and a field goal. That's the deficit for John Gruden. He'd drool if he had Brady. So we'll get the scores all updated here with Zach from the Game Ops team. He'll have a chance to take a look. Producer Michael and Daniel on the 1s and 2s. 993 BB rack. Sorry, man. Out of time. Positive energy. We've got 53 watching on Twitch.
Fournette in the captain spot's probably.
Everybody. What's that?
Fournette in the captain spot's probably a good play right about now.
I think it definitely changed some things. It did. So now there's a 3-way tie now for first in the public showdown as opposed to a 30-way tie. Fournette in the captain for the winning lineup. So 3 for 78, 2 scores. Jacobs 4 for 13. He's one of those superstar running backs like Joe Mixon, superstar trait running backs that just does not play well in Sims. At least normally. Godwin hit the bonus, 6 for 104. Gronk has 5 for 43 and a touchdown. Evans 2 for 29, touchdown. Renfro 2 for 44 and a touchdown. Ruggs 2 for 42. Miller 1 for 23. OJ Howard's got that 1 catch for 27. So all the scores are being updated as we speak. Nothing from Tyrell Williams. Zip. Now, can we go back to the receivers when Zach's all done? Looking at what he needs to look at. Because what do we have on Waller? Because I see a catch and a fumble.
That's all I think he's done.
Yeah, but he should get yards for the catch, right? Yeah, so he's got 27 yards. There's a catch and there's a fumble. He'll get the yards, too.
You know who's having the best almost game, though, is LaMarcus Joyner. He's got the sack and then 2 picks that hit him right in the hands. That could be why the Raiders cut him in real life. LaMarcus Joyner was so fun to watch at Florida State. He was my favorite college football player that year when they won the national championship with Jameis, but he has bounced around the league plenty.
Admittedly, I was checking on that number for Waller because I need him to beat Jordan Lindenbaum. And anyone who played Waller feels that way. So right now, Lindenbaum is winning by 4.5 points. So it's still a close one.
Just came across a picture on my Facebook time hop. 9 years ago today, Peyton Manning touchdown in Denver. He was checking out different teams. Potentially played for. He went from here to Arizona.
Red, White, and Green says the best thing about Madden Sims is they can't get COVID. Well, that is definitely true. It is a simulation.
That'd be a bummer if one of the players is out with COVID. That would be funny if any of the video games put that in next year. Like, when you're playing a season, like COVID contact tracing out for 2 games.
It'd be a nightmare if we did it in Simland.
No, we couldn't do it in Simland. But I'm saying if you're playing whether it's your Madden Ultimate Team or or 2K or MLB or whatever.
Right.
FIFA.
Two-way tie for first place in the DK SimFam Friends free roll. Gruden would drool if he had Brady. Bobby 8381 and Maine Mac tied for first in the big public free showdown. Three-way tie for first place. Stick around for the second half. Hopefully Tampa, or rather Vegas, can make this a little bit interesting. And we'll give you the schedule for Wild Weather Wednesday tomorrow. Curious to see how the Bucs will approach things on offense, if they decide to stay aggressive or just run it with Fournette. So Fournette owners would love it.
I think you just hand the ball off, right?
Sure. Derek Carr airing it out.
Oh!
Oh, touchdown!
Henry Ruggs.
Henry Ruggs! This ain't over yet, says Derek Carr. Oh, that was nice. Henry Ruggs. That was like the play, well, not as bad, but when they beat the Jets at the end.
Yeah.
Ruggs game winner from like midfield. And no,
Well,
right?
that was one of-
Carr can throw really nice passes in this specific game. And then in other times, he is just way off.
Ruggs only had 2 touchdown catches as a rookie. He was the first receiver taken in the draft. Not ideal.
We'll go for 2 to make it a 2-score game. And of course.
Do you see Trent Brown's tweets today? After agreeing to take $11 million less dollars?
Trent Brown saying something about like don't follow the money or whatever. Like
He basically said money can't buy happiness.
I was listening to Boston Sports TV right around 6 o'clock, and they had someone from the Raiders radio network. You might know who that is. They were not
JT the
happy.
Brick?
He's got gray hair.
I'm betting it was JT the Brick.
He was ripping Trent Brown. Like the line they used, I didn't get it. They were like, "We want to make you the LeBron James of left tackle." Like that was John Gruden's pitch to Trent Brown, paying him all that money. We believe you're the LeBron James of left tackle.
Well, that's stupid because the reason he got all that money and played as well as he did was because he had Tom Brady at quarterback. You know who doesn't play quarterback in New England anymore? Tom Brady. So while
He only played 5 or 6 games last year too with Vegas.
Yeah.
His availability wasn't there.
Like he was remember there was all that reporting about how he didn't take the COVID stuff seriously, right? And then he ends up stuck in a Cleveland hospital. It had really bad effects for him. But I'm just talking about just straight football. The best he played was in 2018 when he was playing right tackle with Tom Brady out there. Or maybe he was playing left tackle, but he had, again, Tom Brady. Just like Nate Solder looked really good all those years with Tom Brady. Then he goes to New York. He's got Eli at the end of his career, and Daniel Jones is a rookie, and Nate Solder looks very average. So I get the Pats for saving $11 million off his salary over the next couple of years. But you still don't have Tom Brady at quarterback, and you're going to have a big, overpaid tackle.
Sure. There's Scotty Miller after the Gronk catch. Tampa's still throwing the rock. I mean, they feel more inclined to do so after a touchdown for Vegas. 3D Da Beast on YouTube. I'm in first place, DK SimFam.
Well done.
Nice.
But there's a lot of simulated football left to be played.
Brady back to throw once more. Godwin adding to his great day. Already has the bonus.
That's why I captained him.
Dover 43 in first place in the Gruden would drool if he had Brady free roll by 5 points. Comfortable lead. Lineup construction. Fournette captain. Brady, Carr, Godwin, Ruggs, Renfro. Brady X Factor lit. Throwing again. That is Rob Gronkowski for a first down. As Jordan Lindenbaum says, stop passing to that doofus Gronk. Hit OJ.
Are you going to dial in more on these college basketball tournaments over the next few days? Like,
Oh, dude,
I
I was invested to the NEC final between Bryant and Mount St. Mary's.
Congo Cab said his teammates outplayed him. Talking about Trent Brown, noted Raiders fan. Congo Cab said BK dude mad his teammates outplayed him and he realized we didn't need him. Yeah, look, the Raiders end up fine in this deal. They get something back and they don't have to pay him any more money.
Right.
I'm laughing at the Patriots for making this deal. And Trent Brown for agreeing to just give up $11 million. They could have cut him and he would have gotten all his money, or I guess he could have gotten traded somewhere else. And you can't play price tag on happy.
Godwin, another catch, but just didn't score. Brady has hit the bonus passing at 310. Nice play. Godwin's having a great sim.
What do we think a new contract extension looks like for Brady? Are they going to add 2 more years to this deal? He said he wants to play till he's 45. At this point, he'll go till he's 46, I guess, right?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, maybe even 50. I think he joked about 50.
Look, I wouldn't put it past him where this guy is.
He's going to throw.
No Fournette.
Oh, it's Evans! Touchdown! Wow. He had O.J. Howard open as well.
Who was it that stacked Bucks? Whoever stacked Bucks, it should have been everybody, and you're in good shape. Stack Bucks with Hunter Renfrow, and you're doing all right, or Ruggs.
Let's go. I think I'm going to pop in front here of Lindenbaum.
I'm pulling for you.
I think it's close. I think so, with Evans in the captain spot. So, wow. Oh no, so Brady had Gronk and O.J. Howard open, and he went to Evans. Wow.
We're gonna maybe see 50 from the Bucks. What's the most points you've ever seen? Or is that written down somewhere? Does Daniel have it written down? At least this season? Has anybody gone over 50?
For a team? Oh, we've had someone score 50. I think the Titans have done it. Actually, I might not pull in front of Jordan now. Actually,
Okay.
That's not going to happen because
Good, then I'm pulling for him.
Jordan's got Brady captained and he's got Evans. I keep forgetting he's got Evans in the flex. That doesn't help.
No.
Wow. So
I'm
he's
pulling
still,
for whoever wins.
That's nice of you.
Kareem says Buck stack was Brandon Cristal's captains. Yeah, all Bucks. My captains are Evans, Brady, Godwin, and Fournette. My 4 captains. And then Renfrow and Ruggs. Those are my 6. That's my 6.
So once again, we have a 30-way tie for first in the public free showdown with Brady captained. The only Raider is Hunter Renfrow. Godwin, Evans, Fournette, Gronk, Brady in the captain spot. Wow.
Raiders might score here.
How about the Bucks though, just coming right back down? A jet sweep to Darren Waller.
Can't believe that didn't work.
Like, what are we doing here?
That's how you get back into the game. The very first play 2 years ago, it's funny, Raiders-Broncos opening, or the final Monday night game, very first play in Noah Fant's career was an end around like that, jet sweep, where he was tackled for a 4-yard loss. He had 3 carries on the year, minus 12 yards. Lowest in the NFL in 2019. Tied with Michael Thomas, actually. They both had minus 12 yards. Yeah, I'm never a fan of the tight end around or jet sweep. He's nowhere near your fastest runner, so why would you hand it to him?
It's a great question.
You're not catching anybody off guard. There's Shaq Barrett. He's going to get paid.
Great question.
I tried to get Sack Barrett to catch on here in Denver, but he didn't have enough sacks. And then nobody in Tampa would want to pick that up. Oh, picked off.
Of course.
Jamel Dean.
Not great. Derek Carr, not great.
No, but good if you've got any Bucks because they're about to put up more points. So my Bucks captain stack is working out great for me.
Ronald Brown, what's up, man? How are you? Rick Lewis, yep, still 0 from Tyrell Williams.
This 50 feels like an inevitability. I guess we'll see, but there's no reason to think the Raiders are going to stop these Bucs.
He's in the gun. They're going to keep throwing. This is fantastic.
They're sticking it to Gruden for no reason. They fired him.
Godwin another catch. This is nuts.
I'm loving virtual Leftwich and virtual Arians just dialing it up. Maybe Brady's changing the plays at the line of scrimmage.
Maybe we have the newest trend for the late slate. You got to stack up the Madden After Dark game, because last night we had, I don't know how many points San Francisco scored in the second half, but they dominated in the first half.
Well,
35.
I wonder if whoever's playing the late slate classic, how many Bucs they have, because that's going to be the key to this. You're going to have Brady. You're going to have Fournette probably, and at least one of those receivers. And then maybe Renfro and or Ruggs. That could be possible. Somebody might have that lineup.
It's just a damn cough, man. BK's lineup is so good. He's winning the Classic, too, with just Bucs.
I'm winning all of them.
Love it. Let's have a look. First place, two-way tie for first.
The Classic?
Classic, yep. Brady's in there.
Yeah, Fournette.
Godwin, Evans, Gronk, Bucs D.
And not Ruggs or Renfro? I guess you don't need him because people scored another game.
No Ruggs or Renfro.
Let me guess. From that last game we had Robbie Anderson? Herndon?
McCaffrey's in there. Michael Thomas.
He's
Chris Carson.
Okay.
Everyone else, Bucs. There's Evans again.
Brady's just carving him up, man.
This is nuts. He's not going to stop.
Is this Fournette again, too? Watch Fournette off the right side.
It's a battle between Brady and Fournette for the winning lineup with the captain spot.
I guess I need to get one of these pulled up so I can make a call on.
So I could really use Brady to Gronk here. I don't know. I mean, maybe Evans too. I think Jordan's got me. I think Lindenbaum's got me. We have too many similarities. Brady's going to throw. Oh, Godwin, touchdown.
Ah, my captain.
Wow. This is insane.
Brady may throw for 400 yards.
14, 3/4. Wow. I have no words. This is nuts. I mean, didn't Tampa actually blow out Vegas in Vegas when they met in the regular season?
Sounds right. I'll tell you real quick.
BK's #1 fan, James Farrell, put him in the flex.
45-20 was that game in week 7, sorry. 45-20. Well, this is similar. 45-13.
Yeah.
What if we get the exact same score? That'd be wild.
This is incredible. 45 points in 3/4. I haven't had a game like this in a while where one team put up this many points. We need a buzzword. Who wants to do what should we do for a buzzword tonight? Anyone?
Bucs? Godwin?
Robo vacuum? What was the name of the vacuum?
A Robo Rock or something?
Robo Rock. I like Robo Rock.
Because we have the one the dog ate was a Roomba.
Wait a minute. Are we going to get a buzzword on camera? We haven't done that in a long time. Wow. This is, wow. Robo Rock, you said?
Yeah.
All right. That's the buzzword tonight.
3 syllables.
Robo Rock. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Robo Rock. 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 Robo. Wow. Robo Rock. 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 Robo. Robo Rock, 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 Robo Rock. Okay, it's 11. Wow, that was challenging.
Well done.
Robo stuff.
RoboCop. No, Juan Flores, I don't participate because this is Glash's thing. So I let you have your quiet hours, and I don't have to be quiet in my own basement. I'm as loud or quiet as I want.
You look stressed. I'm looking at the replay on YouTube.
Oh, I do?
He just looks stressed watching me like,
I'm fine. It's more how long this game is going because of all the scoring.
Come on, Derek Carr, save me. Throw it is that Tyrell? No, it's Henry Ruggs again. Of course.
Ruggs got to be near that bonus. Yeah, he was at 91 yards before that. And there you go. Ruggs hits a bonus.
Smash that like button because the buzzword is over. If you're happy it's over, hit the like. Let's try and get to 400 likes. We have about 450 watching on YouTube, start of the fourth quarter. Tampa has dominated. Who's the backup for the Raiders? Mariota. Let's see Mariota. Can we do that?
It's gonna be about time here shortly. There's Rashard.
Darius says, dude, I can play Madden better than these Raiders, and I'm blind. Okay. LMAO. Wow.
Low bar right now for how poorly the Raiders are playing. That is for sure.
Come on, Derek Carr. You got to throw downfield better.
Roland said, BK's face was like mine. My wife told me she was pregnant with our third child. Not really. We only have one, but that's how I imagine.
Jimmy B says, about an hour ago, I was super happy rostering Waller and Williams. Yeah, me too. Felt good about it. Carr, first down.
Carr's dealing.
Hey, there's Tyrell. Hello. Good to see you, Tyrell. First catch. Man. Mike Ignite, your question is answered. It's his first catch of the night. Let's check in with the Twitch fams. Twitch doing okay? How we doing, Twitch? Guys hanging in there? Buggy Boo thinking about giving up everything and wagering hockey. Well, we want you to stay here. There's Waller.
Hey, he held on to it that time.
Yeah, right. Fumbled earlier. Piercy says Gronk and Fournette are hungry. They've been good. Miami says, what's been the biggest blowout in Sims since the beginning of last March? The Packers have smoked a couple teams. Like, they smoked the Titans. This is a solid comparison to what happened in real life when these teams met. Slightly Lawn says Waller is being covered by Davis. It makes sense. Third and 8 for Carr.
Another strike.
Renfro just keeps getting catches too. 4 catches. So I'm about to, in all likelihood, I'm going to 0-2 against the members of the DK Sim Famine head-to-head.
Yeah, last Sim Edward Pride asked me if I wanted to do an NBA for $5. I just told them I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because you know how it is. You get invited to do a lot, and I don't have to pick and choose, and I don't want to lose a bunch of money and or take a bunch of people's money.
Well, the ones I'm doing are just for free.
I get it. Well, I definitely don't want to do that.
Why not?
It feels like it's a silly time commitment.
I just use the same lineup as I did in the larger free roll in the DK Sim Fan Friends League.
I guess. Other than these for free, because, you know, it comes to the territory. I try not to do anything fantasy related for free.
I think it's kind of fun. I mean,
okay. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just bragging rights don't mean much to me.
I've only done it for 2 nights, but just to kind of personalize it with members of the chat, especially the folks that are here every day.
I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just saying.
No, I hear you. I'm just giving you my side.
All right.
So it's kind of fun. I mean, would it be way cooler if there was like $1,000 on the line? Maybe.
If you won. There's Jacobs. What's he doing? Just walk into the end zone. Why would he cut into Levante or to Devin White?
Oh, apparently that was Witten. See, that just shows like, I don't know.
Oh, you thought it was Renfro's Witten? Well, everyone knows Carr can spread it around.
Starfighter says, stop the game. I'm somehow winning.
Stop the count.
From the 11. Ooh, he caught the high snap. Great athleticism.
There's a kid in Gonzaga that went to my high school in Dallas, and I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for my little cousin who said, Drew Timme, is that his name? Drew Timme? She's like, Drew Timme went to Pierce. I was like, how do you end up at Gonzaga from Dallas? How do any of those Big 12 schools not let him get that far away?
Right.
By the way, in a down year for my Jayhawks, we're still the 2 seed going into the Big 12 tournament. So I'll be keeping an eye on that, of course. What conference tournament are you most looking forward to?
Tomorrow, I'm working the 12 and the 2, and Syracuse plays at noon against NC State. So in the ACC tournament.
You'll have that on your TV. Yeah, oh, and I just looked. KU's first game is Thursday, and they play at 6:35 Eastern, and I'm on the 6 Eastern sim.
Oh,
There's Jalen Richard.
That's it. Lindenbaum kicked my butt. Wow. He's got Richard, too.
He asked for Richard, and he got it.
Wow. I stink. Not good.
Did you ever go to the Big East tournament when it was in the Garden? Have you ever gone to that? Were you
know what's funny?
Were they already out of the Big East by the time you were at Syracuse?
I did not. Never did. I've never been to the building, to be quite honest with you.
No, it's pretty cool.
I know.
I was there when Devendorf went nuts one time, and there when McNamara went nuts. Maybe his junior year. He had a crazy run. They got him all the way to the finals, and I think they lost to UConn. Senior year. I think I saw Syracuse play at the Garden more than the Knicks. That's what I went to a lot of Knicks games. Did they play all those preseason games there?
Sure. Yep. Let's see. Turtles won. Syracuse plays at noon against NC State. Miami Clemson 2:30. Duke Louisville 6:30. Notre Dame UNC at 9. I'm looking forward to that one. Look, I covered America East Hoops. That championship is on Saturday at 11 a.m. I love that, 11 a.m. basketball. Boom, get it out. Still have the whole day. UMass Lowell, local team, in the final as a 6 seed.
All right, now my players of the game. Gosh, Brady, 49.32 in the captain spot, but he was captain 16% of the time. Fournette in the captain spot's got to be, north of 30.
Let me check it out.
Nancy 42 is holding on first place in the free showdown with Brady, Godwin, Ruggs, Fournette, Gronk, and Renfro.
Yep.
You got to feel good when your lineup has 5 players who scored and a player who's thrown 4 TDs and for almost 350 yards.
And you're only winning by 0.9 for first. The difference between $25 and $7.16 in DK prize money. Brady is in the shotgun on 2nd and 2. Okay, there you go. An inside hand.
And that'll do it. Now I'm going to take a couple knees. I guess the Raiders might call timeouts.
Dude, we're going to get the same scores, the real life matchup.
Look at that. 45-20 in that game. I'll give you a quick box score because I have
That's
it right
pretty
here.
cool.
October 25th, 2020. Aguilar scored. Brady ran one in. Gronk scored. Scotty Miller, like you said. Darren Waller scored. Carlson had a bunch of field goals. Godwin scored. Rojo scored, and Tyler Johnson, like you mentioned. Feels like Tyler Johnson after he dropped that pass in the playoffs. Where he's like, you know what, get that kid out of here. We got enough other guys I can throw it to.
No, Turtles won. I've been to the Dome. I just haven't been to MSG. Been to the Dome plenty of times.
I don't know if it is the world's greatest arena, but it's cool that they were able to give themselves that nickname. Certainly has had some iconic things there in previous versions of the Garden. Absolutely did.
All right, so you got a player of the game. You got a tough call here.
Yeah.
Ish.
Well, Brady, when you throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, it's pretty hard to look past, but he was 77% owned in the free showdown. Let's see who's got the best value. Hunter Renfrow, 16 points, 6.6% captain, 10% owned. But those guys were too much more productive. Gosh, Fournette was 5 yards shy of the bonus. It definitely would have been Fournette. I don't know. Let's see. When you talk about ownership, I'll give it to Ruggs, actually. In a loss. Can I give it to somebody in a loss?
That's fine. He had a pretty, 5 for 121 of the touchdown.
I'm changing it again based on numbers and because he got franchised today. I'm going to give it to Godwin because I can do that. When he has 100 yards, hits that bonus, and 10 catches, a 10-catch day, that's saying something. So Godwin gets it over Ruggs.
Lindenbaum tells the freak of nature, no race bed for you. Well put. How about the Not My Kid award? Tyrell Williams, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, the one catch for Tyrell, that makes it easy. Scotty Miller, but no one really owned him. Scotty Miller had 2 catches. Tyrell, you're getting it. Congratulations.
Leonard Fournette, 8 for 95, 2 scores. Brady hit the bonus. Jacob, 7 for 27. And then we'll go to the receivers, and then we'll wrap it up. Give you the schedule for Wild Weather Wednesday and go. Godwin, 10 for 143, touchdown. Gronk, 7 for 76, touchdown. Ruggs, 5 for 121, touchdown. Evans, 4 for 52, 2 touchdowns. Renfrow, 4 for 63 and a touchdown. That was a pretty good play as well, Renfrow. Gronk had a score. And it's about wraps it up. Waller had a fumble too. So
no Wild Weather Wednesday for me, but why don't you give it to us real quick? You got a couple right off the bat.
Yep, starting at noon and then 2 for yours truly. I'll be here for Jaguars and Bears in the snow with Christian. 2 o'clock Titans Bengals in the rain with Christian. 4 o'clock Chargers at the Steelers. You'll have Jeff and Adam Kaufman. Wind sim. And then at 6 Cardinals at the Giants. Jeff and Koff together in the rain. Same new duo at 8 and 10. Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops for Ravens Browns in the snow, and then Chiefs Patriots, Rossi and Freeze Pops. That's a snow game. So snow, rain, wind, rain, snow, snow. That's the deal. Check out the DK Playbook, Madden Streams info page to get all the info. For our whole team, producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach from Ops, Brandon Christel, Brendan Glasheen. I'll catch you guys first thing in the morning on the Dream Stream.